All right. We are back, guys. After some crazy technical weird things happening, we're ready to go, guys. Tonight, we're going to be reviewing a video that was put out in regards to Sebastian Rogers and just having a conversation to put Sebastian's face and name out there again, just a little bit more. But I do want to review this video. I'm curious as to what it's all about with you guys and see what your guys' thoughts and feelings are on it. And whatever else we get into, we get into. So, thank you guys so very much for joining us tonight here at the cafe. Please make sure to hit that like button on the way through the door so we can get this finally up into that algorithm. Share this out to anybody you think would want to join us tonight. If you could, please. I appreciate that very much. And that being said, let's get this show on the road. Here we go. Here we go. All right, everybody. Thank you guys for stopping by. Walt Harris is going to be filling in for me tonight. Have a great night, everybody. Take care and goodbye. Welcome, everybody. I just wanted to see what everybody would think about all that there, but nobody said a word. Oh, well. Welcome to Dinner with Dago. It's nice to have you guys here tonight for this show. Appreciate you very much. Please, again, hit the like button. Share this out if you will. And let's do something tonight, guys. Come on now. Like I said, guys, there's a video that was put out. I think Michelle After Dark dropped it. I was checking it out. Some people sent me some stuff on it. I'm curious about it myself, and I figured, what the hell? Let's run a show, go over it together, and a good way to put Sebastian's name out there. Again, show his face as always. Any chance we get to do that, we should be doing that. Truly, in my opinion. So, truly, we need to be doing anything we can to bring this kid home. So, just saying. Just saying. So come on in, everybody, please, if you will. And let's do this, guys. I'll give you everybody a chance to jump on in here. We got 37 peeps in here with 26 likes. We're getting there. Come on, y'all. Come on. Oh, I got a few different little things I could do with that, guys. Oh, my house is getting very folly. It's really, really getting there. Definitely getting there. Thank you, Alicia. For those of you that were in the morning show, Meatballs in the Morning, I appreciate you guys. And I hope you did, guys. I hope you did enjoy it with me and Doodle and Mama Bear. It was great today with the three of us. Absolutely. If you will, please do what Miss Alicia says. Come on in, grab a seat, get comfortable, guys. We're gonna be here for a minute. I guess wait just a little to get y'all in here. See what else. What other ones do I have in here while we're waiting? Of course, here's one of my favorites. So while we're waiting too, let's see who we got in here with us tonight. Looks like Midwest is back in the house. Welcome back, dear. Crazy Linda, hello. Welcome back to you. Alicia J, always a pleasure. Mystic Butterfly, welcome back to you. Doodlebug is in the house again. Good to see you. Doodle's been busy today. 3 shows. We're on show number 3. Doodle did the morning show with me. She did her show, and he's here. Yeah, here she is again. And my son is trying to talk me into doing a music show tonight too. So we'll see what happens, folks. I might just go all in today. I'm just going to stay on YouTube for 24 hours and see what happens. Walt Harris in the house, my brother. Miss Bonnie Bailey, always a pleasure. Cal, welcome back, dear. Good to see you tonight. Prime Paula, hello. Let me see here. Virginia Wolf, what's up, brother? Good to see you. Miss Sherry Wisdom speaks in the house. Always a pleasure to see you. Steven's Adventure. I'm glad you did, sir. I enjoyed having you there. Far Q is back in the house. It must be late over there, Far Q. Welcome. Thank you for being here. Again, everybody, please hit the like button when you come through the door. We need 10 more to make a match. Let's do that if we can. Let's see. Who else could I be missing? Miss Brandy ain't been in here. Terry Martin, hello and welcome back, dear. Good to see you. There's Molly. Where you at, Molly? Come on now, Molly Lolly. Leslie Petrolakis, hello and welcome. Number 22, thank you for joining us. Let's see if I'm missing anybody up top here. Jeffrey, welcome back, Jeff. Good to see you tonight, sir. Low 12 in the house. Good to have you here. Great to see ya. In Stitches, welcome back. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Let's see. Again, everybody, please share this out if you will across all your social media accounts. I appreciate that very much. Let's try to get this shared out anywhere. And again, hit that like button to try to get this up to an algorithm. If we can get this up there again, guys, and I can get back in that algorithm, we will be good to go, folks. Again, thank you, Alicia. Squishy Bum, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Leslie and Billy, welcome back, Miss Leslie. Tomboy's in the house. Crazy Linda, of course. Let's see, up here at the top, who do I got? Miss Sherry saying, hey, meatballs, welcome back to the sauce, guys. Sunshine, great to see you again. And let me see here. Virginia Wolf for 8:15 a.m. Okay, so we're into the next day already. I thought it was pretty late there. Come on. CM, hello and welcome. What will pay for StreamYard? Come on. It is so great to have you guys here tonight. Thank you very much. You are appreciated. Appreciated so very much. Oh, well, yeah. If it ever come, I gotta wait a month for it all to go through, though. I gotta get those views, though, CM. I gotta get them views too. I could do 12 shows a day. If I don't get any views on it, it's not doing me any good. You know what I mean? There's nothing else that's just costing me. So be it. I don't mind. I'm doing what I'm doing. Yes, you are the beautiful people, Mr. Walt. Come on in, everybody. 39 peeps in here, 30 likes. We're getting there. We are getting there. Welcome, Mystery. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. In desperate situations, that may take me off. Yeah, is everything okay, Mystery? What's going on? Welcome, Miss Taylor. Great to see you back tonight. It's going up now. Yay, yay. 38 peeps in here. 31 likes. Come on, everybody. Jump on in here. Get comfortable. Grab your coffee, tea, whatever it may be. Come on in here with me. I bought it home again. This stuff is the bomb, folks. It is called oh shit. Honey, what's that coffee called you bought again? Caramel cream. Right here. Mm-mm. I could drink this all day. It is so good. Come on, come on, come on, come on, everybody. Come on in here. Sit down and find a seat, if you will. I gotta find some other peeps that probably aren't getting their notifications. I hope the stream is okay now. I know there were some crazy things going on with it. It's my fault though. What I tried to do is I was trying to stream through Twitter as well. That way it would show up over there and bring some more people maybe from Twitter over this way. But I guess you had to have, it says you have to have the Pro, StreamYard Pro to stream through Twitter. Well, I'm not paying for $99 a month for something that I can't afford it. Their prices all went through the roof. It's stupid now. So I guess I won't be streaming through Twitter. Is all I can say. But anyway, so it had two streams rolling at one time, and it was so weird the way it did it. It pulled everybody together in the one stream that was supposed to be for Twitter, and then when I eliminated it, it made me eliminate the Twitter stream. It wouldn't let me use it. Everybody drops, and then luckily it bounced most everybody over here, and then the rest of you found it. I hope so. That was the issues that were with it, but I hope everything's okay now. If they're not, please let me know. Pretty please and thank you. Like I said, I know a lot of people are not getting they're not getting notifications. So I'm sorry, guys. Sorry. We may not be in this one for too long because I'm going to run that other one of Caden. If I don't, he's not going to leave me alone. So that's all. Just saying. Again, I want to thank everybody that joined, went over and jumped over on Doodle's live today. Oh my God, you guys, that means so much to me. She did an amazing job, guys. She deserves every bit of attention she can get. And I appreciate you all supporting her like you do. It's amazing. I love it. I love you guys for it. So again, thank you for that, folks. Let me check something here. Come on down. Brandy B, the OG's in the house. Thank you for joining us, Brandy. Good to see you again tonight, hon. And those of you that are in here. You guys could be doing anything right now, and you're in here with me, and that means a lot. So thank you so very much. Thank you. If you guys missed Doodles Live, you can definitely find it right there that SRB threw up. Thank you, SRB, for that. Go check it out. You will not be disappointed. Welcome, Miss Taylor. Good to see you tonight. Come on in, Mikey. Mikey's in the house. Maka. Oh, okay, Taylor. Interesting. Interesting. I hope everything's going well for them. I hope they're getting along, I should say, considering what's going on. It would be, good to know that they're doing okay, considering the situation. How's she doing? I hope she's doing okay. Let's see. Come on in, everybody. 47 people here, 36 likes. We're getting there. Thank you for putting that up again, SRB. What's going on, mister? You're fine, hon. Thank you, Taylor. We got 31 likes now. 38 likes, I'm sorry. Thank you, Miss Sherry. Appreciate that very much. And I appreciate anyone that is wanting to donate to support the channel that way. Promise you guys, we do definitely appreciate it so very much. Good to hear. Good to hear, Taylor. I sent you a message in Discord, Taylor. Jelly Bean, welcome back. Good to see you. Crazy. Let me see. What is that? Is that crazy bitch? I think that's what that means. Yes, I got a wiener whistle. I love the Oscar Mayer wiener whistle thing. It's pretty cool. Anyway, welcome. It's good to see you, Crazy. Thank you for being here. It is a wiener. It's an Oscar Mayer wiener whistle. It's a whistle. Come on in. Come on in and get comfortable. Good golly, Miss Molly's in the house. Good evening, Miss Molly. I see you creeping through that door. Just because you got kitty paws don't mean I don't hear you. Oh, no. Oh, Jesus. I don't know where you're at, Mystery, or I would do everything I could to send me an email, Mystery, and let me know where you're at, and I will see if there's anything I can do to help out. I hate hearing stuff like this. I wish I could do something else to help you right now. I would, I promise you. But if you send me an email and let me know the area you're in, you don't have to give me your exact, just the area. I'll get on the phone and see if there's anything I can figure out, because I definitely don't like seeing anybody go through that. I've been through it myself. I don't think a lot of people understand it, Stephen. I'm curious to see what Michelle has to say about this. Oh, okay. Oh, are we in the same state, all of us? Are you in Ohio too, Mystery? Utah. I'm sorry. I thought you said you were in Ohio, Leslie. My apologies. Utah. Okay. Let me see if I can. Let me write a couple of things down. If you want to send me an email, mystery, and let me know the situation to an extent, you don't have to give me everything. I will see anything and everything I can do to help you. Yeah, that's a little wild, Taylor. I'll be honest with you. Good luck with that, Brandy. All right, guys. Yeah, we see what we can do to figure something out to get you some help somehow, mystery. Seriously. Yeah, that's pretty much the best. That's what I'll be doing too. Honest to God. Hey, Molly McMolly. Molly Cat's in the house. There's Miss Molly's channel. Check it out, guys, if you will, please. I haven't put that link up in a while. It hasn't been thrown in here, so thank you for that. Anybody that does need to contact me, that should or that wants to contact me, you can reach me through my email right there, mayora74@gmail.com. Please do. Um, I am definitely proud, Kel. This community is an amazing community full of amazing people. So I have no doubts. I have no doubts that we will be able to together, hopefully, figure something out to help mystery. I'm watching SRB. I'm watching. He's watching. He seems to have turned into like chat security. That's a new thing. Aaron B's in the house. Welcome, my friend. Good to see you. Good to have you here. It is great to see you. Come on in, everybody. Get comfortable. Get your spot. And let's do this thing. Oops. Hold on. One moment, guys. Thank you again, guys, for joining me for the morning show. I've been having a blast with those. I've really been enjoying the time spent in there with you guys. I really have. So I hope you guys are liking that too. I want to expand that a little bit and make it better, truly. A mystery. If you're not in the Discord, if you would like to be, get with Miss Brandy. She can hook you up and bring you into the Discord. Okay. See, I'm starting to look like a bum, you guys. I told you when I grow this out, the salt and pepper crap, I look like an old bum. I hate it. Either way. What are you saying here, Miss Jilly? But as far as creators, you are above all. I don't know any other creator that would say I will try to help you. Well, thank you, Jilly. I appreciate that. I definitely would. Listen, this community helped me when I was in need. This community has helped other people. We have helped many other people when they're in need. That's what this community is based on, guys. It's caring and love. And that's just what it's all about. That's why I'm so proud of this community. And I have the best. I don't care what anybody says. I've said this for a long time. The best community on YouTube, as far as I'm concerned. It may not be the largest community, but it is the best as far as I'm concerned. So that's all that matters to me. Yeah, Mystery, if you want to jump in the Discord with the rest of us, you're welcome to. It's easier to talk about things sometimes in there. Just send an email to Brandy and she'll get you brought in within seconds. You can email here. It's up on the screen right there if you want to. That's absolute facts. All right. I sent Mom a link in case she wants to join me. I got lucky and got Mama Bear up there on the morning show with us today. I was super excited for that one. And of course, our Doodle did an amazing job because she always does. Oh, let me see here. Your Discord locked you out of your main account. Not sure what the actual. That's weird. That is very weird. I don't know any. I don't much about. I don't know a lot about the Discord mystery. I'm sorry. I could work you through that. Somebody might be able to help you though. Um, it's kind of how I feel, SRB, about the quality, not the quantity. The quantity will come. The quality needs to be now, and that's how I feel about it. So yes, I swear I have every bit of the good people from this entire platform in this community. Period. That's how I feel. Even the bad people that have turned good. I'll just put it that way. Isn't that right, Walt? I'm just kidding. Walt's never been a bad person. Yeah, please do. Please do. If anybody wants to join the Discord, I don't have a waiting hold on it anymore because people grew up and started acting right. There's an email that you can send to Miss Brandy. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? SRB, can you drop that one more time? Please and thank you, dear. Or one of you. I don't want to put too much on you guys, but one of you, can you drop the link again to email Miss Brandy? If anybody wants to pop into Discord with us, please. You are welcome. I do go into Discord and have, conversations with people in there too, and meetings and so on and so forth. So Brandy's really good at doing this stuff too. There it is right there. If you email Miss Brandy or the OG Brandy at mom350 at AOL.com, title it Discord, link, and stating that I do want you guys to have your YouTube names on it so that when I do go in there, I know who you are and our mods can see who you are in there too. And we know. That's all. Even if it's just in parentheses or something, that'll be fine. If you don't want to use the name in here. That's all you got to do. Leslie, it should work out. Thank you, Jessica, very much. Uh-oh. Is it the Walt and Paula show again? Yes, guys. While we're waiting, we got 50 people in here. I think we're good now. And if anybody does pop in, they can catch up. It's no big deal. But while you all we're waiting, you guys can always pay attention to the Paula and Walt show and in the side chat. It's always so much fun. I love watching these two go back and forth. Believe me, it's always in good fun. It is, but it's hilarious. The two of them kill me. They're both hilarious. So, by the way, Walt, Dago here. Good to see you, Walt. Yes, Miss Brandy keeps a great record of all the members that jump in, when they jump in, and how. Good stuff. You guys are a mess. All right, guys. So, like I said, tonight we're going to look at, first and foremost, we're going to look at and review. Again, this is about a very special young man that's been missing now for 7 months, guys. 7 months with not just nothing. There's been nothing at all to show where Sebastian is, where Sebastian could be. There's been no evidence that has been put out proving anything, sadly. So this right here is who we're talking about tonight, guys. This young man went missing February 26th of 2024. His name is Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. This came out of Hendersonville, Sumner County, Hendersonville, Tennessee. Excuse me. He's 15 years old, weighs 120 pounds, white, brown or hazel eyes, 5'5". He's a male, of course, blondish brown hair. He could have these two different hairstyles possibly, and he wears glasses. He was last seen with a long sleeve black shirt on with a print on the front that was either Minecraft, Star Wars. I never can think of the third thing, but it was one of those things. Black sweatpants with white stripes on his sides and no shoes. That's what we were given, guys. So he's still missing 7 months later. And the weather is about to turn cold again. I don't know what's going on. Thank you, SRB. That's perfect right there. Age 15, 5'5", 120. Long black sleeve shirt, black sweatpants, white stripe, missing from Hendersonville, and he is autistic, folks. If you say his name, he will answer you or turn and look at you. If you have any tips, any information whatsoever, please dial 1-800-TBI-FINE. Do not contact Dog. Do not contact Knit the Hat. Do not contact a YouTuber whatsoever, a TikToker, anybody. Contact Sumner County or 1-800-TBI-FINE, please. That I beg of you. So again, this is who we're talking about tonight. Thank you for lighting the chat up with those green hearts in support of Sebastian Rogers. You guys, we have so many missing children and missing people out there. This is just one more. No, that's awesome, SRB. I appreciate that very much. She does a great job with that too. So thank you. That was amazing. So again, there it is. That's who it is. We've been through hell and back over this case, folks. All of us have. And at this point, we really, something needs to happen with this. You know what I'm saying? It does. And Michelle, like I said, I told you guys before, I won't sit and combat the drama with this. I won't sit and talk about the drama. You guys are a trip. And I won't sit. Okay, I won't sit and play into the drama with this. I don't care what Bullhorn Betty's doing. I don't care about any of that crap. Okay, and I don't, that's why I don't cover this very often, because that's all there is anymore. But anytime I see anybody put something out in regards to him, if I know that it's not drama related, if I believe it's not drama related, I'm going to cover it because it gives me a chance to show this and put his info out there again. So that's why we're doing it tonight. Everybody, guys, I'm going to ask you if you will please keep Mystery in your thoughts and prayers. She's a very important part of this community and this family. And a lot of us are going to be doing things to try to see if we can help her in a situation she's in right now. If you can't do that, if nothing else, please just keep her in your thoughts and prayers. And we will see what we can do, Mystery. Try to take a deep breath and try to stay calm. I understand where you're at and how you're feeling. I do. But understand that you're not alone. We are here with you, behind you, and support you 100%. And we will be doing things to try to see how we can help you in that. I promise you that, dear. If nothing else. So thank you again, everybody, for being so supportive. And Mystery, just try to relax a little bit. I know this is rough. I really do. We love you, girl. We do. I promise you, this whole community is behind you. I will be looking into some resources and some things and seeing what I can do. And like I said, if you want to email me anything, Mystery, as to what you would need or what you need to do to ensure that you can make that happen. You don't have to give me severe details, just generalized stuff so that I know what I need to do to try to figure out, okay? I'm so sorry to hear that, Stephen. God bless. Again, all of the people that have had been affected by the hurricane, anything that has done to a lot of people, guys, please keep them all in your thoughts and prayers as well. It's a horrific thing that has happened out there. It really is. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you very much. And thank you, Mystery. I know words don't change things. I promise you I get it. I just don't want you to think that you're all alone by yourself, because you're not, guys. Any of you guys ever are. So, all right. So this, again, is the gentleman that we're talking about tonight, this awesome young man right here. And well, first thing we're going to do is we're going to go over this video Michelle put out, Michelle After Dark, or Michelle Walks. I don't know if you guys know who she is. She's over in the UK. Welcome, Midwest. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. But We're going to go over that video. I want to review that with you guys and see what Michelle's talking about. And then we'll break it down from there and go from there on. As far as the conversation, I may open up phone lines. I don't know what I'll do, but we'll see what happens. Okay. Again, thank you all for being here. I really appreciate you guys. All right, let's see here. If anybody needs me to change the speed on this or anything, Michelle's kind of hard to understand at times, but she's a great person. She's got a great channel. I really appreciate her. Her link is in my the link is in the description, guys. If you would like to, I would really appreciate it. If you guys would go check out her channel as well. If you have not subscribed, please do like her videos. Michelle's a pretty smart lady. I'll tell you that right now. I've watched her for a long time. And she's definitely worth checking out, folks. She really is. Give me a second here. Like I said, this description is in my, I'm sorry, her link is in my description. My apologies. If one of the mods wants to drop Michelle's link, I would appreciate that too. Very much, ladies and gentlemen. I forgot I got a couple male mods now. That's great. Here we go. All right. Again, thank you, Michelle, for all your hard work. Wonderful to see you tonight, Midwest. Okay, and we're off.
So it is Monday morning, the 30th of September. So we're going to talk about the Sebastian Rogers case today. The footage you're seeing right now is...
I'm going to turn on the subtitles. Like I said, some people sometimes say that they have a hard time understanding Michelle. She has a bit of a UK accent, and I love it, but sometimes other people don't understand it, so... All right, let me know if everything sounds good audio-wise and all that, and on we go.
Is yesterday a little bit of breaking the rain to show you the woods. Doesn't it look much like the woods that are currently being searched by SF Investigates and a small crew who have joined him? So we're going to talk about the latest in the search, but I've been asked to review a video by several people. This video here by Silvers on the Scene. I have no idea who this person is. But this video has had 22,000 views in the last 2 days, way more than any of my Sebastian Rogers videos get.
Okay. Well, I'm going to say right out of the gate, she's reviewing the Silvers on the Scene video. I think everybody knows who he is and what we think of him. Michelle sadly doesn't. So it's not her fault. So good luck, Michelle. That's all. I want to see what she's looking at, though. This is crazy. Thank you, Mystery. So very much, hon.
So I've reviewed it. You may or may not like what I've got to say, but let's go. So we'll start with this. We'll start with this Silvers on the Scene video.
Welcome, Duolingo's kid. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. I appreciate you.
Oh, here. This guy, Silvers, appears to have been talking to people from Chris Proudfoot's job site. Oh my God, wow. I can put all that shocking new details. You can put all that in your title because it is shocking. It is absolutely shocking just how misguided this person, Silvers, is. And no, this is not an attack on Silvers, really. It's just that.
Welcome, Echo. Welcome back. It's good to see you again today. Welcome to all you meatballs for jumping in the sauce with us tonight. I appreciate you very much. And I hope you're all having a beautiful day today. Thank you so much for joining us. Duolingo, same to you.
My patience has worn very thin with this case. The stuff in this video is just as misguided as this comment that Dog the Bounty Hunter put on his Twitter a couple of days ago. This is what Dog the Bounty Hunter said on my birthday. Does Summerwell's father, Don Wells, have a familial relationship with Sebastian's mother? If you have any information, call Dog. What kind of nonsense is that? Come on.
This is why I love Michelle. Thank you for I love Michelle because she doesn't put up with stupidity, and she calls it out for what it is. Dog is even saying dumb shit like, "Is Summer Wells related to Sebastian?" What? Are you serious, guys? See, this is what I'm talking about. Here it is.
No. Look, I've done the Wells family tree back generations, many generations. No, Don Wells is not from Tennessee. And Katie's biological family come from Virginia, so yeah, close to Tennessee, you might say. But Don Wells, no. Anyhow, this Silver's on the scene. This is what he found during his investigation, like talking to people. Supposedly talked to people who know Chris. We've no idea who these people are. No idea whether this Silvers guy has just made it up because he doesn't include any recordings, doesn't include any information. It's just all anonymous sources with not even, a clip from a recording with a voice changer. Nothing. This is what this investigation has concluded. RV not at job site. Of course it wasn't. He didn't take his RV to the job site. No one's ever said he did. RV not at Memphis RV park. No, it wouldn't have been because he didn't park his RV in Memphis. He parked it over the border in Mississippi. That's the RV park that he was using. So no, the RV ain't going to be there. Shady not to trust. Who? Chris or Silvers? Because I would think I'm not going to trust this Silvers guy.
No, I'm going to tell you guys right out of the gate. Okay. I'm not one to drag or slam a creator. Everything I've seen Silvers put out has been garbage. I'm just telling you, it's ridiculous. So I'm glad Michelle is looking at it and getting the same feelings from it too. I didn't know it was about this. It's just something that somebody sent me. I said, check it out. I figured, what the hell? Let's talk about it. Gives us a reason to talk about Sebastian again. So again, yeah, I agree, Paula. I do. Welcome, Lippy. Good to see you tonight. I love your name again. And let's go forward.
Because it's nonsense. So I'm going to come back to this, relieved at 11 a.m. Arrived at 6:30, not according to Chloe, the PI who investigated this months ago. She said he arrived about 5:15, verified sources. I'd much rather believe Chloe, an actual PI doing actual work before she was fired, than this guy, who I have no idea who he is. Reported.
Exactly. That's what I've been complaining about for the longest time, that a lot of the people that were involved in Sebastian's case, the people that had credentials, the people that knew what they were doing, the people that were there to do something about this case, were ran off. Chloe, quite a few other people. I'm not saying that these were all perfect people, but they had credentials. They were there for a good reason. And one person comes in and the rest of them are gone. So Michelle is right with this point. You should believe a PI over somebody that is a nobody that comes out of nowhere and just decides to start saying things. Remember that, folks.
That his focus was off, unlike other days. Of course, his focus would have been off on the morning of the 26th of February. Why might it be? Why might that be? Is it because his stepson was missing? Is it because he was waiting to be relieved before he could travel the 3.5 hours from Memphis to Hendersonville? Is that why his focus was off? I'd be distracted as well, wouldn't you? If your stepson was missing, you were waiting for news, you were anxious, but didn't report Sebastian missing to his work. Well, yes, he did. He might not have told every single colleague going around like telling everybody, oh, my stepson's missing, oh, my stepson's missing, oh, my stepson's missing. No, who are you going to tell? You're going to tell like your line manager, your supervisor, because you need to leave. So who are you going to tell? You're going to tell somebody who can arrange for you to be relieved and your job covered, your duties covered. We know Sebastian hasn't been seen or heard from for 7 months, but on the morning of the 26th of February, Chris might have been thinking, well, we're going to find him. You tell your supervisor that you need to be covered, but then you keep in touch with them. You're not going to tell every single colleague, are you? No. Okay. And then he was relieved at 11 a.m. All right, let's listen.
Chris Proudfoot, allegedly, in my opinion, based on what I was told, gets off the phone and goes to work.
He was already at work when he got the call. He was already at work. You see?
Okay. And see, this is why I don't like this guy, because he puts out misinformation every day. Everything he does has some form of misinformation in it. And that, again, folks, does not help Sebastian's case. So once again, here we are.
You've got to make it that he arrived at 6:30 after Katie rang him. You have to make that fit. You have to make this new, shocking, oh my God, wow timeline fit that Chris didn't bother
Welcome,
and he went to
Teresa.
work. No, he was already at work when he got the call.
Hours later is still working. I'm just visualizing moving those levers and picking up that steel. And
Yeah, he was still working until he got
Welcome, welcome.
relieved. Was his focus off? Yes. Was he distracted? Yes. Was he stressed? Yes. Why? Because his stepson was missing.
that iron or whatever he's lifting it up to where they can put it. He's working, and his stepson is missing.
He's working until he's relieved. Are you going to be more happy with him if he just left and didn't tell anyone and he just left and left everyone in the lurch? Or did he do the responsible thing and wait for relief? Yeah, he waited for relief.
Ladies and gentlemen, what is going on? Are you 4.5 hours later? Now, here's the question I have. He was relieved. Not his doing. He didn't say, raise my hand, stepson's missing, get someone over here for me.
Well, how would his supervisor, line manager, foreman, whoever, know to relieve him? Because it's not that his shift finished at 11 a.m., is it? No. They had to get relief in. So how would they know to relieve him if he'd never told them? Are they
No, Walt, we are reviewing Michelle's video, and Michelle is in turn reviewing Silver's on the scene. Silver's is a guy, yes.
telepathic? Did they, I don't know, get a news from the spirit box? Oh, come on. He told someone he needed to be relieved. He waited and carried on working without focus because he was stressed until he was relieved. Then he did the journey. So if he was relieved at 11 a.m., that kind of makes sense because he got into Hendersonville in the early afternoon. There you go. I've reviewed it. It's nonsense. Nearly 1,500 comments. Time to tell the world. His co-workers even said, Shady, do not trust him. According to this Silvers, who everyone's just believing with absolutely no evidence. Holy crap, he didn't tell his work about Sebastian missing. Well, how do you think someone knew to relieve him? He's not going to tell every single colleague. He's going to tell the person who has the authority to arrange for relief. Dear me. All right, moving on. The actual search for Sebastian Rogers has been conducted this week by SF Investigates and a small crew of YouTubers. And oh my God, wow, also Chris and Katie, who have been assisting in the search. Oh no, not Chris and Katie. So this is SF Investigates. He's left today to go and assist with the search for people missing in East Tennessee as a result of that horrific weather. Absolutely horrendous. Have you seen the footage from it? It's crazy. Anyway, here's an updated drone mapping for the Sebastian Rogers case. A land area to the east has been added, as well as a section of Long Hollow Road. The unfortunate reality is all options need to be explored. We are now mapping 100 feet on either side of the main roads in case Sebastian was walking the roadway at night in all black and was involved in a hit and run, possibly ending up off the side of the road. That was one of my early theories, actually, that he'd been the victim of a hit and run. It was something that I thought, that strange thing that Chief Deputy Eric Craddock said to Nick Barris. We've been told by Seth and Chris that it was a trash truck, you know, the lights, the flashlights video, that it was a trash truck on Honeysuckle, but Eric Craddock wouldn't confirm it and said he didn't know if it was going to be relevant in the future, or words to that effect, I'm paraphrasing. And I thought maybe one of their theories is that he was hit by a trash truck. That's why, because it might be evidence in future. I don't know. It was one of my theories. So yeah, wearing black. Might not see him, like walking along the side of a road.
And that is actually an interesting theory, you guys, to be honest with you. That is, but I think if that did happen, I think they would have found something at this point. If he would have been hit by something, a vehicle of any sort, they would have had to have found him, in my opinion. I'm just saying. Just an opinion.
Tragic to think about, but this is a reality we must face. The updated map can be viewed at the link below. Due to time constraints, I have not yet scanned the roadways, as I need to head back out this morning to map more roads leading from the house before leaving for Eastern Tennessee to assist with search and rescue efforts. If you notice anything on the map, please let me know. I would also like to note that Chris and Katie searched with us all day yesterday. They were present when we mapped Long Hollow and are aware of the reasoning behind it. Everyone hopes that Sebastian will be found safe and that someone may have him, but all possibilities need to be explored. I continue to believe that if it's not an abduction, Sebastian will be within 150 feet of a road or an established walking path in the woods or near a creek. That makes sense. Unless you're completely and totally and utterly lost and you start to try and, take shortcuts and stuff like that, and then you get hooked.
And that's okay, Terry. It's understood. If you're not sure of something, or you're not, you don't know something, just ask. I'm sure somebody in here knows. I know quite a bit about it, and quite a few people do. So anything you're not sure of, just ask somebody. We have no problems telling you. That's all.
Hopelessly lost in the deep woods. That is possible. People just get totally turned around and, you know, go off the road or go off the path thinking that they're, you know, taking a shortcut, and they get into bother that way. That's also an issue. I'm not saying I've ever done that myself. Maybe I've done that myself. All right. He is unlikely to be deep in the terrain. The footage we have released may appear to show deep woods, but it's all within 150 feet of a road or grassy area that can be easily walked, even without shoes. Oh, no, not without shoes. No, no one would ever go without shoes. He may have had shoes on. It's a 50-50 for me. I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to Stephen, Cletus, and Clue for showing up every day, putting in long hours, and showing such dedication to Sebastian. I want to thank Crimson for coming out on her day off to help with the search. The dedication of these individuals is truly heartwarming. Additionally, I thank Chris and Katie for not only searching with us, but also for sitting down to answer all our questions with honesty and willingness to cooperate. Oh, no. Oh, my God. Wow. They're finally cooperating. No, they've cooperated all along. It's just you guys who are trying every which way to make them guilty. Don't listen. How many people will unsubscribe after this video? Dear me. I will continue mapping the other roads today and then leave for Eastern Tennessee, where assistance and thermal drones are urgently needed to locate the missing and their pets. Use the zoom controls built into the cloud interface to keep the best resolution. Here we are. This is it. So I showed you how to use this map. If you're not sure, in my live stream the other day, which honestly didn't get many views, but it's not drama, so of course it won't. So open the map up like that. This is the area that we checked in my live stream the other day. This area.
Great point, SR.
But we've also got a section here to the east. So this is the construction site. This is where Sebastian lives. This is the construction site. This is Ward Lane here. It's a bit to the east. Don't know why they've done this bit to the east. Not sure. So I don't know what's there. But if you go right in, you ain't going to be able to see much through those trees, are you? And then along this roadway here. So this is Long Hollow. This is Long Hollow. So this section of road. I mean, it's just, you know, exploring every possible scenario. I don't personally think he's going to be along this section of road because of the properties. That someone would have found him. But all options have to be explored. So those are the people who've been out there. Completed another day of searching and mapping areas of interest. I want to thank Stephen, Cletus, Clue, Crimson, Chris and Katie for all their help over the past week. I will be leaving in the next 2 hours to assist with the search missing flood victims in Eastern Tennessee. We'll return to Hendersonville within the next 2 weeks. Sebastian, despite those who are making a mockery of your case, yes, we know who you are, and trying to capitalise on your situation, we vow to continue searching for you and seeking answers. Now I need to go buy supplies to get through the next few days in Eastern Tennessee while searching for victims of the flood. Being in contact with authorities and searchers, and the situation is dire. All your support is needed in the form of positive thoughts. Yeah, it's horrendous. I mean, look, too bad CP and KP can't just tell the truth of what happened to Sebastian. Oh, unbelievable. Unbelievable. But yeah, I'm there in spirit. If I wasn't 4,000 miles away, I would be there. But I'm 4,000 miles away, so this is the best I can do. Raise awareness, keep Sebastian's name out there with the real things that are going on in his case and not this nonsense. But if you ask me to review something, I will take a look at it, however much nonsense it is and however many subscribers I lose.
It's absolutely amazing. This is who Michelle is. This is why I love Michelle. She doesn't hold back. She's honest about it. She gives you the truth, and she's absolutely right, especially about this. I need new glasses. These things are scratched all to hell, guys. I don't know how, but they are. Anyway, so yeah, she's right on point with him, 100%.
Hey, it is what it is. All right. Let me know your thoughts in the comments, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye, guys.
Go girl. Go girl. She's there. Come on.
So the title on it was sarcastic, and I get it, and that's another reason why I love Michelle. She's right. She's absolutely right. Okay. It was more bullshit that Silver's put out. I hope nobody follows him in a serious tone by any means whatsoever, because it's not. And in fact, the stuff that he does is kind of dangerous to this case, in my opinion. I'm surprised he hasn't been shut down yet. It's a joke. There's no reason for any of it that he puts out, really, other than to gather his views. And this is what I'm gonna show you guys something real quick, okay? I want to show you why I don't do what I do, or why I don't do what they do. There's just a few people that do this stuff, and it drives me nuts. Okay. Now, Silver's on the scene, has been rolling around town on this case from when he came out. This is his channel. Okay. 22 hours ago, he puts up a video. Okay. And this video is questions for Chris Proudfoot. What are you hiding? What did you do? What do we got here? 9,364 views. This guy's got 7,000 subscribers. Okay. 9,000 views, folks. Let's back up for a minute. So this is complete total clickbait. Sebastian Rogers, possible location after 155 days gone. Horn Lake. 26,000 views. Okay. Let's see if he's got any more like this. Sebastian Rogers, my theory, allegedly. I hope I'm wrong. 18,000 views, 21,000 views, 23,000 views. This is big. This is big. New information from the job site. What did they say? Nothing that we don't already know. So this guy is putting stuff out that is misinformation, complete misinformation, and clickbaity in some senses. Okay, to get views. That's all this is. It's just to get views. And what he's doing is wrong, guys. We know it's wrong, and it's caused nothing but, in my opinion, people to look at things and go, "Oh my God, they found him," and stuff like that. And that's not what we need to be doing. So I'm just warning you, if you choose to subscribe to him to watch him, that's on you. I'm not going to tell you not to. I'll never do that. Be warned and be careful. Most of what he says is not true. Okay, that's all I'm saying. And I don't typically drag creators. Okay, and I won't. But right now, I'm going to tell you that this guy is full of shit. Gratefully full of shit. Too much shit. So just be careful if you guys decide to watch. And that's exactly what Michelle basically put out about his last video, that it's bullshit. Okay, and that's what it is. And this is stuff like this that takes everybody away from paying attention to Sebastian, which we won't do. So let's see here. I'm trying to find anything new since we're talking about him. And if not, we'll just have a general conversation with him. Okay, so 3 weeks ago. God, I really would love to see this kid come home, I'm telling you. Really would. All right, so 11 days ago. Let's check this out real quick. So this is kind of new. I don't know if we saw this yet or not, but we're going to check it out real quick anyway, because it is my peeps over at Court TV that did it. Basically, it's about dog coming out, but hey, it is what it is. Any way to speak out Sebastian's name, since we're in here doing it, I'm going to do it. Clark Q, congrats and welcome to the Swiss. We got another meatball in the house, and thank you so much, guys. For those of you that have become members recently, we appreciate you. We love you, and we're happy to have you as part of this family. Right. I'm not telling you guys to not watch him. I will never tell you guys what to do. Watch with caution. That's all I'm saying. He definitely needs to go away. He's not helping at all. And we can talk about that night if you guys want to here in a minute. But I'm just saying, let's check this out real quick, see what they're saying.
Welcome back to Opening Statements. I'm Julie Grant. This morning, we are shining the spotlight on the search for missing teen Sebastian Rogers. In just a moment, we're going to be talking to Dog the Bounty Hunter, who is helping in Sebastian's search. He's helping Sebastian's father, Seth Rogers, look for his missing son. And a little later in the show, I'm going to be speaking with Seth Rogers, who has not given up on finding his son.
He needs to call 911. And if somebody has him, you need to give him back. He's my son. And he doesn't belong to nobody, but damn it, he's mine.
Now, the teen with autism has been missing since February from the Hendersonville, Tennessee home that he shared with his mother and with his stepfather. I want to welcome in now our very special guest, Dwayne Chapman, a.k.a. Dog the Bounty Hunter, and he's also accompanied by his attorney, Bruce Castor. Good morning to you both. Dog, I want to begin with you, please. When you think about, all of the things that could have happened with Sebastian, I want to ask you, based on all of the facts and information that you know, what is your theory, the theory of the case that you have, and what is helping you and aiding in your pursuit of him?
Well, two questions. The theory is, my theory, the only theory that I have is he's missing. Whether he's still alive or not, that's not, I thought in the beginning that he might be alive, and the more tips we have, the more people, the more things we're figuring out, he might not be alive. So, it's not my theory of how I find people. Sometimes it's completely different than what I think. And the way we find him and help is someone, we know there's two people that were involved in his disappearance, but someone else has to know. And $100,000 reward that's been put up is, $1/10,000,000. That's a lot of money. So we're waiting on we have 833 Tail Dog. My partner, Nick the Hat, has got his number out there. We're waiting for someone to call in on the tip line and give us a real live tip.
Doug, would you give us an update, please, on any good information that's come in so far? Has anything you've received in the way of tips been at all viable?
Well, my lawyer's giving me stink eye. I better watch my mouth because, allegedly, that's the word, allegedly.
Sure.
Allegedly, it was people need to read the facts. How'd the boy get out the back? How come no one did anything? Why was the stepfather threatening people that were out looking for the boy? Volunteers were out there and he was threatening them.
Okay, so here we are with somebody that doesn't know, once again, doesn't have any information. Or he's got the information wrong. Jesus.
Is there a family tie between either side of the family, between sexual perversion really bad? I mean, there's a lot of things that the public can look at before, it goes to a jury. And all roads lead to Rome.
Doug, tell us about the roads that you've been walking along in your search. Would you kind of bring us into your world? What have you...
Now, hold on 1 minute here. FARQ. Been a member for 3 months and just re-upped again. Congrats and happy Dagoversary, FARQ. Thank you so much for that. And then FARQ gifted 5 memberships to the cafe. Let's check something real quick, y'all. I'll be right back with that for you. Let me see. Let's see here. FARQ. Looks like Jaded 847. Summer Thunder got one. Miss Morty got one. That's awesome. A one-way street. And Angie Savage. Congratulations, guys. For those of you that received those memberships, welcome to the sauce. I am wonderfully grateful to have you here. And I absolutely appreciate that more than you know, FARQ. That's amazing. Thank you so much again for that. God bless. That's so very generous and awesome of you. Thank you. Thank you, FARQ, my friend from down under. We appreciate you so much, too. Grateful to have you here. So let's go back to this. Again, I'm going to ask you guys that everything that Dog has said, please take that with a grain of salt because he's obviously been misinformed and does not have the right information in some senses. And now FARQ's leaving. Well, you didn't have to do all that and then leave. FARQ, thank you so much. I hope to see you back. Be safe out there. And we will see you soon. God bless. Thank you so much, FARQ. And now, Miss Kel, happy Dagoversary to you for 6 months. That's awesome. Kel, we love you. Appreciate you. And we love having you here. That's awesome, FARQ. We love you here. Appreciate you very much. Be safe out there, dear, please. All right. Whoa. Okay. A little bit of an ego there. No, this is it came, one of my grandkids had it. It was like a bag of bone type things you get to build a skeleton with. It's a really good back scratcher. I'm just saying, and I like to mess with things. So yeah, it's kind of wild. I told you guys we have a lot of Halloween stuff. Just saying. All right, let's check this out then. I have to reshare this, guys. Sorry. All right. You know, Mama Bear, you're welcome to join me. It's not that late yet. Just saying. Jeez. You don't see it?
You. Everybody wants to take that bet with you. And so tell us, does that put any pressure on you? Tell me, does it fuel your fire? What do you think when you hear so much confidence from the public in you and in the work that you do?
Well, that incites me. I get all excited because I am the greatest bounty hunter in the world. No one can ever catch over 10,000 fugitives. No one. FBI works Monday through Friday. The marshals are the only ones come close, and they got to have 12. I'm sorry, marshals, but they're the more it just gets us excited, gets us crazy. And I have a team. My Francie helps me. Many people help me, Nick the Hat, my team. And then I have one of the greatest lawyers in the world for this particular.
Probably Terry, because they don't want him to say certain things, and they're probably directing him as to what not to say or to say so that he doesn't get himself sued. So that's probably why. That's just my opinion. I'll be honest with you. I don't know for sure, Terry, but that's an opinion.
Subject. I mean, this guy is like, it's just incredible. So anywhere you go, you must have a good lawyer in this business. So please, let's pass this on to him.
Isn't that the truth? And Bruce, I'm not just saying this. I said to Doug when we were doing his mic check right before the show, what a fine lawyer he has in you. So I know legally he's in great hands. Bruce, anything that you would like to add? I know you're here primarily to accompany Doug with this appearance. Is there anything that you think that's important to note with respect to the search and Doug's involvement in leading the charge to help Seth Rogers find Sebastian?
Well, as a more than 3-decade law enforcement official myself in Pennsylvania, the former district attorney and former attorney general, I know what the local authorities must be feeling and the frustration they must be feeling. And I know from my own experience that sometimes you need to rely on people like Dog experts that are willing to give their time and energy to come and assist law enforcement in doing their job. And, I'm stunned when I learned about the facts of this case that the young boy has left the home of his mother and his stepfather, and they don't seem to be particularly broken up about that. I'm sure that is sticking in the minds of a lot of people and want to know what the answer to that is. I also was struck by the fact that the people doing the search, Dog, Nick the Hat, and some of the other people are facing death threats and other problems against their safety. And these are things that just can't happen. I mean, we need to encourage people when they put up money for a reward to try to get people to call in. That's not any kind of impropriety. That's good citizenship. That's what we want to encourage. And people who do things to deter that are, in my judgment, not being good Americans. And we have very fine people, Dog and Nick and the whole crew are doing a tremendous job. And from where I sit, if it gets any worse, I'm going to recommend that they take legal action, because this is totally unreasonable. And law enforcement and the community working together will solve this crime.
Right. Oh, amen. Bruce, I am with you 100%. When you said death threats, right away, my jaw dropped.
Can you guys not hear me? Or can you hear me? Is there something wrong with this? Hold on. Oh, okay.
That is criminal to do that, as you know. I, like yourself, served in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania as a prosecutor, and anybody making those kind of threats should be held accountable legally. You are right. And the threats don't solve the problem, do they? All they do is take everybody a step back, the good people who are searching for this young boy. With respect to Sebastian, Doug, I want to ask you, realistically, how confident are you in being able to bring Sebastian home?
Well, again, in the very beginning, I thought he might still be with us. It seems like, Sebastian has to have medication for sleep and other things, okay? And we have checked everywhere if those prescriptions have been renewed. And so far, they have not. So, again, everything is up in the air. You hope, I lost a little girl, Barbara Katie, and I, hope that she wasn't gone, and she was. So I don't, it is, who knows? We all pray to God that he's, somewhere safe and we'll find him. But when someone gets on whatever it is, TV, internet and everything, and says, I guarantee you, Dog will never find Sebastian. So many series on A&E, CMT, WGN, my show, we never missed one guy. A couple have gotten away because they died. So never have we ever missed. And for someone to come on and say, Dog will never, ever find him, yeah, why? You're guilty. Why? Because you did something to him. Why? You again, allegedly is soon to become, with the jury of their peers, a conviction. And so I'm maybe more after that than I am anything else. We've got to find out who was involved in Sebastian's disappearance.
Preach, Doug, preach. And we are so sorry for the loss of your beautiful daughter, Barbara Katie. That is a pain that I think is unimaginable unless you've gone through it and you.
First and foremost, I'm going to say this guy is really aggressive, okay? And I don't think he's going to find him either. But it's not because of anything that he's done wrong. I just don't think that he's cut out for this type of stuff, especially him personally. Maybe his team. I just don't think they'll find him, truly. But here's the thing. If you could get tips on who took him or abducted him or what happened, I think everybody else could find him too, Dog. So you're not any better than anybody else when it comes to that. That's not what we need. We need to understand the situation with Sebastian and what happened. That's all there is to it. So you're not going to do any different just because your name's Dog the Bounty Hunter than anybody else has. Hell, if I had that information, I could find it myself. You know what I mean? I mean, that's pretty simple there. Duh. And I'm not trying to be an ass here, guys, but like, Jesus, you're not doing much here, guys. I'm just saying he's not. So kind of bugs me. I'll say that. Granted, his show was entertaining at times, but this here is not your forte, in my opinion. Calm down, Brandy. He's one of us.
Certainly understand that enormous pain that comes with burying a child. And so our hearts go out to you for that and continuing with your resilience in life and in your profession. And speaking of parenting, we're going to be welcoming in Sebastian's father, Seth Rogers, in just a couple of moments. Dog is going to stay with us. Seth is going to be joining us. We're going to hit that break and be right back. And later in the show, we're going to take you to Mississippi, where the state's rebuttal case begins in the deadly daughter murder trial.
Particles of gunshot residue were positively identified.
I will say I am curious to see if Seth has anything new to offer towards this, anything to put out for anybody. Mama Duck, good to see you. I'm pretty sure I agree with you on that. That I don't think he ever has found a missing child. He doesn't go after missing kids. He goes after people that have skipped, bounties, that people have skipped court. And all of that was scripted. Just saying. And maybe if he would have came in from the start, Dane, or you know what I mean? Of course, that's a great point right there. Why did you not come out in the very beginning of this? Why did you wait till 7 months later? I don't understand. I personally think that he's trying to rebuild an audience for a new show, possibly, or something to regain the respect of America. That's what I think he's trying to do. And I'm not saying he's wrong for that, but let's not do it off the backs of this guy right here, okay? If you're going to help, help. If you really think you can do something, do it. If not, then step away because that doesn't help.
Decided that he wanted to step into a mound of what he thought was dirt, and it was fire ants. And since then, it's always been, he doesn't like to get his feet in the dirt. He likes to have his socks and shoes on.
Welcome back to Opening Statements. I'm Julie Grant. We're talking about what, if anything, can tip the scales of justice when it comes to finding missing teen Sebastian Rogers. Will somebody come forward with some new information? Will Dog the Bounty Hunter and his crew find some important clues? Still with
Exactly, SRB. That's the best way to put that, hon. I agree with you.
me, Dwayne Chapman, a.k.a. Dog the Bounty Hunter. Want to welcome in also Seth Rogers' attorney, Tony Mathis, and we're working on getting Seth Rogers reconnected. Full disclosure, my friends, this is the world of live TV. We had Seth with us a moment.
Whoa. Did you guys hear that? Tony's not a damn attorney. That's misrepresentation in itself. I hope Tony didn't put himself out there and tell them that because he sure as hell ain't no attorney. Wow. How about that, folks? Let me replay that just to make sure I heard that right. There's the guy right there, Sebastian.
Dwayne Chapman, a.k.a. Dog the Bounty Hunter. Want to welcome in also Seth Rogers' attorney, Tony Mathis, and we're working.
That's what she said. He is definitely not an attorney, folks. Please don't ever think that. That man is not an attorney. And yes, he's definitely aged. I agree with that, Terry. Zoinks. Wow, now he's being called an attorney. What a joke. Okay. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Let's see here. Where is it? Here it is. There it is.
Working on getting Seth Rogers reconnected. Full disclosure, my friends, this is the world of live TV. We had Seth with us a moment ago and his signal dropped out. So we're going to be welcoming Seth in as soon as we can. Doug, let's kind of pick up where we left off in the last segment. You and your attorney, Bruce Castor, were sharing how with the tip line, there are also some death threats that are coming in. And so we wanted to kind of clarify that, please. Are they coming in on the tip line or are these death threats coming in other forms?
You know, really, I don't know. I mean, that's one thing my whole career people have threatened to kill and destroy and this, and I'm a this and I'm a that. So I really don't pay any attention to that unless they're within 100 yards. And then my wife, Francie, she's a dead shot. So, you know, really, we don't care. Everywhere she goes, she packs.
I agree, Paul.
A real gun everywhere. We're in Florida. We go to different states. That's a pistol packing mama. So, and there's more than 9 shots in her gun. So we don't worry about that, you know, because God, I'm on a mission from God. And if someone takes me out, then the next breath I have will be in the arms of Jesus. So come on with it, you know.
You're unafraid. I love it. Unafraid and such a man of faith. That's really admirable, Doug. Tony Mathis, let me talk to you, please. As we're working to get your client, Seth Rogers, Sebastian's father, all ready to join us. What do you think is important for everyone to know at this point in the search for Sebastian, Tony?
Julie, first off, let me correct you. I am his spokesperson. I'm certainly not an attorney.
Oh, we got some wrong information. I'm sorry. Thank you for that correction.
Dog, I
Good
hope
boy,
you're doing okay
Tom.
today, brother. So we,
Yes, sir, brother. You know.
we think that what's important right now is we're finally starting to get an enormous amount of horsepower in this case. When Dog and Nick came in, they came in with a team of social media people, a team of investigators, a team of a legal team, and the case literally went nationwide overnight. So we're kind of getting reorganized. We're getting refocused. We're trying to get the people that want to be involved in this case refocused, where we've got one goal and one mission. And the truth is, you know, everybody.
Mama Duck, I'm going to tell you right now, anything you say about Tony is not going to get you in trouble in this channel. That's a promise. We're not real big fans of Tony in here, Mama. So don't worry about that, okay? You never have to worry about that. That's fact. Anyway, so I'm glad he corrected that. That was big of him, at least, because he knew people were going to go at him if he didn't. Yes, Missouri knows Tony very well. That's true, Doodle.
Involved in the search. We don't all have to like each other or get along, but as long as we've got a common goal, then I think with Dog leading the charge, we can win here.
Finding Sebastian, exactly, Tony. And we have Seth.
May I interrupt real quick?
Go ahead, Doug.
May I interrupt? So, brother, let's get down to the real nitty gritty and let's don't do the blame game. But who do you guys think was responsible for Sebastian's disappearance? Everybody was blaming it on his father in the beginning. Everybody thought he wasn't at work. He wasn't a real sheriff. And all that now has been proven. So what would you guys say without getting, sued? My lawyer will take care of you. I don't think that's a conflict of interest, but
and we have just a couple seconds left. Just cautioning you. Yeah, quickly, Tony.
Okay.
We're not going to make a statement on that.
Okay. And I think we have Seth's audio, I'm being told. We don't have a video signal, but Seth, if you're there, we have a couple of seconds. Where is your head this morning, Seth?
Just trying to mull over all the intelligence that has come in to try to find out if any of it's going to lead me to my son.
Right. Are you hopeful this morning, Seth?
I'm hopeful every morning.
That's the way to be.
I'm hopeful every night.
Anything you want to say to everyone who's searching and wants to find Sebastian and bring him home?
I appreciate everybody that's goal-oriented in finding my son. Sebastian is the only goal. Finding him is the only thing that matters to me.
We are out of time. Thank you all. Let's bring Sebastian home.
So that was a train wreck. Okay. Oh, good God Almighty, you guys! I wish this child would come. I wish we could find this kid. I really do. I wish somebody would find this child and bring him home, and he'd be safe and sound, and we could move away from this mess. It's turned into such a cat fight. It really does. Really has. You dated what, Mama Duck? An erection specialist? He knew Tony and did not have nice things to say. Most people that know Tony don't have nice things to say. Okay, so I get it. Yeah, I gotta wonder what that was too. Sorry, I've never seen that before ever. Sorry, Mama Duck. Yeah, there was quite a few misinformation pieces in there, and Dog can't come out there and that was I was waiting to see if Tony was going to respond to that comment, because that would have been a bad move. Thank God he didn't on their part. Excuse me very much. If just one person gives them a tip and it helps, then let them do their thing. I agree, Sherry. That's the whole reason. If they're doing anything and they're not hurting anybody, keep the misinformation out of it and stop taking people in different directions. But if you're not hurting anybody and you're actually helping, do your thing. That's facts. I'll say that. Sherry's right about that. So just saying. So again, guys, one more time, SRB, I'm going to ask you if you'll throw that up for me again, because I want to do this again. Because this, again, is our focus, as it always should have been and always is. Should be anybody's and nothing but. This is who we're here for today. This is who we're talking about today. This is who we need to bring home. And if anybody has any information or comes up with any information, they need to contact 1-800-TBI-FIND, or they need to contact Sumner County Sheriff's Department, please. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers went missing February 26th, guys. Again, he is 120 pounds, brown or hazel eyes. He's a very handsome white young man, blondish brown hair, height 5'5", and is male, of course. There it is. Thank you very much, SRB. 15 years old, 5'5", 120. Was last seen wearing a long sleeve black t-shirt with a print on the front that was either Minecraft, Star Wars, or one of these days I'll remember the other one. Black sweatpants with white stripe on his side, no shoes, missing from Hendersonville, Tennessee. He is autistic, folks. If you see him or you believe it's him, say his name, and if he looks at you, you contact 1-800-TBI-FIND, or if he responds to you, or Sumner County Sheriff's Department. Please do not contact Dog Bounty Hunter, Nick the Hat, any YouTuber whatsoever or TikToker, only contact those 2 numbers. I'm asking everyone, please, to do that. That's all I'm saying. So there again is why we were here to talk about that today. Since we do have some time left, we're going to jump into something else as well that is just as important, guys. In the flyer, there is the link for the flyer. Yes, thank you, SRB. That's awesome. Yes, keep your head on a swivel, folks. If you're out and about and you live it anywhere at this point, he could be anywhere after 7 months. I don't care if you're in Alaska, California, Florida, Kentucky, Hawaii. I don't care where you're at. If you see somebody that looks like this child, say, hey, Sebastian, see if he looks at you. If he responds to you, pick up your phone and dial 911 or call those numbers right now. Do not attempt to approach this child or anybody he could be with. That could be very dangerous for him. So please don't do that. That's all I'm saying, everybody. And I really appreciate you guys being here to support this again. One more time, if we could, just one more time tonight before we switch subjects. Could you please light the chat up with a bunch of green hearts, folks, to show our love and support for Sebastian. Sebastian has become the world's child in some senses, because he just has. So thank you all very much. Moderators, I appreciate all the link dropping and everything you've done with this too. And that's it, guys. That's where we're at with it for tonight. And we do have more to talk about for sure. So, and I want to thank Michelle After Dark, Michelle Walks, for reviewing that video and calling it what it was. Bullshit. So once again, it doesn't help in this case. People that are out there doing what that guy is doing, it just doesn't help at all. There does not need to be any blaming going on right now as far as the parents go or anything like that. There needs to be finding going on, and that's finding this young man right here. Nothing more, nothing less. Thank you guys so very much for that. Again, thank you for the link for the flyers. If you guys want to print out some flyers, guys, and put them up in your areas, please do. Please do. You can't go wrong there. So that's a link for it. Thank you guys. Are so amazing for this. God bless every one of you guys for caring and for being here to support finding this young man, as we do for every person and a child that we want to look for that is missing, folks. I appreciate that very much from all of you. I really do. You guys are amazing. Moon Lover. Okay, Walt's typing green hearts. That means everything, Walt. I get it, buddy. So there again, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, missing since February 26th, guys. We're 7 months into this. It is time to put an end to it. He needs to come home. Keep him and all 3 of the parents in your thoughts and prayers, as well as anybody that has put the time and effort in to be on the ground searching for this child, all the law enforcement and EMS workers, all the SAR teams that have been out looking for him. Please keep them all in your thoughts and prayers. Every single person, okay? Because that is what matters. Thank you guys so much for that. I really do appreciate your support in that sense. So, let's see here. Yeah, it seemed easier, didn't it, Walt? That is you. I love you, Walt. You're an amazing dude. Let me see here. Let me find my uploads, my downloads. Give me one moment, folks. Okay, so since we are in this mode tonight, guys, Arctic Fox, another amazing creator. I wish you could join us tonight. Welcome, Miss Crystal. Good to see you. I hope you're cooking a good meal tonight. And I'm glad that you're here with us. Thank you, everyone, again, for those hearts and just for being here. We appreciate you so much. Arctic put out a video the other night that kind of kicked me back into gear on something. And I don't know how many of you are familiar with Lena Keel. Little girl's been missing for 3 years plus. Okay. He put out a great video on this, and I want to bring more information on her out and get some people to pay some attention to this as well. It doesn't get anywhere near and hasn't gotten anywhere near enough attention on her case, in my opinion. So I looked into it a little bit, and I'm gonna put some stuff out now for you guys to see and hear that can maybe help in this situation to bring a voice to it again and bring you awareness to the fact that this little angel is missing and still is missing, and there's still no answers to it. So let's check it out.
December 20th, 2021, somewhere between 4 and 5 p.m., a season of joy gets rattled. A little girl named Lena Sadark Hill cannot be found. She lived here in this apartment complex, and to this date, she is still a missing person. In this episode of Unsolved San Antonio, one day, the case of Lena Sadark Hill. So all of this was happening during the holiday. Perhaps you missed the news report or saw her picture, saw her name, but do not know how deeply this impacts her family, the community, and investigators. So let's go back, then move forward, and hopefully inspire answers that will bring Lena home.
San Antonio police are desperately searching for a missing 3-year-old girl.
They are looking for Lena Sadark Hill.
Breaking news, San Antonio police just releasing new images of a 3-year-old girl who went missing.
And talk about an early morning wake-up call from FBI agents, because residents here, they got a knock on the door.
We have every available
Thank you, Phil.
in the police department working on this case right now. So we are sparing no assets, no resources in trying to find 3-year-old Lena.
Never had anything like this happen in our community before. We need to really, really protect our children because this is happening more and more often.
Does he remember the last time that he saw Lena?
آخری زلچتا لینا لیدلې وکړه.
هماغه ورځ تقریبا د ورځې پوهېږم 1 بجو که 2 بجې شمال.
It was the same day that she got disappeared. It was around 1 or 2 in the afternoon.
What was she doing? Was she playing? Was she trying to hug him? What happened?
څه کول په ورځ باندې؟
ما سره غېږ کې وه، که هغې وخت کې زه نوی راغلم ټریپ نه ما سره به نشته.
Okay, he says that he recently came returned from work, and she was in his lap. She was playing with him.
And
that was the last time he saw her.
The beginning hours, the beginning moments of her going missing, I mean, we started fast. I mean, we had resources on the scene. We pulled in resources from the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and then when nobody was coming up with anything, it was like you're kind of left shaking your head as well, when is something going to give? When is this going to break?
So he says that since this whole area is occupied by the newly arrived Afghan refugees, himself included. So initially he thought he might have been taken by one of the Afghan families. It's very normal back in the country. If if a kid is missing, somebody would take them, and if they see the news that somebody's missing, they would gladly bring back the kid to that family. So he thought that definitely somebody's going to get back to them maybe until morning because they spend the whole night awake. But then when it didn't happen during the day, like till 12, then he told the FBI people, it seems like she has been kidnapped. She's not coming back, and nobody has reached out back to the families.
Right behind me, you see officers right here. They've been checking drivers.
Is everybody seeing and hearing this okay? Please and thank you. Hold on, guys. I got to
licenses. They've been searching those cars.
We didn't want anything to get in or out of that complex without us knowing what was in the vehicle.
They did want to search my home, so I told them yes.
We checked everywhere. We checked dumpsters. We checked closets. We searched every single apartment in that complex, some more than once. We had.
For those of you that just stepped in, I'm sorry. I figured since we had some time and we're done covering Sebastian's, that we could look into Lena Sadar Keel, who's been missing for years now, since 2021. I figured why waste the time when we can put this out as well. So that's what we're looking at now.
Cadaver dogs going through that apartment complex.
But he said that initially when they had the questions, for him it was easy to answer because, you know, he wasn't to be blamed for in a way, or he wasn't the suspect.
We have to eliminate any potential suspects.
He thought maybe they're crazy. They're asking me questions like about my own daughter.
In those days, those first few days, were you pretty confident that your department was going to find her?
I would say within the first few hours, I was confident. They brought in resources that we don't have. For example, the dive team, and they have contacts all over the country that can assist if we need to follow a lead out that far. They brought in a team of profilers to figure out who might have been involved in this. It may give us a person to take a little harder look at. And if a lead takes us to an individual like that, as described by an FBI profiler, then that gives us even more information to go on to look at.
Can you talk about the person of interest at the beginning of the investigation? I know at one point there was a person of interest.
There was, and I don't want to go into too much detail about that, but there was, and all of the areas and individuals that have attracted more attention from us, we've checked them out thoroughly to make sure that we weren't missing anything. So, but right now we're left empty-handed.
So there's zero person of interest as we speak.
I don't want to talk about that part of it right now.
So even with the addition of the FBI, those days turned into months, the months into a year.
He calls her the life of the family. When I look at some of the pictures and the videos and how animated she was, I see that. And I see that part of their heart is missing.
He thought that he would have a better life when he comes to the States from Afghanistan. If he was in Afghanistan, maybe Lena might have been with them.
As a case manager for refugees, it's been even harder to see how they don't understand the system. They don't know culturally about what to do and what to say.
He thought that definitely the life is going to be much, much better than it was back then, at home. But it's not. It has been, unfortunately, the other way around for them.
And the anger has been mine as well, as to why law enforcement's not keeping up with them as they should. Why aren't any answers being given to them?
And that's where he said that I lost my hope, and I didn't even contact him anymore because.
Hey, Green Eyed, welcome to this chat. Great to see you. And yes, Leslie, I definitely will. I promise. As I have no problems with that at all. I think I'm the only one that honestly that covers Ryan in some senses. I haven't seen many people cover him at all. So I definitely will. In fact, I'll put a note in. Again. And like I said, today is, I think tomorrow, guys, not the morning show, but tomorrow afternoon, I think we're going to start revisiting the Summer Wells situation. So I hope you guys, for those of you that are interested, I hope you're here for that.
Anytime they would try to get in touch with them, They would give him a week and then 2 weeks and 3 weeks and nothing happened. And nobody would get back to him. So that's something that he lost hope.
And how often does he hear from the police now?
Ayaos kala pulis ta sa rabita kay?
Na, ce message वर्तमान कम देखी नहीं तो मास्टर.
If I contact them, maybe they would talk to me, but they have never reached back to me themselves.
So he does not get updates.
Update ta na dakikan.
Why aren't any answers being given to them? And that's hard to see them go through that as well.
And I can understand that, where they're not doing anything and I don't hear anything. That's not the case. We stay actively involved in this. We are working with our federal partner in this.
He said that.
I very sadly have to say I don't think that this man's going to lie about not being in contact. I think that law enforcement's probably busy, and because they haven't found anything off the gate, this is what happens in a lot of these cases. It's very sad. This is why I think that there needs to be a team of nothing but people that work cases like this nonstop, truly, in every state and every department, in my opinion. But we all know that financially that's not probably possible. So
there have been at least 2 times that they have reported to the police that somebody might have seen her, and those were in the initial days, and that's the time when they were extremely hopeful that maybe somebody might have seen her, but when we turned in the information to the police, we have not heard anything yet, and that's something that he's not happy about.
And within that first month, so many people calling, she's in the back of a car, I'm following that car, but SAPD told me to stop, but I'm following that car because I'm waiting for SAPD to show up. They would never show up.
We have not forgotten about Lena, and I would encourage her family or her family's representatives that if they have any questions or concerns, they can call me direct.
And you all still have a dedicated team on this case?
We have our special victims unit. There's 2 detectives down there that have this case. They were dedicated up front to nothing but working this missing person case. But I'm not sure right now whether that full time yet or not.
FBI still assisting you all with this case at all?
The FBI is still actively working the case.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, I spoke with them this morning.
So what is the latest on this case?
Well, the latest is that we still don't have anything that looks promising. And every time I speak about this, I wish I had good news, but I don't.
Where, if you don't mind saying, where do the leads stand?
We were getting a lot of leads, a lot of tips, a lot of information early on and for several months after that. And then as time passed, that information, those calls came in less and less and less. And today, for the last few months, we've maybe 3 or 4 a month, and we've checked them out, and none of them have produced any information that would help us close this case.
So why is this case so hard to investigate?
Because we're not getting information that leads us any closer to Lena.
Now at 10, the search for Lena Sardar Keel has stretched to 6 months. She vanished from her family's apartment complex on the city's northwest side.
Absolutely, Cotton.
We got involved shortly after Lena disappeared the following year, which would have been January of this year. I believe that there was a sense of frustration on his part. However, it's not unusual for families, especially victim families of missing children or missing persons, to go ahead and hire somebody on the outside. Well, I think what we've determined is that she did leave voluntarily. She walked away with individuals, but we don't.
Yes, guys, that's what made me want to put this out today. This is the case that NCMEC offered their help to police on. They offered to assist to try to help find her. Okay. which they're absolutely qualified to do that. They're not just a YouTuber or something like that. And law enforcement turned them away. Hearing that really burnt my ass. I'll be honest with you. Anybody that's offering to help bring a child home, there's something wrong when you're turning them away, in my opinion. So I'm just saying, yes, SRB, this is the case. And she's just such a sweet, beautiful little girl. This is horrible to me. Absolutely horrible to me. So that's why you know how things catch my attention, you guys. When I seen it, I said, oh, hell no. So I'm going to put this out in regards to Lena so everybody can see what's going on. I see you, Tomboy. You're good. Thank you for joining us.
Don't know after that what happened. There were witnesses that saw her, walking with various people throughout the day. I think she walked off with perhaps individuals she knew, or at least were familiar with, and their reasoning behind that could have been more sinister or nefarious in that they maybe lured her away from that apartment complex and perhaps taken her somewhere else. But there was no indication that she was forced or taken away. Or we do not believe that anybody was lurking in the shadows that evening and snatched her.
Do you believe that someone was targeting the family, or they just saw an opportunity within the children who were playing at that apartment complex?
Yeah, that's a very good question, and that's just something we're looking at as well, but I don't know the answer to that.
What are your thoughts about this case being unsolved?
I, like most people, am at a loss. I've said it before when I've been asked, what do you think happened? And I think one of my responses was, nobody disappears into thin air. Something happened to her. We just don't know what it is.
I don't think there was any evidence, at least I haven't found anything to indicate that she's dead. So we have to be hopeful that she is alive.
I'm sure that there's a lot of opinions and theories out there what may have happened to her. Pick one. But we don't have any substantial evidence on any of them.
I've worked a lot of these types of cases. This one is very frustrating in that, here's a young child, and she's just starting out her life, and it's just I've been involved in a number of these types of cases, and yeah, I take it personally and to heart.
When people first heard this, there was like a 50-50 of, oh, they probably sold the baby, or she's a child bride somewhere. You saw some vicious things being said. And then you saw the other half saying, wait a minute, there's a baby girl and we need to pray. You saw the faith of some come out and say, we need to help this family in public, being scrutinized, him having to be afraid to take his family in public. And then when people attack him, even at his front door, it's been disheartening because they're going through so much already. There was a conspiracy theory that I had something to do with it. And so I started getting followed. My family, even my mother, who was inside of her house dying of leukemia, her house was being stalked. They went onto my son's property in Floresville and started harassing him, screaming on live, a Facebook live feed, we found Lena, we found Lena. And it was my son's home because they felt I had something to do with it.
When he was born, they couldn't celebrate because the way that they should have, because Nina was not there. So it was extremely difficult for them to see this whole thing. They were happy in the meantime for their child to be born sound and safe and well, but in the meantime they couldn't celebrate it.
Did you reflect over this case? What comes to mind to you?
When I think about this case, I think about the family.
She went missing December 20th of 21, guys. Sorry. Yeah, December 20th of 2021, Paula. Sorry about that.
And the utter despair. I mean, if you have kids, you can understand that. Anyone with kids can understand that. And just the utter devastation to a family by having their little girl just disappear. That's what comes to mind when I think of Lena. I don't know how you get over that.
دلته امریکا کې د ماشومان لپاره ژوند کول لکه جیل کې دي جیل کې به ساتي مجبوري ځکه د ساتل کېږي او افغانستان کې خو د دې لپاره بچي د چار ماشوم ویږي بچا دی.
But he says that now he's constantly has this other stress that he's constantly thinking about, like he's sort of suffocated. He just makes sure that the kids are back home on time. He locks the door and things like that.
Is he fearful that someone else or someone will try to take one of his other children? Is that a fear of his?
Yes.
On the one hand, I'm hopeful that she's still here in San Antonio. I'm hopeful that she's alive and that she's being taken care of in the hand of whoever has her. I do not believe she has left the United States. She could have left the state of Texas, but we are very hopeful, and we're
how insignificant you think it may be. They especially need information from the Afghan community. So, will you help bring Lena home one day? I'm Marvin Hirsch for KINS 5 and for Unsolved San Antonio.
All right, guys, there is that's the basics of Lena Keel's story, or I'm sorry, Lena Sadar Keel. My apologies. No disrespect intended to the family. It's a horrible story, you guys. It really is. Now, with that story being told, so there was another tip that came out via Fredericksburg. Let me show you guys this too. All right. Hopefully the sound is good on this. It is heartbreaking. It really is, Cockney. I agree. This beautiful. I'm just so tired of seeing this happening, you guys. It's horrible to me. There we go.
Solemn morning as 3-year-old Lena Keel's father and members of the Afghani community traveled to Fredericksburg to follow the latest tip on the child's disappearance. That tip Wednesday night led local authorities and the Texas Rangers to an area called Cross Mountain Park. Neighbors tell us that they questioned some for hours after several tips came into the family that the child could be in the area. Among those who went to Fredericksburg, Pamela Allen from Eagle Flight, a nonprofit organization that helps families in crisis, including Lena's.
We have no information about Lena. And Riaz, Luang, quite a few of us have been getting messages from different people. And, we send it to law enforcement and FBI, and they are following every lead. Their efforts are exhausting as well.
The latest tips pointed to an area near this park. When nothing was found last night, Lena's father, Riaz, came with volunteers to search this nearby park. They climbed and looked through the brush.
Being the father of Lena, he wanted to come out and see for himself and look and what he could do to contribute to the efforts. And of course, his Afghani community came out as well.
But what did the tips say that led them here to climb for hours looking for the child?
They just believe that this may be a site of interest, and that's something that we wanted to look into. They gave a few details, but we went ahead and took that tip, sent it over to law enforcement and FBI because, of course, we want to support them.
Neighbors led the group through the trails. Allen says Lena's father knew the possibilities if the child was left here in the unforgiving Texas Hill Country. And so they climbed the hill and kept praying.
Just looking under bushes, trying to find any clues. We did find, a lot of their remembrance stones stacked up on one another. We found some of those mementos and things, so you could see this is where people come to pray. We just wanted to come and look and see if there's any clue.
Welcome, Zelda and Chris, CZ, all of you. Thank you for joining us tonight. Appreciate you very much.
We're looking for any small clue for Lena.
And at the top of the hill, this cross, but no sign of Lena. But that doesn't mean that all hope is now gone.
And so it's the message that he continually has, and he's out searching, looking, and waiting for his daughter to return. In order to get him to not focus on that and be so sad, I asked him and other members of the Afghan community to come and help me take some stuff out of storage.
Lena Keel's disappeared from the Villas del Cabo apartments back on December the 20th. It's a developing story that we've been following from the very start for you. News 4's Jim Lefkoe caught up with little Lena's father today to see how the family is handling the disappearance of the 3-year-old that's drawn international attention.
This is the exact spot where Lena Keel was last seen a month ago today. To keep her father distracted,
Friends are coming up with a variety of activities for him to do.
I knew today was going to be hard. We're at the month mark and still no Lena and no leads, nothing as to her disappearance.
Pamela Allen has helped with search efforts and organized another activity today for Riaz Keel.
He's helping me deliver furniture to other Afghan families on this anniversary of his daughter's disappearance.
Lena turns 4 on February 20th. The family hopes she's home safe before then, but they're prepared to search for as long as it takes.
It's a very bad situation. Like, we don't have any happiness. We don't enjoy anything. We're in the state of sorrows and sadness.
Lena's father can barely remember what life was like before she vanished. He spoke to us through an interpreter.
Our life is totally changed. Lena was the light for our family.
There's still $150,000 in reward money available for information leading to an arrest. The family has this message to share with the community.
Pray for Lena to come back home.
The Keels are also expecting in 5 months. They desperately want the baby to know their oldest child and issued this plea.
Feel our pain and give us our child back to us.
3-year-old Lena Keel's father, Riaz, was allowed into the country with his family under an SIV visa, or the Afghan Special Immigrant Visa. Keel says he risked his life helping U.S. troops in Afghanistan. His own father, an Afghan officer, was killed by a suicide bomber while helping American soldiers.
We always look at them a little bit differently with respect because, you know, they understood that serving.
Welcome, Victoria. It's good to see you tonight. This video came out, so you guys know, January 29th of 2022. Okay, so it was a year, a little bit after she went missing. It's been 2 years since this video came out. So just giving you guys some updates, that there are any updates. I'm going to show you another one after this. And so everybody has in their minds fresh what is going on in Lena's case.
Alongside the U.S. forces could put their family at risk. And what, to having been that for the United States and helping us to coming home or to coming to our country, and then realizing that something very terrible has happened to his family and his daughter's missing.
Through his translator, Riaz tells us that in Afghanistan, children like his daughter are not kidnapped. It is children from rich families who are taken in exchange for money.
We have never seen such kind of abduction, like other means, other reasons, or other aims. But here in the United States, we never thought of that kind of thing, that somebody will do like that. And so we were thinking that's the safest country for the children.
At the Villas del Cabo apartments, where the Keels and other members of their family live, you see schools of Afghan children walking around without an adult. We're told by Keel this is normal back home. Through his translator, he told me his first thought was that a new Afghani family may have seen Lena alone, and it was dark, so they took her home for safety.
Maybe there are new families arrived from Afghanistan to United States. They can't speak English. They don't know the laws. They don't know 911, who to call. They just found the girl and keep her at home for the girl's safety. In the morning, we will know whose girl is that. So this was the scenario we were thinking. But by the 10 a.m. in the morning, it was different.
Do you think she was just taken by anyone, or do you think this had something to do with you, someone that was angry at you?
So I don't have any idea who have abducted and why it happened. So still is the question.
And just as we are seeing the comments on social media, so is the family.
We don't sell our children. I don't have any issue with my wife. We are happily married for 5 years. We have one boy and one girl, and another one is coming on the way. My wife is 4 months pregnant. So why I would do that? I don't need money, and Lena was my heart.
Okay, so there is that. Give me 1 second here. All right, the next thing is I want to give you guys is a full interview with Lena's father from 2 years ago, December 23rd of 21. Okay, this was right after Lena went missing. Just to hear the absolute details from her father. Okay, it's going to be translator, of course, because he doesn't speak English, but I think it's important to hear all these things, truly. Chris Doheny, again, welcome, sir, if you didn't hear me. Okay.
Hey, hold on, you cut out. You know, I know how Luke Bryan has life.
Okay, and he's the father of Lena, right?
تاسو د لینا پلار استئ وای؟
هو
Yes, he's the father of Lena.
Can you take us back to yesterday? Just kind of give us the rundown of what happened.
وای که چیرې د تیرې ورځې د پیښې په اړه موږ ته معلومات راکړئ چې څه وشول پرون.
پرون ورځ تقریبا شپږ بجې څه کم شپږ بجې وې چې مېرمن مې راته زنګ وواهه چې لور مې بېداره شوې ده. بیا چې زه کله راغلم دغه ځای ته ترجمه کوي که بیا
Yesterday around 6 o'clock, my wife called me and told me that my daughter has been disappeared.
او زه چې کله راغلم ما پوښتنه وکړه چې څنګه ورکه شوه. بیا ما ته دا کوم ځایونه کې چې ورکه شوه دغه هغې راکړه چې مثلا دې ځای کې زه ورته ناست وم دې ځای کې دې ناسته وه. بس د پنجرې نه چې کله ووته پاسې مې ورته جګه شو بس هغې نه وروسته ورکه شوه هېڅ درک یې ونه لګېدو چې څنګه وشوه. بیا ما ټول د کمپلیکس وکړ خو پیدا مې نه کړه تر اوسه. بیا هم پولیس ته زنګ وکړو.
Yes, when I arrived at home, I asked my wife that, tell me the story, what happened? My wife told me that the little girl, she exited the park, the small park, and just toward the pathway, and from there, she missed her.
What do you mean she missed her?
It means like she didn't see her anymore.
Okay.
Yeah.
So she saw Lena go which way?
Yeah, she exited like the fencing area towards the concrete path, and she was disappeared from there. And she lost like the scene of her.
Lost sight of
Yeah,
her.
yeah.
And she had went back inside the house at that point, or what happened? Did she leave?
وکله چې هغه د پنجرې نه ووتله کور ته ولاړه ورسېدله.
نه د ورکېدو نه مخکې یو ځل د اوبو په خاطر کور ته راغله بېرته راغله اوبه یې ځان سره ویوړې هملته پاتې شوه. چې کله اوبه یې خپلې مور ته ورکړې بېرته ماشومانو ته ورغله. ماشومان نه بیرون چې کله ووته د پنجرې نه ووته بیا نه ده بس تر اوسه ورکه ده.
Yeah, before she got disappeared, she first went to the apartment just to grab a bottle of water, and later on she came back to the fencing and she just delivered the water to the other kids. And once she exited the fencing area, then she got disappeared.
Lena did.
Lena.
Did she run? I mean, she didn't, or she just didn't see her anymore. She didn't see her at all. The mom didn't see Lena at all anymore.
د هغه نه وروسته مور ونه توانېدله نور چې لینا وګوري.
او د مور دا فکر وکړ چې کور ته راغلې ده کور په ځای کور کې وکړه هر ځای کې کنه کور کې نشته بس یو بل خواته لاړه وایي کتل چې لینا نشته.
The mom thought that Lena might have gone back to the apartment, but when she went to the apartment and she realized that Lena is not in an apartment, she came out from the apartment and just searched in surrounding areas, but she couldn't find her whereabouts.
And no one has seen or heard from her since then, right?
د هغه نه وروسته تاسو هغه نور نه ده لیدلی؟
نه نه ده لیدلی.
No.
How hard has it been for him and his wife right now?
دا ستاسو لپاره او ستاسو د مېرمنې لپاره څومره مشکله تمامېږي اوس څومره سخته ده تاسو لپاره؟
مشکله موږ په ټول عمر کې لکه دومره نه یو خفه شوي لکه په دې ورکه خفه شوي ولې چې دا یو په مور او پلار نه په ما او مېرمنه باندې نه زموږ په ټول فامیل باندې دا ګرانه وه بیا اولاد چا نو څه وایم ولس.
Yeah, he's very disappointed, and he says that during our entire life, we have not been that much saddened that we were yesterday and today, and it has badly affected us.
And they're from? Can you explain where they're from and how long they've been here in the United States?
وای که چېرته دا راته ووایي چې تاسو د کوم ځای یاستئ او څومره وخت کېږي چې د امریکا متحده ایالاتو کې یاستئ؟
زه د افغانستان یم په امریکا کې مې تقریبا 2 کاله او 3 میاشتې کېږي چې زه په امریکا کې اوسېږم.
I'm from Afghanistan and I have been here in the United States for the last 2 years and 3 months.
Are they part of did they escape? Are they refugees like as a family that they escaped from Afghanistan?
آیا وای تاسو د هغه مهاجرو له ډلې څخه یاستئ چې لکه فرار مو کړی دی د افغانستان نه دلته راغلي یاستئ او که د نارمل مهاجرو په صفت باندې دلته یاستئ؟
نه مونږ لکه هلته د ګواښ د وجې راغلي یو لکه ګواښونه ډېر ول د ګواښ وجې مونږ دلته راغلي یو فراري.
Yeah, he says that we came to the United States, we immigrated to the United States because of the threats that were posed to us.
By living there, right, as citizens in Afghanistan.
د دې له وجې چې هلته تاسو د افغان تبه وئ د دې له وجې تاسو ته خطر متوجه وو؟
Oh.
Yes. How has today been? The FBI, police, the search. Can you take us into today? How hard that's been? Because I'm assuming they've been asking a lot of questions. The search has been ongoing all day here. Can you explain the process, what it's been like for them?
نن چې دلته وای د اف بی آی پولیسو کومه دغه پلټنه کوله دلته تاسو د ماشوم د پیدا کېدو لپاره راته ویل شي چې څنګه و د لکه د دوی دغه پلټنه څنګه و لکه تاسو لپاره څومره مشکله تمام شو ده
مشکله خو دا و چې پرون چې کله د ماشوم ورکه شوې ده موږ یو خوب نه دی کړی که نه ما او مېرمنې بیخي سپیده شوي نه یو نو دوی هره لحظه راتلو پوښتنه کوي پوښتنه باید کړې وای که نه خو لکه دوی باید اول نه د کمرې چیک کړی وای چې بیرون څنګه وته دوی نن غرمه دوی هغه چیک وای مونږ کمرې نن چیک کوو غرمه یې راته ووایي دوی باید مخکې نه باید د کمرې چیک کړی وای د بیرون کمرې نه دي د ټرافیکي
He says that since the disappearance of my kid, me and my wife have not slept at all right after the incident, and the FBI police are coming here like any moment and just they are asking us like different questions. And the problem was like with the checking of the security cameras installed like on the intersections, they should have searched like these cameras yesterday. But unfortunately, they started like searching the cameras today, which was too late.
پولیس نه اوس مننه کوم ډېر لکه په هغه شپه یې ټوله شپه راسره تېره کړه ټول کورونه یې راسره وپلټل او نن ورځ هم دوی سره لګیا دي خو لکه ما دا یو پیشنهاد دوی باید مخکې نه مخکې د کمرې چیک کړی وای
Yeah, he says that I still thank the San Antonio Police Department for their efforts to find my kid, and they helped me a lot. Just it was my recommendation if they could have checked the installed cameras on intersection a little bit earlier. And I'm still thankful of their efforts and their searching. Yesterday, they searched like a lot of apartments in residence in the surrounding area.
Do they believe that was kidnapped, abducted, or do they believe that she's still somewhere here in this area? What is their belief?
لکه تاسو څه فکر کوئ چې دا تختول شوې ده په دې ساحه کې به اوس دا وي لکه ستاسو فکر که راسره شریک کړئ
د پرون ورځې تر سهاره پورې د نن سهاره پورې موږ دا فکر کولو چې همدلته نوي افغانان ته ورغلي د هغوی په دې نه پوهېږي چې موږ د جنۍ سره څه وکړو خو خیر یو څوک به پیدا شي یا به کور ته راشي ور به یې کړو که نه خو نن 12 بجې زه پوه شوم دا تختول شوې ده
Since yesterday, I was thinking that she might have gone to the family of other Afghans who are living in surrounding areas, and that Afghans, like most of them, have arrived newly to the area, so they might have not known, just how to just deliver that kid back to us. So I was thinking that way, but this morning I realized that she might have been abducted.
Why is that?
ولې داسې د فکر وکړو
خو لکه موږ د کمیونټي کوم واتساپ ګروپ چې دی ټول په سن انټونیو کې هر افغان خبر دی په دې چې د ده لور ورکه شوې ده عکس یې شته تر اوسه پورې چا هم ونه ویل چې مقصد دلته د تا لور ده نو زه دې وجې یم چې مقصد دا تختول شوې ده هېڅ امکان نه لري چې په دې کې کوم افغاني کور کې وي
My assumption is that we got a group here and in San Antonio, the Afghan community got a WhatsApp group. So all of the members of the community were aware that my daughter has been disappeared. So they were aware. I didn't hear anything from them. So that's why I realized that she might have been abducted and she's abducted.
If would be able to, if he could speak to her, what would he say to her? This daughter.
کچېرته تا د خپلې لور سره خبرې کولی شوی نو تا به ورته څه ویلي وای
هغه پوهېږي که نه په تلیفون باندې زنګ باندې مې پوهې کړې ده چې زنګ ماته ووهي په نمبر نه په مسنجر کې ماته هر وخت زنګ وهي په خپله نو ما پوښتنه د ځای کولی ځای مې نه کوله خالي مې داسې ورته وویل چې کوم ځای کې لکه دوی به راته ویلې وای چې یا که نوم یې زده وای نوم یې راته ښودلی وای که نوم یې نه وای راته یو څه خو به یې ویلې وای چې یا مې ورته ویل چې د شیشې ته کیمره ونیسه کیمره یې خلاصه کړه که نه چې دا باندې څه هغه ووینو چې مقصد موږ ته ځای معلوم شي چې د کوم ځای کې ده
Yeah, she could utilize, like the messenger. She was knowing on how to make a call, and she was doing that before. If I had a chance to talk to her, then I would have told her that please, like, open the camera and show me the area that where you are. This would have been my talk to her.
So she was communicating before, after she disappeared?
د هغه نه مخکې وای چې دا ورکه شي د ورکېدلو نه مخکې هغې خبرې کولی شوې وای
ما سره په ټلیفون کې خبرې کولې.
Yeah, she was able to talk via telephone.
After she vanished?
No, before disappearing, I mean like in normal life, you know, before disappearing, she was able, you know, just to make a call to her father.
Okay. But what I'm asking him though is if he would be able to talk to her, like if she could some miraculous reason see this or sees this, or whoever has her sees this, what would she want to say to her? What would he want to say to his daughter?
That's kind of confusing question. Could you just
So if this interview, if Lena sees this interview, right, and if he believes that if she was abducted, the people that abducted her, if they for whatever reason see him doing this interview, what would be the message that he would want to give to them or to Lena? What would he want to tell her?
Oh, okay. دا وی کچرته دغه ستا دغه وسنۍ مصاحبه کچرته هغه خلکو چې ستا لور تختولي هغوی دا وګوري نو ستا پیغام به هغه خلکو ته سوي لور ته به دې سوي او خلکو له به سوي هغه تختونکو
خلکو لپاره مې پیغام دا دی چې مقصد لور مې کوم جرم کوم داسې ګناه نه لري که نه چې دوی په هغې تختولي او نه زه دومره پیسې لرم دوی ته پیسې ورکړم که پیسې غواړي او
Thank you, Paula.
لکه دې پوره داسې خاص ته نه لرم خالي غواړم چې لور مې متوسپرې روغه رمټه.
Yeah, he says that he was an innocent kid, and if the kidnappers want money to return her back to me, then I don't have money, and I'm not a rich person to pay them just to return my daughter.
Has he been asked for money?
د پیسو غوښتنه خو بچاله
نه د اوسه پورې چا نه ده کړې خو لکه موږ خپل وطن کې پیسې ډېرې په واړې پیسو دپاره خلک تښتوي که نه دې په خاطر دلته هم دا شاید وي.
Till the moment nobody has asked about money, and I'm telling because back in my country when a child is abducted the kidnappers are asking for money. Yeah.
Could you give us insight as to why the FBI is involved in this case?
وای کچرته داسې موږ ته د خپل نظر راکې یا خپل دغه چې کوم دید دی ستا دا موږ ته ووایي چې ولې اف بی آی په دې کې داخله شوه په د کیس کې
والا نو داسې خاص نه پوهېږم چې ولې دوی په دې کې مداخله وکړه خو دومره ویلی شم چې مقصد ما ډېر غوښتنه وکړه چې ډېر کومک راسره وکړي زر کومک زر یې راته پیدا کړي شاید همدې وجه وي چې دوی مداخله وکړه.
I'm not quite sure that why the FBI intervened this case, but maybe because I asked, you know, like the quick return of my daughter, so that might be the case that they intervened.
What does he miss most about her?
Why the other come ship for the data fighter.
خوب ده
This right here, you guys, this is why I do what I do. Because I can't stand seeing the pain that these people go through. I can't imagine going through it myself. Nor anybody else. This is why a lot of us do what we do. This is just unfair. No parent should ever have to go through this. Ever. So again, It absolutely is. Absolutely.
Look at you, little pig.
Needs a moment.
No شو والله.
All right, and that's going to be it for that. I can't watch any more of that, honestly. This is beyond unfair. Nobody ever should have to go through this, you guys. I'm sorry. This is just horrible. Okay, so hold on a minute, you guys. 7 months ago, there's a couple updates. Okay, let me show you this one first.
This is still an active case. For the last 2 years, we've been doing our due diligence and following up on every tip that we receive, and as we're doing that today.
More than 2 years after the disappearance of Lena Sadar Keel, San Antonio police have a new tip. Lena was only 3 years old when she went missing from a San Antonio apartment complex in 2021. This surveillance video shows the moments she walked out of the playground of her apartment wearing a red outfit and coat. Since then, there have been dozens of searches from officials, volunteers, and her family. KENS 5's Zach Briggs met with investigators behind the Helix Apartments at Wurzbach and Blumel today. And Zach, what are they saying tonight?
Well, we're less than a mile away from the apartment complex from where Lena Sartorkill vanished more than 2 years ago. And take a look, law enforcement on scene, FBI, San Antonio police, they've been out here all day scouring this wooded area. This comes after they received a tip that came in this morning regarding Lena's disappearance. Initially, police were inspecting an area near the Helix Apartments. Officers seen breaking through a shed on the apartment's property, unknown what was inside. Investigators have been scouring this greenway alongside canine units with the hopes of identifying any clues of Lena's whereabouts. Pam Allen, head of Eagles Flight Advocacy and Outreach, met with reporters today alongside Lena's father, Riaz, and family friend, Lawang Mongol. They met with investigators yesterday, public safety headquarters, to express frustrations regarding what the father alleges has been poor communication from police related to any updates on the case. And during that meeting, authorities informed the family and Allen about a new tip and the search for a potential body. Now they're looking in an area searched before, but not to this extent.
They are looking for a body. I don't know anything about the tip other than it was something in this area and that they're waiting for equipment. They want to be thorough in this search.
And this piece of equipment Allen was mentioning is said to be instrumental in being able to identify objects that are underneath the ground. Now, law enforcement are expected to be guarding the search area throughout the night to ensure no one disrupts this site. Now we're live on the northwest side. Zach Briggs, KENS 5.
All right, Zach. And since Lena disappeared a little more than 2 years ago, San Antonio police say there have been no strong leads on what happened to the little girl. Lena was 3 years old when she went missing and would turn 6 next Tuesday. Last year, her family released this updated sketch of what she might look like now. Her father said he hoped it might bring in more tips. This past December, SAPD told us they have 2 detectives assigned to the missing person case, and the FBI has an agent assisting too, working to follow up on every lead they receive. If you have any information on what happened to Lena, you're asked to call the SAPD Missing Persons Unit at 210-207-7660 or Crime Stoppers at 210-224-STOP.
Okay, now I think I had one more update on that. Give me 1 second here. Okay, this is from 3 months ago, just to keep it fresh. Trying to give you guys everything that's been put out on her. This one is really pulling at my heartstrings, you guys. It really is bad. Very bad. Okay. Thank you for the hearts, guys. That's amazing, guys. Welcome, Connemara Heather. Thank you for being here.
It is the case that has all eyes right here on San Antonio. Where is 3-year-old Lena Keel? The young girl disappeared Monday night while on a playground at her Northwest Side family's apartment complex.
It's the questions so many want answers for. What happened to Lena Sarda Keel, and where is she?
I'll tell you up front that we have not had much success in trying to determine where Lena is.
San Antonio Police Chief William McManus says they're doing everything possible to bring Lena home. Right now, they're combing through videos and searching wooded areas. McManus adding the 3-year-old is still considered a missing person.
When a tragedy like this touches one of us, it touches all of us.
The Islamic Center of San Antonio has put up a reward of at least $75,000 for anyone who can provide information to help find Lena.
This is a tragedy.
I think that there's a total of 150,000 out for this little girl. That shouldn't matter. You guys know how I feel about that stuff, but still, if anybody has any information that can lead to finding her, that is there. So if that brings anybody out, then good. This little girl is going to be 6 years old at this point, and something needs to change. This family is in so much pain from this, you guys. So much pain, and it's killing me. Welcome, Siggy. Good to see you, and Mike. Both of you, good to see you tonight.
No matter what community it happens in, this is a tragedy, and so we want to bring it to a quick resolution. Hopefully, she's going to come home safe.
Pamela Allen says that's all Lena's family wants right now. The nonprofit leader spoke with them today, saying they're distraught.
They're so overwhelmed by just what's going on, the fact that they can't find their baby. It's a bit much for them.
Allen says the playground where Lena was last seen is about 40 feet from her family's front door. She says the family was unaware of how many people want to help. So through a translator, she asked them this.
I asked them, would you allow us to pray? And their response was yes, yes. And it was just immediate.
An immediate response from a family who wants their daughter home.
Everybody's just kind of holding their breath on this one and hoping that this baby's going to be okay.
There's nothing that we haven't done to try to find her, and it's frustrating and it's disheartening and disappointing that we haven't come up with something yet.
Our top story tonight. Today marks 8 days since 3-year-old Lena Keel was last seen. Even with a mountain of tips, potential video evidence, and dozens of interviews, investigators have no leads on where she may be tonight. News 4's Joe Galley is here for you with the latest on the investigation and what detectives are focusing on right now. Joe?
Jonathan, investigators have narrowed down the moment to where Lena went missing to an 18-minute period sometime Monday last week. And it's within that 18 minutes that they're looking for some piece of evidence, some witness to come forward to help paint a better picture as to what exactly happened.
These family videos of Lena Keel show a happy little girl talking and playing with her family. Lena disappeared from a playground at the Villa del Cabo apartments on the Northwest Side last Monday, and the search has not stopped.
We continue to get leads. We continue to go over social media posts, seeing if we can't come up with anything that might lead us to where Lena might be or what might have happened to her.
On the ground, search crews with dogs and ATVs have continued to look in areas around the apartment, including this neighboring storage facility. That's where search teams spent several hours today, but unfortunately found nothing. The dumpsters at the apartment complex have been searched multiple times.
We wanted to do our due diligence again, since the dumpsters were emptied from the time we searched last week till this week. So we wanted to research it and make sure we didn't miss anything.
At this point, this is still a missing persons case. Chief McManus is hesitant to relabel the investigation until there are more details.
If we suspect the foul play, the investigation will turn. But right now, we don't have enough to lead us in that direction.
There's a $150,000 reward for any information that leads to where little Lena might be.
We don't know if they're human or if they're animal or what they are right now, but obviously from the disappearance, very, very old and not in any way related to missing Lena.
The bones were found relatively close to the apartment where Lena went missing, in one of the several areas being searched by multiple groups today. Riaz Keel, father of little Lena, joined several members of the Afghan refugee community, along with some child welfare advocates, and began their search for Lena at St. Francis Episcopal Church. They walked along wooded areas near the USAA corporate headquarters and into neighboring apartments, areas which have been searched by SAPD, but they wanted to give it a second look.
They want closure, family wants her found, and I think what's great is that the Afghani community is saying, what can we do to help? And that's the best part.
We searched this area over here.
A few minutes down the road, more than 100 volunteers were divided into groups to search neighborhoods near the apartment where Lena went missing. Some of these volunteers came from far and wide, touched by the story of this missing girl.
People from Corpus. I've got a guy coming up from the Valley. A couple people from Austin have called me. People from everywhere. Fredericksburg, Kerrville, Bernie. They're all coming.
There were so many volunteers, the groups were able to search an area that's about a 5-mile circumference from the spot where Lena disappeared. Many of the volunteers have never searched for a missing person before.
It's heartbreaking. I don't have any children, and I can only imagine. I know loss, though, and grief, and, and that's what drove me to come out today. But I continue to pray for the family and all of those that are involved, that we can, find that little girl soon.
These people looking everywhere they could, including in open areas, apartment complexes, and through private businesses like this storage facility, looking for any shred of evidence to point investigators in the right direction.
I have 3 daughters. I want to do what I can. I can't not do anything.
With every step, glance, and second that goes by, Pamela Allen hopes they are closer to finding little Lena Keel.
We're just praying for a miracle. It's been 2 weeks already, and we're just praying. It's just a hard thing to see this family go through this.
Allen helped organize today's search for Lena with the Afghan community, going through this tall grass for a specific reason.
SAPD said that areas, the green belts were points that can be searched, and so that's what we decided to do.
Today's nearly 200 volunteers brave the cold with one goal in mind.
We're just hoping that it turns up some leads.
But I continue to pray for the family and all of those that are involved, that we.
Corpus. I've got a guy coming up from the Valley.
Yeah, this is Nina Glass, guys. I don't know if you remember this name. This name came up within Sebastian's case at some point, right here. Director, Search and Rescue. Okay, yeah. Oh, boy. Just saying. Just saying. Anyway, onward we go. Texas. Yeah, this is in Texas, Siggy and Mike. Sorry.
A couple people from Austin have called me. People from everywhere. Fredericksburg, Kerrville, Bernie. They're all coming.
There were so many volunteers, the groups were able to search an area that's about a 5-mile circumference from the spot where Lena disappeared. Many of the volunteers have never searched for a missing person before.
It's heartbreaking. I don't have any children, and I can only imagine. I know loss, though, and grief, and, and that's what drove me to come out today. But I continue to pray for the family and all of those that are involved, that we can, find that little girl soon.
These people looking everywhere they could, including in open areas, apartment complexes, and through private businesses like this storage facility, looking for any shred of evidence to point investigators in the right direction.
I have 3 daughters. I want to do what I can. I can't not do anything.
With every step, glance, and second that goes by, Pamela Allen hopes they are closer to finding little Lena Keel.
We're just praying for a miracle. It's been 2 weeks already, and we're just praying. It's just a hard thing to see this family go through this.
Allen helped organize today's search for Lena with the Afghan community, going through this tall grass for a specific reason.
SAPD said that areas, the green belts were points that can be searched, and so that's what we decided to do.
Today's nearly 200 volunteers brave the cold with one goal in mind.
We're just hoping that it turns up some leads.
Something that's been difficult to come by since Lena vanished from a playground.
Bottom line is we still can't find a baby girl, and we need to find her.
Lena's father has previously asked everyone to pray for his daughter, the toddler and Afghan refugee, seen here in home videos, smiling and laughing.
Lena was not only a member of the Afghan community, but she was a very little girl.
Amir Amareen and Noor Muhammad are 2 local Afghani leaders, coordinating with authorities and standing by Lena's heartbroken family.
we usually talk to her father for a sympathy, like offer sympathy, condolences, and also we are trying to help him.
It's really hard to go through this situation, but it is what it is. We are not losing our hope.
If you're a parent and you don't know where your kid is, time is not your friend. It gets worse.
Heavy words from local missing persons and human trafficking consultant Dottie Laster, who has been following Lena's case. The discontinued Amber Alert for missing 3-year-old Lena Kill concerns Laster, though she says police have been extensive in their search for her.
That's the first sign that law enforcement.
So I saw the statement, Connemara. EquiSearch has not been involved in 3 years in this out of Texas. I'm very surprised at that. Truly, I can't understand how they wouldn't be involved. That's standardly, in my opinion, from what I've seen with what I do. I mean, they're pretty quick to jump into stuff like this. That's odd, but there again, this is the same case, guys, that NCMEC offered to help in any way they could, and law enforcement said no. I don't understand. This is San Antonio, so I still have questions as to why. Again, that's one of the main reasons why I'm showing this, okay?
Resources are starting to pull back, and that's very scary and sad for all that care about her.
We reached out to SAPD to see what the discontinued Amber Alert means. We were sent a statement. It says in part, quote, "We want to once again reassure the family of Lena Kill and the community that our investigation and search for Lena has not stopped. We will continue to diligently continue combing through leads in hopes of locating Lena and returning her with her family. The missing persons case involving Lena is in active investigation."
I don't understand why you would discontinue an Amber Alert on this. That makes no sense to me. I wish Arctic was here right now. That is crazy. There's something I don't know then. That's what I'm not getting. That's crazy.
This is the playground where Lena was last seen. You can see over here a few flowers and a stuffed unicorn has been left here. Just a few days ago, the police and some other federal agencies wrapped a search for her just a couple of miles down from the apartments where she lives. So far,
Again, you guys, this video is from June 7th of this past year. That's crazy. Something's not right with this. Sorry.
community and the Islamic Center of San Antonio don't plan to stop their efforts to bring Lena home. The center will keep the reward money they've raised in place.
The $100,000 will remain there, as far as I know, until the near future, because we want some information. And we realize that may be an incentive for somebody.
Everyone praying and hoping for her safe return.
I hope she's found. If someone has her, I would say we will never stop looking for her. Years, decades, I hope it doesn't go that far, but this community doesn't stop.
We ask you and beg you to protect her from any harm or any evil matter.
It's a prayer everyone is hoping will reach the one who can help finally bring Lena Kiel home.
We ask Allah to make us hear beautiful and good news soon and to unite her with her family back.
The 3-year-old went missing on December 20th from her northwest side apartment. Last seen on a playground, there have been dozens of searches and little information. Just this week, a tip took the search to Fredericksburg.
We wonder how a 3-year-old could survive all this time on her own, and how is it possible that no one has seen her or recognized her?
Dr. Sarah Samreen with the Muslim Children's Education and Civic Center is one of several speakers at today's prayer ceremony. Lena's father, Riaz, is another. He is thankful for everyone's prayers and help. Emotional, as he tells us through an interpreter, he just wants his daughter back home.
And your information, if that will lead to find Lena, it will bring a happiness to our home.
Finding Lena is at the forefront for religious, community, and city leaders, including Noor Mohammed and Mayor Ron Nierenberg.
We have a big number of manpower if needed.
I want you to know that Lena Sardar Kiel is a daughter of San Antonio. And so long as she is not here with us, the search will continue.
The mayor says it's personal, as so many in the community are also parents.
The truth of the matter is, Lena has been missing now for over 30 days. We are expending every resource and following every lead, no matter where it leads, to try to bring her home.
Very important to observe her birthday, but also to keep hope that she's going to come home.
Be safe out there, Mystery. Good luck. We love you, and we're thinking about you. And hope to see you soon, hon. Welcome to the Discord, by the way. We will speak with you soon. Be safe again. Bye-bye.
Today is Lena Keel's 4th birthday. Exactly 2 months ago, Lena went missing from this playground at the apartment complex where she lived. Today, a solemn celebration as family and search teams keep their hopes alive that she is found safe.
To let the community know that we are still looking for her and we're still praying for the best.
Before the party began, a donation of $80,000 was called into the Islamic Center, increasing the total reward for any information that leads to Lena's whereabouts to $250,000. Lena's father says the community coming together and standing with him is motivating him to keep going. Through an interpreter, he says he spends his days and nights waiting for a phone call that she's been found safe, and every day that passes is painful.
If somebody lost someone, they will know my pain, what pain I am. So this is the pain that is increasing, not decreasing, and it's not, my day and night are not relaxed. Like I'm in deep end.
Riaz Keel released 4 doves, 1 for each year of Lena's life. Another 12 doves released by friends and family, sending their love for Lena and her safe return. Tonight, a father in agony asking the community to pray for Lena.
So the only message that I have to Lena is that we are trying to find you, and we will find you.
It's the first time.
Through all of this, is the first time you cried?
Yeah. I was making my heart strong.
Time is taking its toll for the family and friends of 4-year-old Lena Keel, who disappeared from her home back in December. They have received hundreds of tips and pictures, and none made them feel it could be Lena. That is until a few weeks ago when Border Patrol posted a picture of an accompanied minor. Fox Antonio's Yami Viethin tonight shows us what these parents are having to do to make sure this child isn't their missing daughter.
$250,000 reward, 5 weeks missing, a 4th birthday without the birthday girl. And hundreds of tips have come in on their child, Lena Sadar Keel. But one of them really has them unnerved. It was the picture Border Patrol shared with the media back on March 22nd, a 4-year-old girl who was found unaccompanied on the banks of the Rio Grande in Del Rio.
When you look at that picture, what makes you believe that that's your daughter?
So when I see the picture from the side, it's look like a Lena, especially the fingers that she have. It's same like Lena. And as I consult with my wife and me, we both believe that she is Lena.
Through his interpreter, Riaz Sadar Keel, Lena's father, says he and his wife told the FBI and SAPD about the child in the social media post. 2 hours later, law enforcement came to their home, but the child in the picture authorities brought was not the one Border Patrol had posted.
When he said that I saw that picture, I think it's a different picture. It's not the same picture that I'm watching, because that picture that she was, it's totally different for me. So then I asked them that, okay, you're showing me this picture, but I want to see the girl face to face.
The family asked to see the child, but that is not how the process works when dealing with unaccompanied minors. They claim the FBI and SAPD said, this is our research and this is not your girl. Amy Maldonado is an immigration attorney who deals with appeals and high-profile immigration cases. Maldonado told the parents to call the Office of Refugee Resettlement, or ORR, before any petitions to produce the child be made in court.
If you have a child who you believe is unaccompanied and has been picked up by CBP, that child will be transferred to the Office of Refugee Resettlement. And DHHS operates a parent hotline that you can call. You have to give your child's name and date of birth, and you can, other identifying data. And they look the child up in the system and will tell the parents what shelter the child is and connect them with the case manager.
And that's what they did.
Hi, ma'am. This is Lawang Mangal. I'm the translator for the parent. They speak Pashto.
During the 30-minute call, they explained to a third-party operator for the ORR which child they thought was Lena.
So when we saw that picture on the social media, it was a 100% copy of their child.
The operator finally tells them that she does not see a child by the name of Lena Sadar Keel in their data of unaccompanied children. Riaz looked at the interpreter with a look of disbelief. How would his 4-year-old daughter, who only speaks Pashto, be able to tell the Office of Refugee Resettlement her name and date of birth, so they can have that on a databank of unaccompanied children?
If you're talking about a small child who doesn't speak English or Spanish, who speaks Pashto, who is probably terrified at interacting with all of these different people, it makes sense to me that the name would not be in the database.
But finding the child may prove more difficult, since at least 2 elected officials who attempted to help the family were told the child in this picture was in New York and in Florida, all at the same.
Okay, see, this is a problem. This is a huge problem right here. By the way, Mom, I left you a link in Discord if you want to join me tonight, dear. Because I can see the resemblance in this photo. And if this man looks at this along with his wife and says, I think that's my daughter, I'll be damned. Why can't they do something to make this happen? This is disgusting to me. Something's wrong in this case. This is weird, guys. It's just weird.
Same time. So finding Lena will take more than law enforcement alone. It will take everyone keeping a vigilant eye, as retired FBI agent and founder of Project Absentees, a nonprofit helping families to find their loved ones, tells Fox San Antonio.
If there's somebody out there, a medical professional, if there's a person that believes they have information about where Lena's at and they feel uncomfortable contacting law enforcement, please give us a call.
Until they're reunited, Riaz hopes his daughter is allowed by whoever has her to hear his words. Words that brought tears to his interpreter's eyes for the first time in 4 months. But little did 3-year-old Lena Sardar Keel's parents know these could be all they now have of their little girl. Just before her 4th birthday, Lena vanished from the playground of their apartment on Fredericksburg Road.
She's real pretty. I made her. It's pretty. She is.
14 months later, Lois Gibson is capturing what Lena may look like now.
Because I care. She's so cute. Then I heard about it and I went, oh no. And when I hear about those, I wait for them to say, we found her. It's emotional relief to get a chance to get my lick in and reach out to see if somebody recognizes her.
Gibson has dedicated 40 years to the Houston Police Department as their forensic sketch artist.
My sketches have solved over 1,266 cases, but I've gotten back 4 infants that were kidnapped. And those are so horrific.
Now retired, she gave us a tour of her room where she keeps all of the sketches.
She said, I can't remember when I did this drawing.
She remembers every story.
You remember little Lopez was on the beach?
And every line she's drawn.
This is going to be accurate. I don't think anybody's going to shave her head. I don't think they're going to cut her hair. I hope not. But that face is going to be right. I hope somebody recognizes it. We need it so bad.
In a year, there are some things in a toddler that will change, but not drastically.
Those eyebrows, they're like mine. Mine have gotten a little lighter. Her eyebrows are like Sean Connery. Picture Sean Connery, but a female version. Now, when you picture Sean Connery, even when he got gray, he's an eyebrow person. She is too. She almost has that same shape. Those won't change. That's going to stay the same. Now she has a dent underneath her bottom lip. And it's unusual. Hers makes a little upside down triangle. It's an upside down triangle. It's right up against her bottom lip. That's going to stay the same.
Gibson also draws from a place of pain. You see, she was attacked in her Los Angeles apartment in the 1970s by a serial rapist and murderer. And soon after, she left LA for San Antonio.
I did 3,000 portraits on the Riverwalk in San Antonio.
Her talent has helped give justice to many. And now she hopes it helps find out what happened to Lena.
God, somebody give us a tip. We got to get him back. Because I know what the parents feel like a little bit. We need to get him back for those mommy and the daddy.
A day to remember a child missing in our community for 2 years today. Little Lena Sardar Keel disappeared from the park in the apartment complex where she lived with her parents on Fredericksburg Road. This exclusive Fox SA video was taken just seconds before she was last seen. Since then, her father Riaz and her mother Sarmina have been looking for her.
He's still hopeful, and he's still hopeful. He doesn't lost his hope.
Riaz tells us that his wife cries every day, but last night was bad.
Yeah, last night she saw the Facebook post of Lena, so she was crying all night. And in the morning when I was leaving the apartment, she was still crying.
Both parents are not satisfied with the agencies in charge of looking for Lena, SAPD and the FBI.
As he told in his talking that if SAPD, FBI don't have the location, access to that location, I will go over there.
Earlier this year, Fox SA and Project Absentees was contacted by a person who claims to have reached out to authorities about seeing Lena with 2 men by the apartment right about the time she disappeared. After not hearing back from law enforcement, that person agreed to meet with Lois Gibson, a renowned forensic artist who retired from the Houston Police Department a year ago after 4 decades with them. Gibson sketched out 2 men the person claims to have seen with Lena. We showed you some sketches a while ago, and those have been given to the FBI and to SAPD. Without giving us any names, are those people whom you recognize?
When I saw the picture, so I don't know the American who is that, but Afghan, I don't believe that if someone is, he can do that. I don't believe that sketch.
Through his interpreter, Lawang, Rios tells us that although they know the Afghan man in the sketch, they do not believe he could be involved. The family is asking anyone who may have information to contact Project Absentes, a nonprofit headed by retired FBI agent Abel Peña.
In many cases, you draw that circle and you look at those folks inside that circle. Many of them are family members, friends, close associates. But in this case, we have a 3-year-old child. There's a possibility that there could have been somebody, as they say, lurking in the shadows that could have snatched her. We don't know that. There's also the possibility that there's a trafficking ring. Of course, we don't know that either.
Fox SA called SAPD and the FBI for an update. So far, we have not heard back from either agency. Lena's father says no matter how long it takes to find out what happened to her, he and his wife will continue loving her and praying for her safe return.
I remember Lena every day. It's come to my mind, in my heart. She's in my heart. I will never forget her. It will be always in my heart.
Lena Sadar Keel has been gone for just over 2 years. Last month, a tip from a man, a fugitive we had featured here on Marshall's Most Wanted, led authorities to a spot near the apartment complex where she disappeared. Tonight, we have an exclusive look at a new age progression sketch that will be out in the public soon. This is the new age progression sketch that the National Center for the Missing and Exploited Children got approved by Lena's family to use today. We are told that Lena's family says it looks 100% like they imagined Lena would look like today. Now they're hoping that with this sketch, someone will come forward and remember something about that day back in December of 2021 when Lena disappeared.
Okay, guys, and that is, I think, give me 1 second here, because I think I did have one more clip, and I just, like I said, I want to get as much out on her as I can, because I just want to make sure that anything that is positive and it's new and anything that's there is seen. I had that other clip. Let's see. Give me 1 second here. Okay, here's this too. 1 second. Where's it at? Where's it at? It's the story that goes with this too. Sorry, folks. Bear with me. All right. Good night, Miss Paula. Thank you for being here tonight. I appreciate you very much. Have a great night, hon. Hope to see you soon.
Sarah Fergani with KENS 5 News Now. A deadly crash involving an 18-wheeler kills 2 people and shuts down the highway for hours. Around 3 this morning, SAPD says a wrong-way driver slammed into the big rig on Highway 90 near Couples Road. 2 people in that car were killed. San Antonio police shut down that stretch of Highway 90 for hours to investigate. San Antonio's Police Chief William McManus addresses the lockdown at Jefferson High School on Tuesday. He says everyone was caught by surprise in the chaos that followed. Reports of gunshots turned out to be false. Police were met with hundreds of parents who wanted to get their children out of school. And the chief says he's setting up meetings now with all school districts in the coming weeks. He hopes to get the department on the same page as schools when it comes to lockdown procedures.
Perimeter control and crowd management when we're working with a large group of parents who are understandably concerned about what's going on. We want to calm their fears and their concerns. And as much as we tried to do that, it was difficult.
Chief McManus also said he wants to discuss how to tell parents about the reunification process. Months after the Uvalde school shooting, KENS 5 continues to fight to get answers. We have obtained documents that prove an analyst warned school board members back in 2020 Robb Elementary needed security upgrades. Now, the Attorney General granted our public records request for this presentation. It doesn't lay out specific recommendations. Instead, it called for, quote, numerous security improvements. The analyst also told trustees to fortify other UCISD campuses with fences, for example. Now, the 2020 report prompted board members to start work on a bond proposal they had hoped to put on the upcoming November ballot, but the shooting put those efforts on hold. New information on Lena Serdar-Keel, the 4-year-old who disappeared from her San Antonio apartment complex months ago. According to a New York Times report, Lena's family had traveled to Afghanistan just months before she vanished. The Times said Lena's family fled from their native country to San Antonio in hopes of a safer life, but the family returned to the country for a visit last summer. By chance, it was around the same time the U.S. began withdrawing troops from Afghanistan. The Times reports Lena and her mom were just feet away from the suicide bomber who killed 13 American troops. Lena survived and made it back to San Antonio. 4 months later, she vanished from her apartment complex on Fredericksburg Road. Today, there's a combined reward of $300,000 to find her. Police released new pictures of 2 women who allegedly defrauded a Walmart at a more.
Okay, so that's not a secluded clip, but anyway, that's that. Yeah, so that is oh my god, there was something else I was going to tell you guys too, but that's what I have so far as Lena's concerned. And again, I want to thank Arctic for him doing the show he did the other day that kind of kicked me into gear with it. Welcome, Mom. It's good to see you tonight. Like I said, Mom, I gave you a link if you're interested. If not, I understand. Just giving you the option, as always. Anyway, I feel so bad for this family at this point. It's horrible. Have a good night, Miss Paula. Good luck. Have a great night. I meant not good luck. Sorry. It's got a large reward on this one too. It's kind of crazy. I don't know. Oh, you're fine, Mom. Either way, it's in there. I dropped you 2 of them, I think, but it's always going to be there. I always have room for you, no matter what I'm doing. It doesn't matter. And I think this, I'm going to show you guys this too. This was the video. I don't know if you guys caught on to this earlier. This was the video of Lena moments before she disappeared. In the playground. I believe that's her right there. Let's see what they say.
Looking for Lena. The search intensifies today with a new lead. This is video of an FBI dive.
Sorry about that, guys. Here we go.
You are getting a first look at the latest video the San Antonio Police Department just released from the moments before Lena Serdar-Keel disappeared. Just 5 days before Christmas last year, Lena wandered out of her mother's sight and has not been seen since. Investigators with SAPD continue to follow this active case. KENS 5 reporter Marvin Hurst has the latest on the case as it stands now.
Lena Serdar-Keel was at home 1 year ago today, but before December 20th could end, life as her family knew it would get shaken to the core. Lena vanished and has not been found. She was 3 years old. So we are sharing clips from my KENS 5 Plus special called One Day, the Case of Lena Serdar-Keel. The piece is part of our Unsolved San Antonio series with new insight and information. So I start this evening with San Antonio Police Chief William McManus and the search for a suspect in Lena's disappearance. Can you talk about the person of interest at the beginning of the investigation? I know at one point there was a person of interest.
There was, and I don't want to go into too much detail about that, but there was, and all of the areas and individuals that have attracted more attention from us, we've checked them out thoroughly to make sure that
Now I know we saw this interview with the chief here, but this supposedly has that video connected to it. I want to know who. I'm curious who that person of interest was. Welcome, Matahari. Good to see you tonight. Great to have you here. Hopefully you have that link, Mom. I hope it worked. I mean.
We weren't missing anything. So, but right now we're left empty-handed.
So there's 0 person of interest as we speak. The chief will answer that question and more in the Unsolved San Antonio special One Day, the case of Lena Sadark Hill. You can see it streaming right now on KENS 5, plus the streaming app on your Roku or Amazon Fire. Coming up at 6 p.m., Lena's father says he is not getting the updates on his daughter's case from San Antonio police. So I asked Chief McManus about that, and he is addressing that complaint. Back to you.
Well, we are learning new details now at 5. The father of Lena Sadar Keel is hoping to clear his name from any potential suspect list. Just hours ago, Lena's father met with San Antonio police. It comes more than a year after the disappearance of his 5-year-old daughter. She was last seen outside a Northwest Side apartment complex. And as KENS 5's Zach Briggs explains, the family still dreams of reuniting with their daughter.
Where is Lena? For the past 16 months, it's a question that's been met with online rumors and alleged sightings of the little girl. While police have not named any suspects, Lena's father, Riaz Sardarkil, hopes doing a polygraph test with SAPD will help clear his name. Missing persons advocate Pam Allen has been close with the family for more than a year. She says Riaz has not ruled out having his wife take part in a polygraph as well.
She didn't want to put his wife through something like that because with all of this case, it has taken a toll on her emotionally, but with the understanding that if it will clear them, then he will absolutely let his wife take that polygraph.
Often it's used to verify deceptiveness about somebody's intent.
Legal expert Joe Holscher says in most cases, polygraphs will never see the light of day in court.
However, the pre-interview questions are admissible. So if somebody were to lie during the pre-interview, that could be used against them.
Allen says one of the big challenges in setting up the polygraph was SAPD's ability to secure a translator. Holscher acknowledged certain cultural behaviors and language barriers can affect test results. Meanwhile, Riaz is never giving up on finding his daughter.
He just wants this investigation to continue, for law enforcement not to forget about his child, and that one day he'll be able to get that phone call that they have found her.
Zach Briggs, KENS 5.
Our special look at the disappearance of Lena Sadar Keel is streaming now on KENS 5.
Okay. Hey, Mom. Welcome, dear. Welcome, Preppy. Good to see you as well tonight. Melissa Iorio, thank you for joining us.
Hello.
I don't know. Virginia, it's crazy. How are you tonight, dear?
I'm all right. How are you?
I was okay until I covered this. This one really kind of... I'm going to be doing a decompression stream tonight, I think. But this one pulled on the heartstrings. I'll tell you that right now.
Lena?
Yeah, bad. Really bad.
She was a
I
cutie.
had heard it. Yo, it's not even that. It's just it's the actual true pain that I'm watching the family go through at this point. It's a lot. That's always what's affected me a lot of times in these cases is the family's reactions. Oh Lord, sorry about that, folks. And this is kind of strange to me. This is the one that we talked about the other night, Mom, that Arctic brought out and said that Nick Mick offered to try to help with this case and law enforcement refused it. I don't know if you were here for that.
No, I wasn't here. Lena's case, and you see this a lot. You see these law enforcement. And San Antonio's not a small town, but it's not a huge town either. You see these law enforcement that do that to outside resources, and it's disgusting. I don't
Well,
have any other word for it.
right. Any other resource I could see, okay, maybe if it's a YouTuber, somebody like that. NCMEC is made from retired law enforcement officials and people like that that know what they're doing. So I don't understand why you would refuse that help.
Yeah, and they give a whole lot of help. Like, it's not just putting your child on a website. You're talking about resources, and I mean, like, phenomenal resources.
Yeah.
Like, they have
Yes.
artists that do reconstruction and you know,
Yep.
the age progressions, and you know, it's
That
just
woman, I don't know if you saw it, that woman that did that sketch of her, what she looked like now was absolutely amazing. So
I
like
got
I
to
said,
meet one of their reconstruction artists. He was cool. He was just amazing. Like, he let us stand there and watch him reconstruct a face.
right.
And
No, Matahari, it was clearly stated in the document that the police said no. They said that, in fact, they left it, the statement they made. Sorry to interrupt you, Mom. If I did, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. They said that they don't want to put out any personal information or any more information from the case to any outside sources. NCMEC is the source that does. I mean, that's what they do. I don't understand this. This is what pisses me off about some of these cases. Not to mention, the Amber Alert was discontinued. Explain that to me, Mom, please.
so law enforcement has the capability to stop an Amber Alert, and they do not have to put out a reason why they choose to stop an Amber Alert. They can end an Amber Alert whenever they get ready to. It doesn't have to be because they think that the child, teenager, or adult, whatever the case is, the missing person is no longer with us. That's law enforcement's call. The lead of law enforcement can say the Amber Alert has, I hate to use the word, but expired.
So what reason would you think somebody, or what reason would you think that law enforcement would do something like that?
I've seen them do it more than once.
Because they believe
I don't know why they do it.
Okay.
It just, like, if you go on NCMEC, I haven't checked in a while, but it probably says Sebastian, and I haven't seen an Amber Alert today, but I'm going to pull it up and see who's on here. So we'll go straight to their website, hit Amber Alerts. And Sebastian Rogers is the only active Amber Alert that's a national Amber Alert that's on their website. Now, you might have small towns or states that have their own form of an Amber Alert, but that is the only Amber Alert on their website is Sebastian.
Jesus. I just can't understand why, if there was an Amber Alert out for this little girl, why they would do that. That just, these things are the things that bother me with this stuff that we do. Do you know what I'm saying?
No, yeah, that bothers me too.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I've got it somewhere. I'll post it while I'm thinking about it. Arctic's petition, which most of us here have probably already signed it, but if you haven't signed it, please sign this, because he's a couple thousand away from hitting the goal. And the sad part of it is that he's literally had this out for years.
Yep. He's been fighting this for a long time. So yeah, I don't care how many people have signed it. I'm sure there's somebody that hasn't. So please, let's put that out here, sir, for sure.
Well, I didn't put the link. Doesn't that freaking hang on?
That's okay. You should.
I didn't
You
grab
should
the
be.
whole thing.
It's okay. Take your time. Yeah, I know, Matahari. I remember that too. When Daniel Robinson's case, his dad had a petition signed asking the FBI to step in, and the FBI refused, obviously, because they can't. They have to be invited in, and because the police department said they didn't want them. I can't stand when somebody turns help away from a missing person's case. It drives me nuts.
Well, and like he's running for a government office now as well.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna give that a second try to put the link up with the title instead of just the title.
you,
My
dear.
apologies. It's
No,
Monday.
no. You're fine. I have been saying for a long time that AAS needs to complete a complete overhaul. It's never been updated since it started in 91. Very good point. Good point. Yeah, like I was saying earlier, all of these cases tug on my heartstrings. That's why I do what I do. But there's a few of these cases, and I don't want to sound prejudicial towards the other ones, okay? Or that none of them are or act like one is more important than the other. The point is I can't control it. Nobody can. Some of these cases have a little bit more strength and yank on it a little bit harder with some of them, and it's just I can't control that. So I take
Well,
some of
and
them.
no disrespect to Summer Wells, but look at the time that Lena went missing.
I know.
How many YouTube channels or how many national news channels can you think of off the top of your head that were covering Lena other than our community?
That's why I didn't know nothing about Lena's case until after the fact. I had heard about it back in the day, but I was busy enthralled with Summer's case, and that's my fault. I take accountability on that on my own. I feel bad about that, but that happens a lot of times because we don't get to see all these things. I wasn't really doing as much of the missing stuff back then other than specific stuff, so I didn't know a lot of that stuff, and I didn't have a lot of the resources I have now. So
yeah, but I mean, some of these bigger, I wasn't beating up on us, the little guy. I was talking about these big YouTube channels.
Oh, yeah, I
Like
know.
these channels with 60, 70, 100,000 subs. How many times have you seen them mention her name?
Never.
But you
Truly
have
never.
smaller channels that cover,
Yeah.
these cases and that still, try to put out as many as possible.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And there's a couple of advocates on Twitter that constantly share Lena, too many names in my head. Lena's
No, it's okay.
flyer. Like today is Missing Poster Monday. So if you put in your title on your social media, hashtag Missing Poster Monday, it will trend under that hashtag.
On Twitter.
On Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, any of your social media. Yep.
I gotcha.
After work, so I've only shared a few today, but lighting the way home, not RPJ, but lighting.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Of a group of ladies, and they've done a lot in a lot of cases, but they're known for Oakley Carlson's case. And every Monday, and Vern as well, and myself, and there's hundreds of us that share Missing Poster Mondays, and then there's a couple other hashtags that trend. I started Forgotten Flyer Friday.
There you go. Absolutely.
Yeah, Matahari, I agree. Monkey didn't get near the coverage that he should have got. You had myself, a handful of other channels, and a couple of channels that are no longer around that covered Monkey's case. And you had Purple that was doing Monkey Mondays. I don't even know if she does those anymore.
I'm learning as I go. You know what I mean? Like I said, I typically
You're doing great.
I'm trying. I really am. I promise I am. There's the link Mom's talking about that has Arctic's petition on it, guys. Please, if you have not, click on that link in the chat. And it just takes a couple minutes to sign that so that we can get something done to try to standardize the Amber Alert system, guys. It needs to be It needs to be as generally blanketed and standard as possible. There shouldn't be all the details, all the ridiculous things that you have to do to get an Amber Alert. It should be, from my opinion, any child that goes from the age of birth to 18 years old, they go missing, they have an Amber Alert. End of story. There doesn't need to be all these other things. So, just saying.
Well, it's like, Brandy had Monkey's Law passed,
Mm-hmm.
and that's for children that don't meet the requirements that, in my opinion, are ridiculous in some cases with the time that we live in. But
how?
I'll stop
Explain
there.
that one to me. Explain that one
Monkeys.
to me. How does the child not meet requirements? It's so stupid.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So you have to have certain key points that have to be there, either a description of an abductor, a description of a vehicle, or you have this line of red tape that says, if law enforcement chooses to upgrade an endangered child to an Amber Alert, there can be an Amber Alert. But like, a parent can't contact law enforcement and say, my kid's missing, and get an Amber Alert. You got to jump through a bunch of hoops to get an Amber Alert. And then, the first 24 to 48 hours are the most important hours. And I'm not saying we never give up. I don't care if it's 70 years, you never give up. Because
Never.
people have been brought home. But still, there's that time frame that really matters. You have to take travel time and other nefarious things into effect that can happen within that time period.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And it's like with Sebastian, you have people questioning, well, he has an Amber Alert, but we've never heard about a vehicle, or we've never heard about a description, or, it's because, first of all, they don't have to put everything out. And second of all, it's at the discretion of the sheriff or law enforcement agency that's in charge to approve an Amber Alert.
Absolutely. I do agree, ma'am. I do agree.
I agree. Alicia says it's easy to cancel an Amber Alert, but you can't make up for lost time. And that's facts right there. That's cut down to your deepest crevice of your heart facts right there.
I didn't even know what to say sometimes anymore. A lot of times I'm at a loss for words with some of this stuff.
It's like so this is what irritates the living hell out of me. So all of our phone bills are in my name, right? They all have the same zip code attached to them. Why is it that I get Amber Alerts from Volusia County, and hell, I'll get Amber Alerts from Miami? But when Maddie went missing, my husband's the one that got the Amber Alert. How does that make any sense?
It doesn't at all.
When I work from home, our phones are literally 12 feet apart, and he got an alert and I got nothing.
I don't understand it. I just don't. I was signed up years ago, a couple years ago, to receive the national Amber Alerts. Okay. I got them for 1 month when I did it, and I don't get any at all now. I very rarely get the local ones. So I don't understand it. And I've gone back and looked at it again, and I can't figure it out. So it's just, I look for them now. They don't come to me. So
you have to. You have to. That's why I'm so adamant about Twitter's, because Twitter's the first place that you're going to see an Amber Alert. Like, Nick Mick is on top of it. As soon as they issue one, within minutes, it's on their Twitter. There's a lot of advocates and people that watch stuff. Like, I could be at the grocery store. an Amber Alert comes across my phone. This happened last weekend. I screenshot it. It may not be the prettiest screenshot, but I screenshot it and I get it out there immediately. And then there's a group that follows me and that, you know, we've all kind of worked together for several years now. And that's put out and it's retweeted and retweeted and retweeted. And that, you know, and that's what helps. It's like, I think it was like 2 weeks ago, Kimber had sent me a friend of hers, friend's daughter that was missing. And I put her on Twitter. And by the next morning, she was found. You know, could have been law enforcement. It could have been people sharing. It could have been, you know, who knows. But even if you don't know, it's always better to go ahead and do it and get it out there. It's like if you do the advocacy training here in Florida, the advocacy training that I went through was through FDLE, which is like Florida's TBI pretty much. And even when you go through that training, they talk about how it needs reform. They talk about how they've been working on trying to get it fixed. And I went through that training 3 years ago. It's still not fixed.
Gotcha. Jesus, I don't even know. So many questions and so many issues. It's so too much.
And Kelko, you're right. It's easier for law enforcement, the underpaid, understaffed, in a lot of places to say, "Oh, it's a runaway" or "It's a drug addict," and they get pushed to the side.
Nice. That's disgusting. That's just as bad as, you know, people involved in prostitution that they're not important. No, Kel, you're fine. You're not being negative. You're being truthful and real. That's what the facts are. Hey, Carito, good to see you tonight. Because local reports issue the Amber Alerts 5 minutes before law enforcement, right? Well, I mean, at least you're getting them, Carito. You know what I mean? Thank you guys for being here with us tonight. I appreciate it. Nope, Summer didn't get one right away either.
Nope. And like the FBI has great resources. They have the card team. So, you know, why would you not want the FBI involved? Why would you not want Homeland involved? You know, for all other purposes, why would you not let somebody like Elon get involved? Satellites all over the world. And, you know, whether you realize it or not, or believe it, there's facial recognition cameras and satellites all over this world. Why are those not used in these cases?
Right.
If you have a suspect, then why are we not using resources that are there?
Very good point.
There used to be a channel here on YouTube. I don't remember the name of the channel. That's how long it's been since I've seen it. And it was a stream channel, and he just ran missing posters 24/7, like missing people all the time. And I guess they ran out of funding or lost their channel or who knows what happened, but you don't see them anymore.
See, anything good is taken away at some point, in my opinion. It's crazy.
And then a lot of people question, you know, well, why do these parents come to YouTubers? Well, because you can't go to your local news and say my kid's missing. Because they have to get permission from law enforcement. Whereas if you send me a message, hey, my kid's missing, my husband's missing, my wife's missing, my grandma's missing, I'm going to put that out immediately.
That's what we do, right?
I'm going to make a flyer and I'm going to get that out there.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And like all these great organizations that we have, like Missing in America and the Awareness Foundation. Like, they don't, you know, a lot of times you go up to somebody that's not a part of our community or doesn't do what we do, and they're like, what's the Aware Foundation?
Mm.
Oh, there's a foundation that does that? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. How did you get involved in this, Mom? Like, what was the first thing or whatever, the thing that kicked you into this?
Okay, so how I got involved in this is I was at work, and a girl that I worked with came up to me and she said, "You have a YouTube channel, right?" And I said, "Yeah, I have a YouTube channel." And she said, "I grew up in this town, and there's a girl that's been missing for years. Her name's Aisha Degree. Would you do a video on her?" I said,
Who?
"Yeah."
Oh,
Aisha
sorry.
Degree.
Yeah.
I
I know who
said,
you're talking
"Yeah,
about.
absolutely." And then once I got involved in the missing, I dare not use the channel's name. I wouldn't cough that channel name up if it was the last breath of my life. But I modded for a large channel that I
Mm-hmm.
thought was a group of good people, and it ended up being a really bad place to be. It was a Summer Wells channel, and I left. I left because I could
Mm.
not I could not stand behind. Sorry,
Let's
every
start with
time a
a
hurricane comes through, I get all ugh.
let's start with a B.
Uh-uh.
Oh, okay. Sorry then.
No.
My apologies. I
No,
was thinking
no
it
B.
was something. Well, we'll talk
And
about it. No worries. Anyway.
So I got involved in Summer's case, and then while I was modding on that channel one night, this beautiful woman that grown really close to my heart very quick, named Brandy Neal, came on panel and was talking about her son that was missing. And
Mm-hmm.
I got involved with Brandy, and I did some stuff in the background that was not made public and still will not be made public to this day. And I got involved with a large group of people that, again, I thought were good people. And in the end, just about everybody that was a part of that group, with the exception of myself, Arctic, one other person, I don't know if they want to be mentioned, and Linda, who passed away, were the only good people that were in that group.
Mm-hmm.
And the rest of them were here for the wrong reasons.
Right. Right.
And he does not like me to get into the whole reason, but I was very new. I was learning myself what to do. I went through and I did the training online and made phone calls and figured out what I needed to do to be able to advocate the correct way and to know how to advocate and know how to handle families, and did a lot of research. And I got a phone call one night, and actually Tater got the phone call one night, and just the Cliff Notes version of it. Minnie was missing for 5 days in Nashville, and I spent about 12 hours on the phone with law enforcement in Davidson County and Rutherford County and 3 other counties, and I literally screamed at the top of my lungs at a detective until he was tired of hearing my voice. And I called a small county that is outside of Nashville, and I said, "Hey, this is who I am. I used to live there. This is where I worked at. Your sheriff knows who I am. My son is missing, and I need help now."
Mm-hmm.
And I'm here in Florida. At the time, I did not have a running vehicle, so I couldn't drive up there to go help. But I have family and friends that are still in the area, and we found him. And now, growth from his situation and really looking at what I do and understanding that it's a passion and not a hobby, he really came in like bullhorns down and really became a big, huge part of my channel. And when Riley went missing, that was the first time that he went boots on the ground and interviewed people and was climbing down the riverbank. I still have heart palpitations when I think about it. And handing out flyers for Riley and from there, you know, Drifty's got involved where she has Amber Alerts. They get sent to my phone. Something happens, she sends it to my phone. My dad has pictures and flyers of Vladik all around his antique store and a stack of flyers that he hands out. And in the midst of everything, I had met Bethany on Twitter, which is Vladik Hassel's sister. And I told her, I said, hey, I'm local. You know, would you mind if I make a couple videos for him? He's a Marine. I come from a military family. And I got a couple of videos of him put out. And then I ended up meeting Vern Gilbert on Twitter. And me and him really hit it off. And I went to film Vladik's billboard. And it was out because they're blip boards, so they're lights. And I ended up, you know, texting him and being like, hey, the billboard's out, blah, blah, blah. And then that's how me and him became really good friends. And then I became a part of the missing community on Twitter. And I'm pretty well known over there. And I've met a lot of really good authors and news reporters and retired news reporters and FBI agents and all kinds of things from what I've done here in YouTube and on Twitter and in real life. So it's become something that is really passionate and close to my heart. And I learned that you never give up, because I honestly thought I would never hear my son's voice again. And when I got the phone call, they found him, then it's kind of was a swift kick in the hind end to say, hey, you sit on your panel and you preach about how these moms and these families are the biggest advocates. When I speak from experience, I've been through this myself. I've lost 2 children. So I come from the heart 100% all the way around of every angle.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
But that's the short version. Sorry, I took over your panel.
Yeah. Oh, no. Stop. You didn't take nothing over. I asked you the question. Hello, Cassie. And in the midst of all of that, a bill got passed. He. That's true, Tomboy, because mom don't give up.
Absolutely. So how that happened was, many of you guys know that my old man was in a tragic car accident, and I advocating and being there for the families and making missing flyers is something that, like I said, it's a passion, not a hobby. So I was actually at the hospital, laptop in my lap, in a hospital room, doing an interview with a sister of a missing guy. And I made him flyers. We got his name out there. We got some other channels to cover him. He ended up being found deceased.
Okay.
And in the midst of all that, a channel that shall not be named, which I don't have to name it because many of you guys know that Gannon's autopsy photos were released from the ME here in Florida to Colorado, and then were put on a FOIA request and were sold on Patreon for everybody to see. And something went through me. I was in a very high emotional place. And sometimes when you're in that high emotional place, I feel like is the best time to make decisions.
Very true. Very true. I think that because when you're doing, when you're in that place, you're really pushing for answers to things, in my opinion. So
Yeah, and you're really hyper focused too. Like, I know that sounds crazy,
No,
but
it's true.
like everything around you is almost like white noise. And it went through me so hard when that happened. I was like, this is my state. This is where I live. It's not my home, but this is where I live. This is my state. And I'm going to stop this from happening again if I can. So I spent about 8 hours on the phone with local with local officials, and then I called the governor's office and spoke to his secretary. Like, I kept her on the phone for probably an hour, and then I got phone number after phone number after phone number, and then I finally got to the correct place, and he was like, this has to be done a certain way because you are part of the community and you're coming to me with this. You have to write the bill. And I told him, I said, I've never wrote a damn bill before. I don't even know what I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
And
Right.
so I wrote the bill, and then he emailed it back to me with key points and highlights on it. And I fixed the stuff that needed to be fixed on it. And he gave me his word that the next time, because they can only take up 10 bills that are community brought bills. So the next month he promised me he would get it put up. And then right before Maddie was brutally had her life taken was when it got passed.
Gotcha.
And me and him discussed that, hoping that, you know, it does happen. Some states look at things that Florida does and they say, oh, wow, well, we can't let Florida one up me. Maybe we'll get them to adopt the law as well. So that's kind of what my end game was to stop the exploitation of children that have already been exploited to the extent of losing their life.
Of course. Absolutely. Well, then I kind of knew some of that. Oh, I'm awake, Doodle. I was reading some stuff. Sorry, guys. As I'm listening to you, I'm reading some other stuff about something that pretty serious that's going on. That somebody had sent me an email on that I just got. I was going to show you guys real quick. I don't know how many people are in Georgia right now, but there's a shelter in place order that's been put in place in Conyers, Georgia, because of a chemical plant that exploded. And it's a big mess. Bad. Let me show you this real quick. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, Mom, but
No, you're fine. Wildfire that
anybody
comes in
that's
here.
Yeah.
Sorry, she's like down the road from that.
Okay, this is dangerous shit. This is kind of like the same thing I went through in East Palestine here. So I was just trying to read through all that. I want anybody to see this that knows that's in this area. Guys, if there's any issues with audio, please let me know.
Chemical fire at BioLab in Rockdale County.
Officials have told us there has been no active fire at the facility since yesterday afternoon. The fire chief also said just within the last hour or so that it took 3 to 4 hours to get the initial fire under control, but then the roof collapsed. The EPA says they are still monitoring the air and expect to have a report by later today. Now, officials also dispelled talk that's been going around online saying no firefighters were hospitalized fighting the fire.
And residents across Metro Atlanta have expressed concerns about what is in the air and the long-term health impacts of the BioLab fire. 11 Alive investigative reporter Rebecca Lindstrom has been asking those questions for you today. She's joining us now live.
We are waiting for the company to submit its safety data sheet so we have a better understanding of what chemicals might be lingering in the air or settling in the soil around the evacuation area. We know BioLab handles chlorine for pools and spa products, but those usually have other chemicals involved as well in the processing. Today, I sat down to talk with Purdue professor Andrew Welton, an expert on disasters and environmental chemistry. He spent months assessing the damage after the train derailment that made national news in East Palestine. While these are very different situations, he says homeowners may not like it, but they need to demand answers.
I wholeheartedly agree that when they woke up today, they didn't want to be a scientist. They didn't want to understand if their buildings were safe or how long they'd be out of their building. But what people have is power in numbers. And if they communicate collectively to the legislative officials are responsible for acting on their best interest with government agencies.
A good example, if you live in an impacted area, you probably have been getting notices saying that the air quality is fine. Today, though, I reached back out to ask how they are conducting those tests. Exactly what chemicals are they even trying to measure? And even if they say the air is fine, what are those test results? Now, the EPA said it would start releasing that data later tonight. In the meantime, if you have any debris from the fire or the smoke plume in your yard, Welton says don't touch it. contact emergency management and ask who can come and test it first. If you were evacuated, some home insurance companies will pay to test your carpet, walls, and soil if you get back home and are still having concerns. And finally, Welton says, don't write off your experience. If you are feeling unwell, report it as well, because that is information regulators will need to determine the next steps.
Oy, 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 oy. Wow, here you go.
This is, I don't even know what's on fire.
And more than 17,000 people near Atlanta are wondering when they'll be able to go back home after a chemical plant fire spewed potentially toxic smoke in the.
Now, I'm going to state something to you guys. I worked in fire. You guys know that. I've dealt with stuff like this too. Hey, Kim, welcome tonight. Shauna McGrath, good to see you as well. I live very near the East Palestine thing as well, and they tried to tell everybody everything's fine. Don't worry about it. There's nothing toxic in there. Listen to me. This is a commonsensical statement I'm about to make. If something explodes into the air and makes a mushroom cloud, whatever kind of a cloud into the air, okay? I don't care if it's not toxic, if it's not made out of oxygen, okay, or something that we breathe in on a normal basis, and there's any kind of a chemical in it, it can be toxic to anybody. There's people that have breathing problems. There's people that have respiratory issues, diseases, so on and so forth. This is not healthy for anybody, okay? That's all I'm telling you. They can tell you whatever they want because they don't want people to flip out, okay? There are things about stuff like this, and once they turn this into steam by hitting it with water, it's no, it's not healthy at all either way. So anybody that's around this, try not to be around this is all I'm telling you. They can say it's not going to hurt you. I don't believe that, okay? And I don't want anybody else to believe that either. It's dangerous in any form, fashion. That's all I'm saying. Welcome, Elizabeth. Good to see you again tonight. I think I got everybody. Okay. Look at the color of the smoke first off, folks. It's no. Hold on. I'll let you guys hear this.
The air. This is what it looked like in Conyers, Georgia for most of the day Sunday. The air was so dangerous to breathe. Authorities shut down a busy interstate, backing up traffic for hours. The fire broke out inside the BioLab pool chemical plant when water from a sprinkler mixed with the product, causing a chemical reaction. People who live in this area have been here before. Authorities say this is the third major chemical incident at this same plant in the last 7 years.
Okay, you see this here. This is pink and like a orange, like a pinkish red color. No, that's bad. Exactly, Dane. That's bad. Even if the smoke were to clear up, when it does clear up to like a light gray, whitish color, there's still chemical in the steam that's coming from the smoke, or is rolling with the smoke, guys. It's not good for you at all. And if you're around this anywhere, please stay as far away from it as you can. Keep windows closed, any ventilation in the house, keep it confined. Okay. It's not bad. It's not good at all. They said the same thing with us here when we had the train derailment. And that was a little different than what this is. I'll say each chemical has its own base and its own differences, but it's still not healthy for you. They said it right out of the gate. When it first started burning, it was horrible. Well, what the hell are people supposed to do? It's in the air. You can't just shut it down. Okay. So, and this doesn't necessarily, it may not cause anything right now, but it can cause something long-term, or vice versa. Okay. It may not cause anything long-term, but it can definitely tear you up right now. And it's very dangerous for a lot of different reasons. So that's why I'm showing you this, or why I was showing you this. Hold on. Let's see.
Right now, many people cross.
And again, if it's not dangerous, why the hell would they issue a mandatory shelter in place? That's stupid to me. Sorry.
Greater Atlanta being told to shelter in place, and that news conference is just now getting underway. Let's go ahead and listen in.
And our EPA advisor, Brian Vassar. In addition, we have the mayor of Rockdale County.
This is 2 hours ago. Well, let's see what lies they tell.
Chairman Oz Nesbitt. We have the chairman of Rockdale County. We have the mayor of the city of Conyers, Vince Evans. We have representatives here from the sheriff's office and the city manager. At this time, we will hear from our fire chief.
Good afternoon. My name is Marion McDaniel, and I am the fire chief of Rockdale County Fire Rescue. At approximately 5:19 yesterday morning, Rockdale County Fire Rescue Engine 7 responded to 1700 Covington Highway on an alarm bell ringing. Upon arrival, they observed a fire on the roof area, which had activated the system, the sprinkler system. Stored in that building is a water reactive chemical, which brings us to the major incident we have been facing for the past 2 days. Once the water made contact with that chemical, we have the plume that you've seen for the past 2 days. There was a fire. The fire was brought under containment around 10:30. After the fire was contained, the water was secure. We started to remove the product from the facility, at which time there was a rekindle of the fire. That occurred approximately 12:30 yesterday afternoon. It took us about 3.5, 4 hours to get that fire under control, and after which point in time, we started trying to remove the debris. During the course of the fire, the roof collapsed, several of the interior walls collapsed, which caused another problem for us. However, as we come into the day, I want to reiterate, there have been reports of a fire. There has not been an active fire at the site since yesterday when it was contained at 4 o'clock. However, today, what we have been doing is working through the debris with bulldozers, moving the debris so we can get to the product. The hot zone of the area, the primary area, is the far end of the building where the product was stored. All walls, all areas around that have been knocked down, and we're working through getting to the product so we can secure it, store it. I would like to add that yesterday in the process.
Is it me or did she freeze?
She froze.
Okay, I thought so.
We did start offloading some of the
The
product.
government stopped it.
Has been stored in a shack on the property, secure. And
What'd you say, Mom?
The government stopped it.
Probably. I was just getting ready to say that. Yeah. Jesus Christ. So funny how we think so much alike, but damn. Yeah. Anyway.
I told you you are my brother from another mother.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And away from harm. So that is where we are. We're still mitigating to it. There's no fire. We're working through the debris. And once we get all the debris out the way, we can offload the product.
Good evening. I'm Sharon Webb, Director of EMA for Rockdale County. In reference to what Chief McDaniel said, for EMA, we have been monitoring the situation. And as of yesterday, with the air products that were being released, it was in best interest for the citizens that we put a mandatory evacuation within the vicinity of Old Town Conyers, as well as a shelter in place for the north side of the county. As the day progressed and the plume started to get bigger, it was advised that we needed to put a shelter in place for the entire Rockdale County, which went into effect about midnight last night. Throughout the night, we monitored the situation. And during that time, I-20 had been closed, as well as numerous county roads within the Rockdale County. As of this morning, about 7 o'clock, I-20 was open, and SO started working to eliminate some of the road closures that we had throughout the county. Throughout the day, we have been monitoring the situation, getting reports from EPD, and as of now, we have been working with EPA to give us an overall air quality for what we need for Rockdale County. And I will bring up Brian Vassar now to read the report.
Good afternoon. I'm Brian Vassar. I'm an on-scene coordinator with the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. Yesterday morning, EPA.
The first thing I'm going to tell you guys, look at this man's face as he's explaining this to everybody. Look at his eyes and look at his face. This dude is scared as hell. I'm telling you right now, he is not I'm just saying, the dude is not happy. I'll just say that.
It was notified of the fire at the facility here. And EPA was requested to respond to support local and state resources.
Just so you guys know, I'm being over exaggerative on purpose. He probably isn't scared. I'm just saying, like, these things are, when they do these press conferences after disasters like this happen, I hate how they lie to people. I don't like how they pull bullshit wool over people's eyes and tell you that, oh, it's not in the air anymore. They tried to say when East Palestine happened that it was only a 5 mile radius that was affecting. Y'all, I was standing in my driveway looking at the cloud that was 35 miles away from me and smelling things, knowing that it was not healthy. And they're telling us, you're all fine. The water tables are fine. This is fine. Yeah. Anyway, the color of the smoke was a big thing with this and that. The smell, you can tell that it's toxic. And the things that have happened to the people in East Palestine, yeah, it's in Georgia, Virginia. That gives the answers to exactly what the deal is with this, but they don't want everybody knowing that. Okay. I'm just saying.
Primarily with air monitoring. So EPA mobilized in resources to conduct air monitoring in kind of the immediate area of the facility. We've been kind of 3-tiered air monitoring. We're doing air monitoring on site to protect personnel. We're doing air monitoring in the current evacuation zone, and then we've extended air monitoring beyond the evacuation zone to determine if it's appropriate. If the current evacuation zone or shelter in places are appropriate. We've been working with the county and state to provide data. We expect to have a report later today that will summarize the past 12 hours worth of data for the county to be able to review and make a determination on shelter in place or evacuation moving forward.
Ryan, can you share any of the data that you currently have in regards to the numbers?
Yeah, so I can share the first 12 hours worth of data that we had because I've been able to review that. During that time, we didn't see any concentrations of chemicals of concern. The primary chemicals that we are concerned about or monitoring for is chlorine and hydrochloric acid.
It will, Virginia. When it settles from the air, it's going to settle in the water sources. Same thing it did here. They can say whatever they want. They can try to clean it up, but you can't get it all. We had animals that live in the wild dropping over out here like crazy. They were finding them all over the place. There were places. If you guys remember, I showed you photos of and videos of the creeks and streams. Hey, Kimber, good to see you, dear. There was like thousands of dead fish floating in the river, but it was safe. You know, just saying. And most of these people, their water tables are they use a lot of these streams, rivers, and creeks as their drinking water. They go through filtration plants. Well, I don't trust any filtration plant to clean stuff like that completely out of water. I have a well, thank God. And somebody in here that cares was looking at my well to make sure that my well didn't fall into that atmosphere before I was. I'll just tell you that much. So thank God mine sits higher than this place did. But anyway, yeah, the water sources definitely get affected.
Acid. We didn't see concentrations of those chemicals.
Here, let me repeat the chemicals that have been released on this real quick.
Chlorine and hydrochloric acid. We didn't see concentrations of those chemicals of chemicals of concern. The primary chemicals that we are concerned about or monitoring for is chlorine and hydrochloric acid. We didn't see concentrations of those chemicals in the air that would exceed an action level for us, or that would advise, or that would seem unsafe to the public.
And so with that, we will be monitoring the situation at the EPA and giving a follow-up in the next coming times, probably 3 hours from now, we'll give another update.
So can I just clarify, so the shelter in place and the evacuation orders are still active?
Those are still in effect, yes.
Do we know when the plume and that smoke is going to be controlled? Is there like a timeline of controlling that? I think that's where the misconception is, that people still think that there's a fire, but there's not.
Well, it's white smoke.
Yeah.
So that smoke is a product of the water and the water reactive chemical. Once we can get that stored securely, that's going to go away. As far as a specific timeline.
Come on now, Chief. Let them understand that just because it's white smoke does not mean that there's no chemicals in it. Let's be honest now.
And no, it's just going to be time.
Well, what the hell about the orange smoke?
The orange smoke was from that was from the fire. Okay. The orange smoke turned to white smoke once they put water on it. Those chemicals are still in that steam. That's what they're not telling you. Okay. Pete,
I'm saying.
Right. So once the orange smoke, pink smoke, whatever hell color it was bad, period, because it's colored. Okay. Anyway, once they added water to that to bring that fire down, it turns a different color. Just because it changes colors does not mean that those chemicals are still not active. They've been diluted, okay, but they're still there. That's what they're not telling you. They don't want people to panic. It's white smoke. Oh, okay, great, Chief. That's fine. It's white now. It's slightly diluted. It's still dangerous, folks. That's all I'm saying. Which is why they still have a shelter in place. And you can shelter in place all you want. If your ventilation, unless you're in a sealed box, it's still going to get in there. Okay, so it's still dangerous in my opinion. That's all I'm saying. Doodle, I dropped you a link in case you're interested, or not Doodle, Kimber, and I know you're cleaning and stuff, but I know you like to jump up here now and again. So there's a link if you're interested, dear, in Discord.
Once we can get it secure, things will start to look better for us.
Please give an update on how your first responders are doing. I know a couple of them might have been hospitalized.
So no, to the best of my knowledge, and I'm the fire chief, so no one has been hospitalized, but thank you for asking. But all Rockdale County Fire Rescue personnel are doing great. Thank you.
And then just to clarify, you guys are working to basically entirely flatten the building, is that right? For the remaining walls that are standing?
So there's a company on site doing that. We are there just to monitor to make sure that there is no rekindle or anything that requires our action. But there is a company that's actually moving the heavy equipment and doing all of the cleanup.
But there's not going to be any part of the building standing when this is all.
I would imagine not. Yeah. Thank you.
We have been watching a live press conference with Rockdale County officials, including the Rockdale County Fire Chief and the Environmental Protection Agency. Two things they made very clear: the evacuation order and the shelter-in-place remains intact. There is no fire. There have been a lot of rumors on social media. They're saying that's basically the water coming in contact with chemicals, which is creating that big plume of smoke that you're seeing. But according to the EPA, they say that there is no detectable levels where it's unsafe to breathe.
Yeah, that's one of the biggest concerns for folks in that area and also the surrounding area that have seen somewhat of a haze, even here in the Atlanta area. And you heard from officials talking about that air quality. They're doing more testing. They're waiting for some of that testing to come back. And so they're going to be updating on that. But as you said, they don't have any major concerns about the air quality.
Okay, so we all know what swimming pools smell like, right? So chlorine has a the bleach, chlorine, that smell. We know what it smells like mixed with water. It's a very strong smell. So if you take that smell and you vaporize it and turn it into a cloud of steam, smoke, whatever, and then breathe that in, it's strong as it is. What does it do to our eyes when you're in the water? It burns the shit out of you, right? If you dump, you can't drink bleach. We know that that's not ingestible. It'll kill you. You don't put it in your eyes. It burns. And it eventually, if you get concentration in your eyes, you will go blind. Okay. It burns the scleras. And that's the end of it. Okay. Smoke and steam is a breathable substance because it is a gas. You inhale it into your lungs. What happens? I'm just saying. So they don't.
It burns your lungs.
Thank you. Thank you. And it can shut down your respiratory tract because the ciliary will close because they don't like it. Okay. Just as much as when we like smokers. Yeah. Inhale smoke, they close. When they become inflamed, it will shut down the respiratory process if it is too much of a thing. So they don't tell you all these details. All I'm saying is anybody that's anywhere near this, please be careful, please. Because they're obviously still sheltering people in place for a reason. They're going to tell you it's white smoke, so it's good for you. Those chemicals are still in there. Yeah, like I said, they have decreased in toxicity because they've been diluted. They're still there, though. So just telling you. I hate when they do this to people. They try to tell everybody out here that the people that lived in the town, oh, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. It's no big deal. The inside of these people's homes out here, they had to have ServPro come in and clean their houses like it was black mold. And it's still not, all around that area. Like I told you, there were thousands of fish seen floating. Farm people were waking up the next morning and all that had like farms, goats and cows and chickens and stuff. They were all dead within like, a couple hours. It was crazy. So if animals are dropping over within a couple hours, what do you think it's going to do? And there are long-term effects that this can cause too, you guys. Just saying. There's a lot of people that are in this area out here, which hasn't been put out a lot, that have contracted cancer, things like that. And people have died. So yeah, it's not a good thing at all. It drives me nuts when they put this shit out and they don't tell you the whole truth, that goes along with it. It's just wrong. So Just saying. But anyway, that's really all they're gonna say there. It is what it is. I swear they're trying to kill people. These chemical plants that are like this, and these chemical like train cars and planes that carry these things, and vehicles that do, and there should be certain types of rules and like backup precautionary stuff that is put in place. Like I know there is in some senses, but it really needs to be followed through with in a lot of ways. You heard them say, I think you were here, or yeah, you heard that, Mom, that they said was it third or the fourth explosion they've had in this area because from that same plant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, we have a chemical plant outside of my hometown in Calvert City. We have 4 chemical plants. They're like, you got to know somebody that knows somebody that knows somebody, or be somebody's grandkid to get a job up there. But when I was younger, I worked for a friend of mine for a little while, and he owned a car detail. We made hand over ass money getting overspray off of employees' cars.
Gotcha.
And let me tell you, when you have to use a paint clay bar to take
fun, isn't it?
overspray off of a vehicle, you question every time you go up there and fish in that lake.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. Jeez.
There is a lot that goes on in this country that they don't tell us about.
No. And I truly care about the people that come in here. I just care about people in general. So when I see things that I have knowledge about, I'm going to give the truth that I know about certain things as much as I can, just to keep people safe. I mean, when you look at like a smoke plume, okay, you look at a plume of smoke. This is coming from the plant right here, okay? Here's the source down on the ground here. Look how far this is traveling. And when the air starts, God forbid it starts raining, because if it starts raining, guess what happens? It turns it liquid again. And it's dropping to the ground and landing on things and people and stuff that's not good for. Just saying. That's that plume of smoke travels. Like the stuff that happened here in Ohio, it went clear to Canada. It was in the Mississippi River. They found elements of it in the Mississippi River, the Ohio River, the Mahoning River, which is where it started at out here. And then just all those bodies of water connect. Same with this stuff. That smoke cloud's going to travel quite a ways, folks. Just okay. For instance, when Canada had their wildfires, remember that? We here in Ohio had an air quality alert. We weren't supposed to go outside, and I was outside a little throughout the days for a week. I couldn't breathe. My asthma was completely out of whack because of that shit. And that's coming from Canada, folks. So that should tell you something. And that was just woods burning, okay? Trees and grass and leaves. Oh my. That's what was burning. It wasn't all this crazy chemical shit. And that was traveling that far, and it was affecting me here. So that I'm just saying. Think about those things. Yeah, East Palestine was a complete total disaster. And I'm telling you right now, whatever the I think I can't remember the train company that is responsible, they're paying out of the ass right now. Big time lawsuits, okay? And there's attorneys that are dropping in like paratroopers around here to cover this stuff. It's crazy, but they don't want to tell people the truth. And that's what I don't like about this stuff. That's why when I see things like this happening, I bring it to you guys immediately. Oh yeah, Indiana was getting it. Mama Bear was getting it. We were on the phone one time talking, and it outside it was yellow. You could see the yellow haze coming from the north down this direction. And it was I think it got as far south as Tennessee at some point, the smoke did. Because people were talking about it. It was bad here. And Jersey.
Well, how many of you guys have heard?
What's that?
How many of y'all have heard about the black slime that was in Jacksonville about a month ago?
The what?
Yep. The dark gray black slime that was falling out of the sky in a singular neighborhood, and it was getting on people's cars and was like staining their vehicles, and they blocked the roads off and told the homeowners that they weren't allowed to come outside. Like the National Guard was there, but yet there was no concern to the locals.
Bullshit. See? That's what I'm talking about. Wow. See? I don't trust people at all. Because they don't want to induce a panic. They don't want people to stop going to the businesses in the local areas and take money away from that, which takes away from the towns and the cities that these things happen in. That's more important than people's lives. That's bullshit. Sorry. Sending black slime falling from the sky in Florida. Is that what it was?
In Jacksonville. Yep. It was about a month ago.
I found fireballs in the sky in Jacksonville, but not that. Let me see.
Let's see if I found it.
I'm looking. What the hell? Sorry, folks, that was loud. You see a lot of weird, crazy things on here that you probably shouldn't. A huge surge wave nearly takes boats and people with it. Jesus, that's monstrous. All right, black. Let me see if it just. Yeah, I will always, if I know things that are going on, I will always tell you guys about it. If I know anything about it, just because why not? You know what I mean? I would hope that you guys would do the same thing.
I found a short clip. It's in back chat.
All right, let me see.
It's a really short clip.
I'm sure it is. It's probably all that was allowed to be put out. They probably didn't even want that out, to be honest with you. I'll tell you something else here in a minute. It was weird. All right, here we go.
Last 30 minutes, the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office starting to put hazard tape up in a north side neighborhood where overnight a mysterious substance appeared on vehicles.
And this has a lot of neighbors there talking. Take a look at these pictures from the San Mateo neighborhood. This is where cars on at least 5 streets were covered in this brownish gray film. Drew Cosgray is live in the neighborhood tonight.
So Drew, tell us more about what neighbors are telling you.
Well, as you can see, neighbors are outside right now wondering what is going on. Just about 30 minutes ago, JSO came up to me and they had me leave the house that I went live from last hour because it was deemed too dangerous. And as you can see right here, the tape has been put up, and on the end of the road, they are checking out not only that one house, but the whole entire street. Now, what it is, they have no idea. We still don't know. I spoke with Amanda Hittinger, who tells me when she woke up.
Okay, you're gonna say that they don't know what it is, but that house was too dangerous to be near?
Mm-hmm.
Miss me with that bullshit now. Come on. Come on. That's just stupid.
This morning, she noticed a type of goo on her vehicles. She tried cleaning off the goo, but it has not come out. And she says if it is contaminated, there's not much she can do.
Our entire environment's contaminated now. And that means if I want to come mow my grass, I'm breathing contaminated air. If I want to let my dogs go outside, they're sniffing contaminated grass. Like the potential repercussions of this are very concerning.
And like the neighbors, we don't know much either. So as we learn more, we will keep you updated. Reporting in Jacksonville, this is Drew Cosgray, First Coast News, on your side.
And that's it, huh?
Yep, that's it. And if it hadn't been for Twitter, I wouldn't have even known it happened.
And nobody ever just never claimed it, knew what it was. That was
Not
the
a
end of
peep
it.
about it. Nope, not an update, nothing.
See, that's some shit, guys. That's what I'm talking about. Before we moved out to where I live now, about 6-8 years ago, I lived in Warren. It's the town that I grew up in. Okay, and for about a week, if you'd walk out the door, you would smell what smelled to me, based on my previous experiences in life, like rotting flesh, a dead body in the air, and it was strong. Like we had to close our windows and stuff. It was that strong. It was all over the city. And finally, people started complaining to like the city about like, what the hell is this smell? It smells like a dead person. It was coming out of the sewer systems. We finally figured it out. A lot of people in the neighborhoods, and there was a matter of like 5 or 6 different neighborhoods that were, which is probably it was about 13 or 14 city blocks. It was huge area that was getting this smell. Once you got to the other side of town, it was very faint, but you could smell it, but very faintly. But in those neighborhoods, it was like it was right in your face. So people started like trying to figure out what the hell it was, including local fire department, police department, health department comes out. There's cars all over town looking for this stuff. One of the neighbors in the neighborhood walked over to our storm drains, the ones that are like on the side of the curb where all the water rolls down in. Like Pennywise's little thing, Georgie and all that stuff.
Oh, hell no.
That's what the drain looked like, was that one. But anyway, and this guy standing in front of this thing, and it was like so strong. Like so strong. He calls police. They go there, find it. So they're looking. Nobody can figure it out. So they call the city out and the county and the state. The EPA shows up, blah, 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 so on and so forth. There was a plant that was in the middle of this neighborhood that was making I can't remember what the hell they made, you guys. It had something to do with plastics, right? But the smell, it smelled like a dead body, a dead human body. And it was in the sewer systems. It came to find out they were dumping some of their chemicals in the sewer. They were going down drains in the plant, and they were going into the sewage system, which again, we didn't drink or use any of the water that went into the sewage. It was just released somewhere else. Our water came from the Mosquito Lake that we drank and flushed and all that stuff with. But anyway, they shut the plant down. The EPA shut the plant down. They had to do something as far as how they got rid of whatever this was. But I'm telling you, I've never heard of anything plastic or anything like that smelling like a human being, a rotting body. Okay. And that's what this smell was. And it lasted for a good 2.5 weeks. It was so strong. Like it was making people were literally getting sick to their stomach and throwing up because of it. It was bad. And then it was gone. So there's a lot of shit like that goes on in different places, folks. It's crazy. I'm still telling you, it smells like they were like melting down people or bodies or something and letting it drain into the sewers. It was crazy. I don't know. Tractors that I might see have a stroke seeing slime. So yeah, right? Don't know. But that's what they do is you'll see it on the news. If the local news gets a hold of stuff like that, of course they're going to talk about it. But they get rid of this stuff like this really quick so that nobody has to freak out about it. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. I don't know. Let me see. There was something else I was going to show you guys earlier, and I completely forgot about it. The hell? Oh yeah, Texas chemical plant that burnt down in San Jacinto. There was also this one here too, you guys, from earlier. Somebody had mentioned this. I remember this. Crazy. Hold on. Here you go. Where do you see this? This is insane. This happened in Lebanon, Beirut. It's not over here, but still, it's still crazy. And the mushroom cloud for this was like, whoa. This was put up 4 years ago, so 2020. Yeah, it's about right. Okay, here you go.
Extraordinary images tonight of deadly explosions felt by millions in Lebanon. Blasts that shook a city and injured thousands. This was the first, coming just after 6 in the evening at Beirut's main port, sending up a plume of thick smoke.
Did you see how massive that explosion was? The force of it when it like it exploded, then imploded, and it just completely blew everything apart.
Smoke. Beneath it, fires raging and flashes of light filmed by nearby residents. None of them could have guessed what would happen next. A second massive explosion that some described as like an earthquake. A mushroom cloud of debris and seawater blasted into the air. The detonation was heard 200 miles away in at least 2 other countries.
I saw something flash and I couldn't hear anymore. It was raining glass all over the city of Beirut.
On the ground, dozens lay dead. Lebanon's health minister says almost 3,000 people have been injured. The port area destroyed. But what caused it? Officials tonight say a warehouse has for years been filled with dangerous explosive chemicals. Warnings about the dangers, they say, ignored. Beirut, so often a battleground in war, resembling a war zone tonight. This is a national disaster for Lebanon. Tomorrow, a day of national mourning and of many questions. If this was a warehouse for dangerous chemicals, were the explosions accidental or sabotage?
Hey, NBC News fans, thanks for checking out our YouTube channels.
How about that for an explosion? That was what that was, Phil. That's what I just showed you guys. I've never seen anything blow up like that. That's insane. But they heard it in 2 other countries, folks. Can you imagine that? How loud that had to have been, how big? And I believe it was a fertilizer plant. What do we got here, Mom?
I put you 3 links in the back so you can run them through and see which one's safe. It's a pretty shitty situation.
Okay. Gotcha. Let's see what we got here. This one is sewage pipe bursts in China, sending a fountain of yellow liquid several stories high and shattering car windows. Oh boy, yellow liquid. So that's a lot of pee-pee. Or poo-poo. I said it, doodle, poo-poo. A newly installed sewage pipeline burst during a pressure test at a road construction site in China. That is a whole lot of raw sewage, folks.
I told you it was a shitty situation.
It sure is. And then we got hold on. Let me see this one here. It's the same one. Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah, I
of
wasn't
poop.
sure which one was safe to run through. So I sent you 3 of them.
Yeah, no, they're all the same, but that's appreciate that. Yeah, that's a lot of poo poo. Holy hell. I've never seen anything as large as the Lebanon explosion. That was the biggest thing I've ever seen in my life. Other than like like a hydrogen bomb or something like that, but still, that even seemed like it was more powerful than that in some senses. Yeah, you don't want to be standing around there. That is pure and unadulterated sewage, raw sewage. That's another thing too. Let me check and see how that's doing. Thank you for that's a good idea, Alicia. They're probably not going to get much on it now. I know from what I understood is it was burning out what was left, but that was from like 2 weeks ago. I don't think they have many updates from it. They had the last update I saw. I mean, it destroyed a lot of shit. I think I showed you that guys on the morning show the other day. Yeah. There's nothing new other than let me see. The newest update on that one would be I think I showed you this on the morning show for those of you that were there. This is the newest update. This was 6 days ago. And at this point, it was still burning, but it was burning very close to the ground. Got you. Thanks, Bill. No, I'm looking that up next, dude. Doodle Tomboy. So hold on, guy. I don't know how. I'll just. Here we go.
I mean, every now and then something happens, but never nothing like this close to the house. We were hoping we were far enough away from the refineries that none of this would happen like this, but I guess anything can happen.
I feel like maybe.
Yeah, that's what I was just showing you guys, Virginia. That huge explosion, that was the one in Beirut. No, you're okay, Alicia. No worries, hon.
They should have had that, more secured, especially on a busy road next to a neighborhood. And then there's a park right there, kids could have been there when this happened. So I feel like it could have been protected more. It is a fear that you keep in the back of your mind, but I don't think I want to live here anymore. I'm just too scared to stay here. I have never experienced anything like that in my life ever, and I don't want to have to experience it again.
Yeah, that one was pretty wild too. That caused a lot of damage. Not like any of what these things have, but still enough. Dangerous stuff. Thank you, Tomboy. Just sent me these out of Texas. Let's see. This is from 12 years ago. Chemical plant fire rages. Raw video. It was a chemical manufacturing plant in Waxahachie, Texas. Look at that. And all that black smoke is absolutely toxic. The one in Beirut, I believe, was a fertilizer plant, Linda. I think that's what it stated on it. That's monstrous. And you know that spread throughout so far. No, I don't remember that, Phil. Lawrence where? Massachusetts? That's crazy, Tomboy. And the other one. Hang on. Sorry if you guys are bored. I'm just talking, and I like talking with you guys and showing you interesting things. So
No, not bored at all. I enjoy watching.
always, I just like hanging out with you guys, and there's always something to talk about something, you know.
Top piece? I don't think so, not yet. You just can't see it anymore. I ain't telling things been there forever.
Hey, Molly.
Look, it's
Not
got
bad.
me low now. Put the wind blowing that way. It should collapse.
That's pretty wild too. I was showing the explosion, the chemical plant that blew up in Georgia, Molly, and then it just led to us looking at other stuff. That's all. Let's see here. 1 second. Oh, I do remember this. Phil.
So while
Yeah, we had this happen here actually. I had to respond to it. Some guy was blown out the front picture window of his house because there was a gas leak under his home.
It is a much bigger operation, and we talk about how many people are responding. You know, for each one of these firefighters, they're dealing with the one that they have in front of them. And this is not an image we had seen yet, Lisa. This is clearly the remnants from an explosion. The whole side of this house blown out sideways.
Yeah, Rich, it's interesting. As we've been talking to you, we've been showing both a devastating fire. When you were talking about the disaster to these people's lives, we were showing a home that was fully engulfed. But what we're looking at right now, and a picture that we have not seen until now, is an explosion that looks like it just blew a home, parts of a home apart, like, you know, shooting parts of it right out the back. Is there a danger tonight of hotspots with these fires? And will we see firefighters staying in these communities all evening?
Oh, I'm sure you'll be seeing firefighters in the communities all evenings, probably throughout the night, until they're 100% sure that the situation is safe. But also have to now look at the recovery going forward.
Oh, okay, Tomboy. So there's that one. And then let me go back to this, and then I'll. Plus, I have another one to show you guys too. The one in Beirut's probably one of the biggest ones I ever saw. But hold on a minute. There is one that seems like it was bigger, if I remember right. The thing is when these things happen, all the chemicals and all this stuff goes up into the air, and it's just not good for people, period.
It should collapse. Yeah. Oh, you okay?
Dad?
You okay?
Dad, I can't hear.
Come
I can't hear. Get out of here. Please get out of here.
Oh my God.
Holy shit. I thought the explosion happened before the fire. Good Jesus. No way, Phil. No way. That's a lot. That was crazy, Tomboy. Holy hell. In a handbag. That scared the shit out of me. Wow.
An unknown number of people are dead tonight.
I found this on YouTube too. That's crazy.
And over 100 people have been hospitalized after this massive explosion at a fertilizer plant in West Texas, about 35 miles north of Waco. Eyewitnesses likened the event to a nuclear bomb blast, and it sent a massive fireball into the sky. The explosion registered a 2.1 on the Richter scale, instantly leveled dozens of houses in the area, and shook others as far away as 50 miles. Officials are evacuating parts of the town as the plant contained 54,000 pounds of the chemical anhydrous ammonia, a pungent gas with suffocating fumes. When exposed to humans, it can cause severe burns if it combines with water in.
And did you say this was done on purpose? What the hell for? Good God, that was crazy. That makes the Beirut thing look like a little firecracker going off. Jesus. Wow. That is crazy. Good Lord Almighty, that is insane. There is another one. Hold on a minute. You still here, Mom?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. Okay, let me see if this is the right one.
Explosions are fast.
Well, it's in this mix here somewhere. Hold on, I'll show you guys.
Fascinating to watch, but they can also be dangerous, destructive, and lethal, whether they are natural or artificial. Explosions end up with people losing their lives or their property. Here are the 15 biggest explosions caught on camera.
The chain of disaster is now complete.
Number 15, Chernobyl explosion. In 1986, a catastrophic explosion occurred at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant in Ukraine, once a part of the Soviet Union. The explosion was so...
I don't know. Did you guys on Netflix watch the series about this whole Chernobyl thing? Did anybody get to see that besides me?
I've watched a couple of documentaries on Chernobyl.
There's one that they made us like a mini series out of that was like actors played the people going through the whole thing. That was pretty wild to me. And it was really due to somebody's ego and negligence is all that. Never had to happen. It's crazy. There was warnings for it and everything. And this idiot that was too proud to admit that he was wrong is why it happened. So pretty wild stuff. Yeah, check it out, Matahari. It's actually pretty good.
So powerful that it blew off a 2,000-ton lid off the reactor, causing more than 400 times the amount of radioactive fallout than the Hiroshima bomb. As a result, over 77,000 square miles of Europe were contaminated. Approximately 600,000 people were exposed to high doses of radiation, and more than 350,000 people were evacuated from the affected areas. The incident claimed the lives of 30 operators and firefighters over a period of 3 months, with additional deaths occurring later.
Yeah, that's the sad part about Chernobyl is they never told, like the firefighter, they knew what it was all about. And everybody went into this head first without having an idea as to what it was. And it shows how quickly, like the firefighters that showed up for this, how fast it took them. They were gone within like weeks and they completely fell apart. Literally, it's crazy.
Among the 237 people diagnosed with acute radiation syndrome, some died within a few weeks. This event is the only known accident in the history of commercial nuclear power to result in radiation-related fatalities. The disaster was so significant that it contributed to the fall of the Soviet Union. Science now estimates that the area around the plant will remain uninhabitable for up to 20,000 years. Number 14. The abomination stronger than the Hiroshima bomb. The Trinity nuclear test was conducted. It was the first ever detonation of a nuclear weapon, conducted by the United States Army as part of the Manhattan Project, a research and development undertaking during World War II to produce nuclear weapons. The test was conducted in the Jornada del Muerto Desert, or Dead Man's Route, about 35 miles or 56 kilometers southeast of Socorro, New Mexico. The test was conducted as a final check of the bomb's design and to assess its potential destructive power. Gadget was placed on top of a 30-meter tower, surrounded by various measuring instruments and cameras to record the event. The scientists and engineers involved in the project observed the test from a safe distance, around 16 kilometers away. At the moment of detonation, a flash of light blinded all the observation equipment, followed by a shock wave that could be felt more than 160 kilometers away. The explosion released the unrelenting power of 25 kilotons of TNT, or about 100 terajoules. That's 1.5 times stronger than the Hiroshima bomb. The Trinity test produced a mushroom cloud that was visible for hundreds of kilometers in all directions and rose to about 12 kilometers, or 39370 feet. That's taller than Mount Everest, and it's the same altitude where many commercial airlines cruise. The heat generated by the explosion was intense enough to...
You gotta watch that one, Matahari. My wife and I just watched that, the Menendez thing, the whole thing. That's actually really good. And you know that they're talking about reopening that case because of the evidence, the new evidence they found of the brothers. I mean, they talked about it during the series, so I don't want to talk about it, but they're talking about some SA evidence that they have that could possibly actually get them out of prison, which I think is crazy. But anyway, watch it if you get a chance. It's really good.
To cause sand and rocks to melt into a glass-like substance known as trinitite, which is still found today, along with a memorial of the exact location of the nuclear test site. Number 13. Man-made earthquakes, the Plum Bob experiment. Resplendent radiance has been radiated from the bustling of Las Vegas in Nevada, Texas for over 76 years. Moving 60 miles northwest of Sin City exists the infamous Nevada test site, where intense light flashes could blind you permanently. From 1951 to 1992, the U.S. military conducted a total of 1,021 nuclear tests, 100 in the atmosphere and the other 921 underground. Majority.
You weren't in here for that, Molly. That's the whole reason why I showed it. That color is because it's a chemical plant. That was the chemical reaction. That's why it turned that color. It's very toxic. That's why they have, I showed the whole thing because of that, because they have people on mandatory shelter in place because of that at that point. And when they finally got it out, it changed to white smoke, but that's why it was a chemical, big time chemical, just like the Ohio thing that you looked into here. Same type thing, different chemicals. Well, kind of. Sodium chloride and chlorine. What the hell did he say? Chlorine and hydrochloric acid are the two chemicals that they're worried about with this one. Yes, you're welcome.
Majority of these tests were for determining how to contain nuclear blasts underground. That's what they did for the Pascal A experiment conducted on July 26, 1957. The teams at the Nevada test site excavated a mine tunnel as low as 150 meters, 429 feet, and placed a meager 29 kg 65 pounds of explosive. This little guy only contained about 0.9 kilograms or 2 pounds of TNT by the standards of the U.S. military and government. That's quite a small explosive. The scientists expected the explosion to be contained rather easily, but the resulting blast literally blew their expectations out of the water, or in this case, ground. The Pascal A experiment registered 55 tons of energy, a result way out of the team's estimates and calculations. For context, that was 50,000 times greater than the projected output. That's like trying to throw down a popper, then vaporizing your entire town. The result was so shocking, the military wanted to make another attempt at the experiments with Pascal B on August 27, 1957. The difference between Pascal A and B is that the scientists placed a concrete plug atop the hole. The plug weighed about 2,000 pounds or 900 kilograms. Calculations estimated the pressure and temperature would launch the cap away from the shaft at an extremely high velocity. The vaporization and resulting superheated gas from the explosion would catapult the 2-ton concrete plug and would actually turn the shaft into a giant gun. A high-speed camera was installed nearby with the hopes of capturing the cap's departure to hopefully obtain a calculation of the cap's speed as it left the tunnel. The explosion produced a yield of 300 tons as the fireball reached into the blue Nevada sky at a speed of 41.75 miles or 67.2 kilometers per second. The cap was estimated to achieve a velocity 6 times the escape velocity of the Earth, and quite possibly making it the first satellite ever in space. This also means the concrete pothole was able to outpace the Apollo 11 launch 10 years later. The pothole could be floating adrift in space as we speak, or it could be entirely vaporized due to the speed and velocity it traveled even before leaving the Earth's atmosphere. Number 12. Trouble in Paradise. These sailors assisted in the Bikini Atoll nuclear bomb experiment for Operation Crossroads, a program for testing Navy vessels against nuclear attacks. Back on July 25, 1946, the U.S. military attempted detonating a nuke 90 feet below the lagoon of the Bikini Atoll area. It was the first ever underwater nuclear test and resulted in all kinds of events. The 3-kiloton explosion generated an erupting gas bubble that consumed everything in its path. At the bottom of the lagoon, the explosion carved a 30-foot deep, 2,000-foot wide crater in the surface of the sea floor. Above water, it burst and sprang like an enormous geyser, creating an insanely humongous dome of water that reached more than a mile in height. That's taller than the Burj Khalifa and the Shanghai Tower stacked on top of each other. Oh, but it doesn't stop there. The blast triggered a 94-foot-high tsunami so powerful it lifted up the USS Arkansas, a 27,000-ton dreadnought battleship. The tsunami sank over 8 ships, coating many of the surrounding ships in radioactivity. While devastating, the U.S. military was amazed with the results and eager for more. Number 11. annihilating islands. In the neighboring Isle Alujalab Island of Enuatak Atoll, military scientists were
Welcome back, Mystery. I hope that all went well for you, and I'm glad you're safe.
scrambling to compete against the short deadline of their next project. Mike but were able to finish right on time. Mike used liquid deuterium as its fusion fuel and a large fission weapon as its trigger, otherwise known as the Teller-Ulam configuration. In other words, Ivy Mike became the first full-scale thermonuclear fusion bomb which can be hundreds or even thousands of times more powerful than atomic bombs. On November 1st, 1952, the explosion erupted.
Absolutely did, Virginia. That is a statistical fact at this point.
And released 10.4 megatons of energy, which is over 450 times more powerful than the bomb that devastated Nagasaki. Mike completely wiped out Alujalab off the face of planet Earth, and the resulting mushroom cloud scaled up to 41 kilometers or 1350,000 feet high. In its place, there was now an underwater crater that was 6,240 feet wide and 164 feet deep, not to mention an intense radioactive fallout radius of about 56 kilometers or 35 miles. As United States Air Force pilots were tasked with collecting samples from the experiment, Captain Jimmy Robinson never returned due to engine failure and harsh operational conditions. Initially, President Truman tried to keep the test a secret from the media, hoping to avoid any issues in the upcoming presidential election. However, as speculation and hints about the test began to emerge in the press, Truman announced the development of the hydrogen bomb to the world on January 7, 1953. The only flaw Big Mike had was that it wasn't portable. Number 10. Kingdom Come. Following the initial experimental demonstrations of Operation Ivy, the weapon labs at Bikini Atoll rushed to develop a number of deliverable weaponized designs. These developments were part of a larger operation known as Operation Castle, conducted by the U.S. Atomic Energy Commission and Department of Defense to test high-yield nuclear devices. March 1, 1954 was when Castle Bravo, the largest thermonuclear device ever detonated by the United States. Castle Bravo was the first deliverable thermonuclear device, and the test aimed to pave the way for the creation of more effective weapons, including those that could be deliverable by aircraft. But the designers of Castle Bravo seriously miscalculated the yield of the device, resulting in critical radiation contamination. They predicted that the yield of the device would be roughly 5 to 6 megatons, but it produced an astounding 15 megaton yield, making it 1,000 times as powerful as the U.S. nuclear weapons used on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in 1945. The miscalculation occurred because scientists did not realize that the dry source of fusion fuel, lithium deuteride, would contribute so greatly to the overall yield of the detonation. The mushroom cloud formed after the detonation grew to nearly 4.5 miles wide and reached a height of 130,000 feet, 6 kilometers just 6 minutes after the detonation. Nuclear fallout from the test rained down on nearby atolls and servicemen working on Operation Castle. Evacuations were too slow to limit the lethal doses of radiation, and many inhabitants did not know about the nuclear test or the consequences of nuclear fallout. For years, recounting the nuclear tests, inhabitants of the island experienced numerous health problems, including birth defects. After the test, former Indian Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru called for a standstill agreement on nuclear tests, marking one of the earliest efforts to halt nuclear weapons testing. The mistakes of the Castle Bravo test did not end thermonuclear testing by the United States or other countries. Operation Castle continued with a further series of nuclear tests on the Marshall Islands after the Castle Bravo test for 4 more years before closing the operation. Number 9. More than a grease fire. Late in the evening of 6 July 1988, a series of explosions ripped through the Piper Alpha platform in the North Sea. Engulfed in fire, over the next few hours, most of the oil rig topside modules collapsed into the sea. 167 men died, and many more were injured and traumatized. The world's biggest offshore oil disaster affected 10% of UK oil production and led to financial losses of an estimated £2 billion, which is equivalent to $5 billion today. A condensate pump tripped on the Piper Alpha oil platform, causing an explosion. This led to the tripping of other gas compressors, ruptured pipelines, and a series of explosions. Flames from ruptured gas and oil lines reached heights of 200 meters and consumed energy at a rate 3 times that of the UK's total energy consumption. The cause of death for the deceased was either smoke inhalation, drowning, or injuries. 30 bodies were never found. Number 8. Mother Nature's wrath, Mount St. Helens, a volcano in the Cascades, has been erupting in various styles for over 4,000 years. However, after 123 years of silence, it erupted on May 18, 1980. Not from its peak, but from its side, releasing 8 times more energy than every explosive used in World War II combined. The eruption killed 57 people, including scientists, hikers, and residents in the vicinity of the mountain. The eruption was the first major volcanic activity in the lower 48 states in generations. Prior to the eruption, the mountain had experienced thousands of vibrational swarms and ashy columns, some as high as 16,000 feet, in the weeks leading up to the disaster.
West side is right down.
Number 7. Wahoo. On May 16, 1958, the U.S. military conducted a nuclear experiment codename Wahoo was conducted. The detonation occurred in the open ocean close to Enewetak Atoll in the Marshall Islands. According to the Nuclear Weapons Archive, the Wahoo device was detonated 500 feet deep in 3,200 feet of water. According to the National Museum of the U.S. Air Force, the Mark 7 was a tactical nuclear weapon created in 1952 and was intended to be used by various fighter and bomber aircraft, including the F-84 Thunderjet, F-100 Super Sabre, F-101 Voodoo, and B-57 to drop on enemy ground forces. Navy aircraft like the A-1 Sky Raider, A-3 Sky Warrior, F-2H Banshee, F-3H-2N Demon, and FJ-4B Fury were also capable of carrying the Mark 7. The bomb had an explosive yield of 9 kilotons of energy. Within a second of detonation, a spray dome was created that reached a height of 840 feet or 260 meters after 7 seconds. Plumes were seen breaking through the spray dome after 6 seconds in every direction. The diameter of the spray dome was approximately 3,800 feet or 1,200 meters at the 20-second mark. Number 6. The biggest explosion ever. The name of the game is nuclear warfare with the United States and Soviet Union. With each trying to outpace the other, it became clear thermonuclear weapons were the devastating force, seeing which would come out on top. While the United States focused on perfecting accurate delivery systems for smaller bombs, the Soviet Union focused on building larger and more powerful devices, culminating in the creation of the Tsar Bomba. The Tsar Bomba was detonated on October 30, 1961, on a remote island in the Arctic Circle. The bomb was 26 feet long, almost 7 feet in diameter, and weighed almost 60,000 pounds. It was so powerful that the crew of the bomber delivering the bomb only had a 50% chance of survival. The resulting explosion was over 1,570 times more powerful than the 2 bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, with a combined yield of 50 megatons. The radioactive fallout from the explosion would have been catastrophic if the bomb had been designed to yield its intended 100 megatons. Fortunately, the bomb was detonated at a high altitude, causing the fireball to be repelled away from the surface and reducing the amount of fallout. Nevertheless, severe damage extended up to 150 miles from the impact site, and windows in Norway and Finland were shattered by the force of the blast. The world was quick to condemn the Tsar Bomba, and the resulting radioactive fallout could have been catastrophic not only for the Soviet Union, but for neighboring countries as well. Andrei Sakharov, who played a significant role in the Soviet Union's research into thermonuclear weapons, became a strong supporter of imposing limitations on nuclear weapons tests after being horrified by the potential man-made cataclysm that could be half everyone on planet Earth. Number 5. The first meteor.
Few people cried. Most people were silent.
In 1945, the Second World War was coming to an end in Europe, but not in Asia, where Japan had refused to accept the Allies' Potsdam Declaration. American intelligence reports indicated that Japan had deployed over 560,000 soldiers and thousands of kamikaze planes and boats on the island of Kyushu to prepare for the expected American invasion. The U.S. forces had already suffered 49,000 casualties in the battle for Okinawa against less than 120,000 Japanese soldiers. The situation led American President Harry S. Truman to authorize the use of the atomic bomb. Little Boy's
Welcome, Pebbles. Good to see you.
Target was Hiroshima, a city of approximately 550,000 people that occupied the estuary of the Ota River. On August 6, 1945, 3 American B.
Well, Pebbles, you know how I am. I get carried away a lot. So I was actually ending the show earlier, which I don't care at this point. Doesn't matter. I was showing an explosion in Georgia about the toxicity of it. And yes, Pete Rose passed away, the baseball player, played for the Reds. Anyway, I was showing the explosion of the chemical plant explosion and how toxic it is and so on and so forth in the press conference. And then it just kind of rolled over into all this stuff about explosions and stuff. So we're just kind of hanging out and BSing about different things at this point for right now. That's all. Yes, my ADHD grabbed a hold of me and yanked me down to the ground again. Thank you, Cassie. Well, thank you, dear. I just love hanging out with you guys. Truly, that's what it is, and love talking to you guys. So, and I'm always trying to show you guys, like I said, the truth about things. And when I see something that I know that is going to be dangerous to people, like I said earlier, I'm going to bring it out. And if I know anything about it and have any knowledge of the situation, I'm going to explain it so that everybody knows how to be safe. I know I am, Cass. Thank you. Love you too, dear.
B-29 bombers took off from an airfield on the Pacific island of Tinian, 1,500 miles south of Japan, and the Enola Gay dropped the nuclear bomb at 8:15 a.m. A surgical clinic, located only 500 feet away from the Ioi Bridge, was directly hit, and Little Boy exploded with force greater than 15,000 tons of TNT. Although less than 2% of the bomb's uranium underwent fission, the resulting reaction caused a blinding flash of heat and light, engulfing the entire city. In less than a second, the temperature at ground level soared to a staggering 7,000 degrees Fahrenheit. The bomb...
I'm almost scared, Phil, because this here is like, woof, everything's gone. You know what I mean? So, like, really, Cassie, you want to play Fallout? Come on now. You're a mess. Anyhow, yeah, it's gotta be. Yes, it's a good game. My kids play it. I played it a few times, but this here, you guys, it's actually really good on the CP. It's a really good game. I can't imagine what number one is.
Series?
How about what?
The Fallout TV series.
Oh yeah. Yes.
Oh yeah. Sorry,
is there a new season coming on that?
I don't know.
Hello, Miss JC. I went to the movie. What'd you see? 7,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Holy shit, that's insane, isn't it, Phil? I think ADHD brains are amazing. You never know where and will it end up when you're done. No, very true, Matahari. Jericho is another good one. Pebbles, yes. You're going to make me go pull something up after I leave here. Oh, you haven't watched it yet? Okay.
The bomb had such an intense impact that it vaporized individuals located half a mile away from the epicenter. The infrared energy unleashed was so intense that it caused the exposed skin of individuals miles away to burn, while bronze statues melted and roof tiles fused together. The immediate casualty count was at least 80,000 individuals. Number 4. The second meteor.
Can you imagine something so strong that a human being just vaporizes? Like you, poof, you're dust. And from a distance, too. That is what's crazy. Oh, is it really, JC? Is it a horror movie? Speak no evil. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Cass. You're not going to feel shit if that happens. Thank God. There's no pain. You're just, boop, you're done. That's crazy, though. Good night, Virginia. Take care, brother. Don't work too hard tomorrow. We will see you tomorrow sometime.
Fat Man, a plutonium implosion device of far greater complexity than Little Boy, was chosen for the second bombing just 3 days after the explosion of Little Boy at Hiroshima. On August 9, 1945, clouds and smoke from nearby bombing raids obscured visibility over Kokura, making it difficult for U.S. forces to deploy their nuclear meteors there. Major Charles William Sweeney, the B-29 pilot, instead moved to his secondary target, Nagasaki. Fat Man detonated over Nagasaki at an altitude of 1,650 feet, more powerful than Little Boy. The bomb weighed nearly 10,000 pounds and was built to result in a 22-kiloton blast. Estimates suggest that 40,000 people were killed by the initial detonation, with an additional 30,000 deaths by the beginning of 1946, and over 100,000 deaths.
Thanks for the info, JC.
To the bombing of Nagasaki by the next 5 years.
In order to save the lives of thousands and thousands of young Americans.
Number 3. Pyrotechnical mishaps. It's one thing to make a mistake, but when it's dealing with explosives, that may be your last. The people of Mexican City, Tultepec, are known.
This was the fireworks place that blew up, I think. Have a great night, Miss Zelda. We love ya. Don't work too hard. And, okay. Oh, that's awesome, Doodle. Thank you, hon. I will pull that up here next.
And have proclaimed themselves as the firework capital of Mexico. On December 20th, 2016, at the San Pablito market, gunpowder from open-air fireworks ignited and started a chain reaction of continuous beating fireworks. But the thing is, for the last 200 years, the people of Tultepec have been living off of fireworks production. On that fateful day, around 300 tons of pyrotechnics set off all at once. 40 people perished at the market, and more than 80 were injured. The chain of explosions was so massive, it decimated the entire market, reducing it mostly to ash. 2 years later, after painstaking reconstruction and rebuilding, local officials of the Mexican government claimed the sellers commit to proper handling procedures and take better care in storing their goods. But who can say this will never happen again? Number 2. Wedding crasher. Imagine it's your wedding day and your significant other is partaking in the customary photo shoot until this happens. Improper storage of 2,750 tons of ammonium nitrate in a port warehouse caused a fire at the Beirut port that resulted in a catastrophic explosion back in August 2020. The ammonium nitrate was brought to Beirut on a ship called Rosas, which was traveling from Georgia to Mozambique in 2013. The Rosas had to dock at the Beirut port due to technical difficulties. However, the Lebanese authorities impounded the ship for not paying port fees. Subsequently, the ammonium nitrate was unloaded from the ship and kept in the port warehouse. Despite receiving multiple safety warnings over the years, nothing was done by the high-level officials. The powerful blast destroyed 77,000 apartments, wounded 7,000 people, displaced over 300,000 more, and at least 80,000 children homeless. Number 1. Chinese warehouse explosion. Tianjin is one of China's largest ports, and the company that owns the warehouse, Ruihai International Logistics, reportedly stores and distributes hazardous goods at the port to the tune of 1 million tons every year. On the night of August 12, 2015, a series of massive explosions occurred in a warehouse in the northern Chinese port city, reporting an incredible amount of casualties. The blasts, which were thought to have been caused by volatile chemicals stored on site, led President Xi Jinping to call for an investigation. Over 200 nuclear and biochemical materials experts were summoned to the site to help deal with the situation, and rescue operations were suspended while teams assess contamination of the surrounding area. While the cause of the explosions was not immediately known, an investigation concluded in February 2016 that an overheated container of dry nitrocellulose was the cause of the initial explosion. The official casualty report was 173 deaths, 8 missing, and 798 non-fatal injuries. Of the 173 fatalities, 104 were firefighters. Thanks for watching this video.
So, wow. Wow. That's a lot of blowing up stuff. Thank you, Doodle, so very much. I appreciate you, hon. Thank you to anybody that has donated to the channel to support in that way. We do appreciate it, guys. We don't ever expect you or expect it, but thank you so very much. Mom, that is too funny to me. That's too funny. I'm sorry.
My pickle?
Yeah, that was hilarious. Absolutely. I don't blame you. I do not blame you.
I have a weird fetish for cheese and pickles.
I love dill. I love dill pickles. I don't like sweet pickles are okay, but I love dill. But what I'm going to show you guys next is our own Miss Barbara.
There are 400.
Made a TV. She made the news, and you know we love her, so we got to support it. Welcome back, Taylor. So I'm going to show you that real quick. There was a big deal going on today. She was in Jefferson City that they were all going to. So I gotta show you guys our Miss Barbara here. All right.
State of Missouri right now, nearly 25,000 nationwide. Many of these cases end up going cold because investigators run out of leads and have limited resources. In the Missouri State Capitol today, the mom of a man who disappeared nearly 3 years ago called for action from law enforcement and the public. Barbara Hall said she believes cases like that of her 25-year-old son, Timmy, may have a better chance at getting solved if there are more time and more attention paid to them. She said law enforcement agencies should be better resourced so they can spend more time on these cases and also better communicate with families about what to expect.
And I was kind of stunned that nothing happens and they just get blown off or shoved under the rug. If somebody just sit down with them and explain some of this stuff to us instead of just push us to the side like our kids didn't matter, and they matter. They were our loved ones. They have kids too. And mine's gone.
And there is a disproportionate number of missing person cases and homicides involving African-American women. While that group makes up 19% of Missouri's population, it makes up 42% of those reported missing or murdered. The state legislature was one vote away from launching a statewide task force to look into this, and that effort was derailed.
Are you kidding me? One vote?
Are you surprised?
No, but god damn it. You couldn't make that happen. One flippin' vote. Come on. Well, yes. I'm a round of applause for Miss Barbara. God bless her. I am so proud of her right now. I'm glad. I'm glad that you got... I'm sorry, hon. What?
Miss Barbara is a rock star.
She is a rock star. She's a trooper. This woman has been through hell and back and then some, and we love her to death over here. So God bless you, Barbara. We love you. I'm proud of you. I'm glad you got to speak your mind. Sure, Phil. Give me 1 second here. So thank you, Doodle, for dropping that in here. I appreciate that very much. What would you? Okay, hold on. Yeah, I can do that. I got a little bit more time left here just to do something real quick. I'm waiting for Caden to come back. I was gonna do another stream, but it's late now, so I'll just drag this one a little bit longer. That's right, Pebbles. Definitely, everyone in here supports Barb. She's an amazing, amazing human being.
I'm gonna let the pit boo out. I'll be right.
What did you just say?
I'm gonna let the pit boo out. I'll be right back.
Oh, okay. That all rambled together.
I think my mic is screwing up. It's really pissing me off.
It's cut in and out a couple times. Yes. Okay, so this was requested by Phil, our own Walt 2.0 in here. Phil Biggs, we love you, Phil. I love the comedy you drop in here. It helps keep everything a little broken up so we don't get all serious all the time. But this is about a missing gentleman from the Massachusetts area, I think. Wait, yeah, I'm sorry. Jeffrey Allard. I'm sorry if I'm saying it wrong. I don't mean to. Here we go. Yes, I started calling him Walt 2.0 because he's just as funny as Walt, in my opinion.
Police spent the day searching the Sudbury Reservoir in Southborough for a missing man from Ware, but sadly they didn't find anything. 57-year-old Jeffrey Allard was last seen exiting a medical facility in Marlborough sometime last week. They say pending new information, there will not be a search tomorrow.
Well, that was quick. Jeez. Hold on. I got more. or at least another one. Let's see here. This was from a year ago, so. Is this somebody you know or you're related to, Phil? I hope not, but. Or did he explain it already? Good friend of yours. Okay. I'm sorry, Phil. So sorry.
Members of the State Police Marine Unit and Underwater Recovery Unit searched the Sudbury Reservoir for 57-year-old Jeffrey Allard, but they haven't found anything. Allard reportedly was last seen several days ago after leaving a medical facility in Marlboro. Anyone who may have seen him or has any information about him should call 911 or Marlboro Police.
Well, he didn't really get a whole lot of coverage. Jesus. Is that all there was? Let me see something here.
Did I miss the missing person?
Yeah, I mean the coverage is a joke, Mom. I just showed 2 full videos, and this is what they show. Watch. This is sad. See, this is the
Police spent the day searching the Sudbury.
Maybe because they don't have much to go on, but they could still like give a little more. It's just a real quick 5-second segment on both sides of it. It's kind of sad. His name is Jeffrey Allard, Allard.
Reservoir in Southborough for a missing man from Ware, but sadly they didn't find anything. 57-year-old Jeffrey Allard was last seen exiting a medical facility in Marlboro sometime last week. They say pending new information, there will not be a search tomorrow.
You're muted, but that was it?
Yeah, that was the first one. Pending new information, there will not be a search tomorrow. What the hell's that all about? Jesus. Hold on a minute here. That was pretty weak. That was no effort, in my opinion. Now, this is the other one. This is no better, in my opinion. All right, can you explain a little bit of this to me, Phil? I'm kind of curious now. This is pathetic. And there is nothing else for this man in here, guys. Nothing.
Third day the state police have been out searching for a missing man in Southborough. Members of the State Police Marine Unit and Underwater Recovery Unit searched the Sudbury Reservoir for 57-year-old Jeffrey Allard, but they haven't found anything. Allard reportedly was last seen several days ago after leaving a medical facility in Marlboro. Anyone who may have seen him or has any information about him should call 911 or Marlboro Police.
There you go. That's it. I think combined that was 10 seconds worth of coverage.
When did he go missing?
About a year ago. Let me see here. Oh, wait a minute. Did I find another one?
Jeffrey Mallard?
M-A-L-A-R-D. No, there's no M. It's just A-L-L-A-R-D. February 6th of 2023 is when they put this out. He's from, they said he was a Springfield man out of Massachusetts, of course. Is this a different one? Hold on. Maybe.
It's been just over 2 weeks since a Springfield man has gone missing in the eastern part of the state, and tonight we are hearing from his wife, who is asking the public for help finding
it's a little better.
57-year-old Jeffrey Allard, who is originally from Ware but is a current resident of Springfield, went missing on January 22nd, leaving a medical facility in Marlboro. His wife tonight telling 22 News that her family has been going to the eastern part of the state to help in the search efforts. Police have been dispatching K-9 units in the search, along with a diving team in a nearby reservoir. Allard's wife sending a message of hope to her husband tonight.
We love him, that we miss him, and we want him to come home. We want to get him the help that he needs. We want to move forward. You have to remember that people need help, and we all need a little bit of help. We all need somebody to say, it's okay, it's okay, and we're here. We're here to listen, we're here to help.
Allard is described to have short brown curly hair and brown eyes. He was last seen wearing blue jeans, black shoes, and a dark gray hooded jacket with a Coca-Cola logo on the right side. Anyone who may have seen him or have any information should call 911 or police at the number on your screen.
Phil, can I ask you a couple questions? If you don't mind. Auto mechanic, musician, business owner, comedian. Okay. So, do you know the medical facility that he was leaving when he disappeared by chance, or what type of a medical facility it was? Because the way she was talking, this sounds like something might have been going on. Okay. So, like a rehab facility, possibly. Okay. Did you talk to him? You said he was a good friend of yours. Had you spoken to him before he went missing at all? Hey, Drifty. Welcome. I hope you're feeling better, sis. Well, you're not my sis, but
She can be your sis. I will share her.
huh?
She can be your sis. I will share her.
Oh, well, thank you very much. Ah, thank you, Mom. Okay. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Thank you, guys. And I will check the Discord next. Thank you very much.
It's not much,
Miss
but
no. Okay, so hospital discharge papers for missing wereman found in duffel bag. Jeffrey Allard, 57, reportedly was last seen January 22nd after leaving a medical facility in Marlborough. Photo by Massachusetts. Okay. The family of the wereman missing for more than a week is questioning why their father was discharged from a Massachusetts hospital only a day after being admitted for psychiatric evaluation. I'll be damned. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it.
That's it.
Son of a bitch. I had this weird ass feeling that it was something like that. That's why I started asking you questions, Phil. Thank you, Miss Zelda. Hold on. It's the same thing, I think, here. Yep, it's the same one. Thank you, Zelda. So this hospital discharged this man, and he was in mental distress. So he very well could have been suicidal and walked off and did something that he didn't probably really truly want to do. Damn.
This isn't the first time we've seen this happen.
No, that's why I asked the question. Because I know this shit happens. Oh wow. And it's been a year at this point. It's okay, Zelda. Thank you, darling. I appreciate it very much. Have a great night. Phil, I'm sorry, sir, to say it, but I just feel like I have a very bad feeling about this. Yeah, is there any kind of like a Facebook page like to help to look for him, to find or anything? It's 11:22, guys. Hang on.
He'll be back. Shouldn't take him but just a minute. I'm looking for a Facebook page, Marhari. There's a post on Massachusetts State Police from January 30th, 2023.
All right, so like around the area of the hospital he was in, is there any like wooded areas or bodies of water or anything like that, Phil? It's out of where, Massachusetts, Mom?
Yeah, I've got a couple missing people in America. They're actually a really amazing group that I've worked with. I'm going to send you their Facebook post. I'm going to send you two of them because one of them has CCTV on it.
Aha. Cool.
It's just a picture, but...
Back chat.
Yep. There's their post about him. That was done this January. And then the second one I'm dropping in there is the one that has the still shot from CCTV.
It's a Facebook post, right? Yes. Okay. I got it.
Yeah.
Boom. Thank you, Mom.
And that's literally it. But I'm fixing to share these out on my wall as well.
Absolutely. Missing people in America. Okay. Southborough, Massachusetts. Last seen January 22nd, 23, 57, 6 foot, 170 pounds. Allard was reportedly seen on January 22nd after leaving a medical facility in Marlborough. He has short brown curly hair, brown eyes, was last seen wearing blue jeans, black shoes, and a dark gray hooded jacket with Coca-Cola logo on the right side. If you have any information, please contact Marlborough Police at 508-485-1212. And that is the missing poster. I'll make a short out of this as well. So we have some comments here on the Facebook. Let's see if any of these lead to anything. Shared so everybody shared it out. That's good. At least they're being shared, and that's through MPIA. Okay.
And I just tagged PJ and Arctic too, so.
Okay, good. I was gonna send it to Arctic as well. So, all right. So there's that one. Now let's check this one here. All right, this has the CCTV footage on it. That's good. I see. Okay, that's the same thing. Okay, and we believe that he was in the Farm Road, Cook Lane area. Jeffrey is a white male, 6'1", last seen wearing blue jeans, black sneakers, hooded jacket. We know that. Okay. We're asking residents that live in the Farm Road, Cook Lane area. Are you familiar with these areas, Phil? Farm Lane, Cook Road area? And to please review any ring camera CCTV footage from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. 8 a.m., 5 p.m. Okay. Let's see. The day of January 22nd. If anyone's seen Jeffrey or his information regarding his whereabouts, please call. Okay. So that would be him walking out of the facility, I'm guessing, or leaving the facility. Failed once again. No, I can agree with you, Phil. No, those are near the... Okay. Unfortunately, sir, I hate to say this, but I am sorry, because there's probably... After a year, I can't imagine. I can't imagine that there could be anything good, sir. That this facility failed him, obviously, and they're, in my opinion, responsible for this situation. And I hope his wife is handling that the way that she probably should, because this is pathetic. They discharged him after 24 hours, and obviously he was not well. Okay. This is so sad. Pushing 2 years, but nothing. Yeah, I'm sorry. Once again, this is what our mental health facilities do. There's failures left and right, guys.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the man was at the facility, which means he knew that he needed this help. And they discharged him and said, basically gave him the clearance to go do what he was going to do. I hate seeing this so much. I do. I am so very sorry, Phil. I really am. Yeah, Molly, Massachusetts.
We shall get him trending.
He was considered Section 12, meaning he shouldn't. Yeah, exactly, Pebbles. They should have held him for at least 72 hours. I mean, I don't know the laws in Massachusetts, but here, if you come in under a psychiatric eval, I think our minimum here is 72 hours. Yeah, they have to hold you 72 hours, do a full workup, you know, with a psychiatrist and everything. And then they had him for 24. That makes no sense to me at all. You can't do anything in 24 hours with somebody like this. Unbelievable. Well, God bless you, sir. If by some chance you're out there somewhere, okay. God bless you, but I just don't think so, Phil. I'm really sorry. These situations happen so. I mean, you can ask Mom. How often do you see this happen, Mom? Like it's a regularity. It really is.
More often than I mean, I'm ashamed to say that we see this happen so often, or family members that call
Yeah.
their family members with, having a full blown like mental breakdown, and you call law enforcement and they want to come up with this stupid, oh, they're an adult.
That's not the answer. It's such bullshit. That's a grown adult. We can't do this. We can't do that. Yes, you can. They can. You can either pink slip somebody, Section 12, Section 8. There's a variations of things that can be done to hold somebody like this to protect them from themselves.
Yep, we Baker Act them down here, and where I'm from in Kentucky, they put you on a 72-hour hold.
Exactly. That's what we do here. I've taken many of people in the squad that have been in this scenario, and they're held no less than 72 hours, period. And if a lot of them have tried to sign themselves out and they're held, there's a legal hold on them at that point, at least 72 hours. Jesus. It's very sad. Very, very sad.
Love you guys. Thank you for having me up. I'm gonna jump down. I've got to work in the morning.
Yeah, I think it's 11:30. It's that time.
But I snipped him and put him on Twitter too, so
Thanks, Mom. I appreciate
maybe
that
we can
very
get
much.
him shared out and
At least
get some
somebody,
answers.
if somebody saw something or knows anything, if they need to search these areas. Who knows though? If he had his own vehicle and he got in the car and drove away, he could be anywhere at this point. You know what I mean?
Well, if they found paperwork in a duffel bag, that area needs to be gone over again. New eyes.
I'd like to know where they found the duffel bag. They must
Almost
have found.
like it was near that body of water.
Yeah. Phil, do you know if they found like a vehicle or anything like that? That would be something that would be helpful.
Good night, Pebbles. And Phil, it's our honor. This is what we do. We help, especially when it comes to our community.
Okay, so he walked to the. So he was probably dropped off at the hospital by somebody in the family, and then was released on foot and didn't call anybody or didn't get a ride anywhere and went off walking. So that would mean, in my opinion, that he would be close to that facility probably, unless he got a ride from somebody. So yeah, and absolutely, Phil, this is what we do. No thanks needed. Like Mom said, it's an honor, especially for somebody in the community. Absolutely.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if they're missing 2 days or 30 years. We'll do whatever we can to help with resources or spreading the word or.
Yeah, 100%. He went to the police station. So you see this, he was reaching out, asking for help and was turned away. Law enforcement and medical. This is what makes me sick, you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Okay, Matahari, no problem. That's what I mean. He was reaching out, asking for help. He walked out of the hospital because they discharged him and went directly to the police station. Obviously, he didn't trust himself. He was asking for help and nobody would help him. This is what is wrong with society right now. There are not the resources that are out there they're not working. That needs to change.
I think we need to do a mental health stream too.
Well, I've been saying this for a long time, and I'm ready to do it.
I haven't done one in a while, so I think it's important. It's about that time of year.
It needs to happen. I agree. What is today? Monday too? Maybe even this week over here for sure. And I'm gonna have to do it in the evening so you can join, or at least late afternoon so you can join me. I was hoping that we could have. I've been trying to plan one for like a year, and I was trying to get specific people to help me. Some of them have left. I haven't seen Draw in a long time, and she was going to be part of this, but we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Either way, we know the resources and stuff that we can advertise for it, so that'll help anyway. A friend of mine who was put in a drunk tank because the hospital called the cops on her. She died in the drunk tank.
Oh my God.
I'm not surprised.
All right. Good night, guys.
Ma'am, have a great night. We love you.
Yep. Love you too. Thank you for having me up.
See you tomorrow. It's always. You never have to thank. Never have to thank me. Thank you. I appreciate you. Have a great night.
All right. You'll make good choices.
Get some rest and don't work too hard tomorrow. As you always say, never that. Yes, ma'am. Much love. See you soon. All right. Welcome, Robert. This is one case I got tired of. Too much drama, Chris. Oh, okay. Well, we talked about that in the very beginning, but we talked about a lot of other stuff, Robert, as well. So welcome. I'm about to shut it down for the night, but it's good to see you, sir. I appreciate you jumping in. Our country is absolutely in a mental health crisis, and it's being abused as well because a lot of people are using it as an excuse for things when it's not actually the reason behind some things. And that's something I have an issue with too. It is a big problem, though. Absolutely. Wow. Absolutely, Miss Pebbles. You know. Listen, guys, I've been looking at this for years, working in the medical field. You see it, okay, and you see where the failures are at. You see where the anchors are broken at, and it's too much. Sorry, guys. I had my tabs left open. My apologies. I know. I tell you right now, if you immigrated from another country, you'd be getting the help you need. They seem to be getting everything they need. But our people aren't. Very sad. It's great to see you tonight, Robert. I appreciate you jumping in, brother. It said Cook Lane, Old Farm. Yes, Molly, that's right. Absolutely. That's exactly right, actually. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. A lot of crazy stuff going on. Let me get rid of some of this stuff here. Clean this up. So I think that is going to do it for tonight, guys. I'm actually going to get some sleep here soon, early. And I'm excited because I can't wait for the morning show. I've been really loving that, you guys. I have a lot. All right, so let me see. As I was saying, guys, I'm sorry. Wait, I had an older sister who was adopted out that committed SA weeks before we were all supposed to meet her. Oh my God, Tomboy, are you serious? Sorry, Caden just walked in and completely distracted me. That's insane to me, Tomboy. That just broke my heart. Welcome, Cynthia. I'm sorry that you're sick. I hope you feel better. We've missed you. We're about to shut down for the night anyway, but I'm glad you stopped by. It's nice to see you. And I hope you're feeling better soon. But what I was saying was tomorrow morning, I'm looking forward to the morning show. Doodlebug. Like I said, this morning we had Mama Bear. It was amazing. I had a really good time. So for those of you that are interested that can make it in the mornings, I hope to see you in the morning. It was really a good time. It's become really a good time. I like it. It is beyond sad, Tomboy. That just completely broke my heart. Jeez. I'm so sorry, hon. I really am. We definitely need to do a mental health show for sure. For sure. I'm looking forward to it. All right, everybody. I think that's going to do it. Okay, Cynthia. Enjoy it, dear. And I hope you're feeling better, dear, and hope to see you soon when you're feeling up to it, of course. I was Matahari. Yeah, I'm forcefully retired. I hurt myself. I worked in fire and EMS, both. So, but yeah, that I'm really sorry, Phil. I feel horrible. Just vote from your bank account, not who you dislike. Right? I get it. I get it. Oh, it's going around really bad too, Cynthia. I know it is. There's a lot of the adenovirus is going around. Of course, the C is going around. Some other stuff is going around. The bird flu is going around. There's all sorts of crazy stuff going around right now. Just be safe, you guys, and stay healthy, please. Good night, everyone. Alicia says, and good night, Alicia. Thank you guys so much. The Blue Crew, all of you. Thank you so much for being here. Catch you in the AM while at work. That's awesome, Dane. Thank you. One of my besties is going to be coming to the channel. She was, oh, awesome. Awesome. I cannot wait. Cannot wait, Matahari. Can't wait. Please, anybody in here, invite others in here, guys. We got plenty of room. We're very welcoming. This community is very, very caring and very close-knit. So there's plenty of room and everybody is welcome. So please, please, please invite anyone you think would enjoy it here. Please do. I can't wait for that, though. I can't. I love talking to others that have worked in the same field. And I have a feeling she'll enjoy it as well, Matahari. I really do. So, guys, listen, much love to all of you guys. I really want to thank you guys for supporting the channel just from being here and all the shows that we do. Thank you, Dane. I appreciate you very much. I appreciate everybody in the community for supporting everything we talk about. I do a wide range of things, as you guys see. And like I said, I'm just trying to make it better for everybody. That's why I started the morning show, and I've been running multiple shows daily on different things and different subjects. I'm trying to change up the paranormal side of things as well. And decompression streams. We're going to be running, I think, tomorrow night, if I can get things worked out. Tomorrow's Tuesday. Tomorrow's night, we may be running one of our music streams. For those of you that are newer, hopefully you'll enjoy that. My son joins me for that. And what those are, folks, for those of you that are newer and aren't familiar, is I truly believe that it's nice to do. Mom gave me the term, but I've been doing it since I started. What we call a decompression stream, which is where everything we talk about is so downtrodden and depressing and just hard to deal with. Okay. And I like to walk away from that at least once every so often and take a break. And I just sit here and usually play music. My son will join in and sings, and I sing sometimes, and just enjoy ourselves and relax and back away from everything that we look at every day. Excuse me. And that is why I do it. And that way, when we come back to what we come back to, we're kind of fresh. We release and wash off all that crap, and we come back fresh and get back into what we do. And I like to do that every so often because I think everybody needs to decompress from this stuff regularly, because it is such a bad thing. You know what I mean? So I'm looking forward to that. And hopefully I will see you guys tomorrow morning. I've been running them between 10:30, 11:30 in the morning, just to give everybody a chance to wake up and get in here. Bring your coffee and wake up with Dago and Doodle. Meatballs in the morning is what I call it. And again, thank you guys so much for supporting all of the shows we've had today. Anybody that did donate, like I said before, thank you guys so very much for that. We don't expect it from you guys at all, but we do appreciate it. It helps to keep the bills paid, to keep this all going, so I can't come out here every day, you guys. I really do appreciate that. Other than that, folks, you guys are amazing. Please don't change anything about yourselves. Don't forget to love yourselves, love each other. You guys are amazing. You are why I do what I do. Much love to each and every one of you guys. Good night. God bless, and I will see you soon. Bye-bye.
Typing at the speed of light, hunting down the shadows, bringing wrongs to right, digging deep in the data facts, sharp as a knife. With every single story, he's fighting for a life. A voice for the voiceless, he won't stay quiet. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Streaming loud and clear, cracking cases open, hearts filled with fear. His channel's a beacon in a world gone wrong. He guides us through the chaos, a soldier so strong. The clicks and the likes, they follow his lead. With every new case, he plants a new seed. Sharing their stories, giving hope where it fades. Daniel's a warrior through the trials he wades. In a world of silence, he shouts out their names. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows you rise, are streaming loud and clear. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings.